Not that, right? Not that.
Drop hump.
Yeah.
But you're thinking it's like a mountain of what? A mountain that you can climb up, or what?
Well, if it's not optics, I mean, what is going on there? Is there a hump or is there a drop?
You can have a curve on a horizontal object. No, right?
Curved horizontal object. Is that what you said?
Oh, hold on. I got a perfect example. I'm going to turn on my cam. Oh, I can't. Damn. I can't turn on my cam, but...
It's an optical phenomenon, Brandon.
Hold on. I'll make a short video here. Hold on.
The way it's definitely not a geometric hump that you think you're showing there. I don't know why Glovers use that. It's almost insulting at this point. They've been told over and over again.
A measured vertical, a vertical change in the distance, and whether that's a positive or a negative vertical change, and they still haven't worked out.
Yeah.
How elevation changes are measured. So weird.
But just because they can't have a straight line.
Hold on.
You can't even decide on the straight line. It's very confusing.
Oh my goodness! Tell me this is not happening again.
You have to have a
Never
reference.
going to end.
Dude, yeah, you have to have a reference. You have to have a starting point. It's the advanced simplicity. You have to have a reference. Like, is your curved line your reference?
Okay, how about I give you guys an example?
Is that a horizontal line right there on that object? I'm using a weed grinder as a reference. Is that a horizontal line right there?
Which
So
line?
are you talking to me?
Well, anyone. Is that a horizontal line on that object? Let's just see it.
If they're parallel to the plane of the horizon, then they're horizontal. Yeah.
What is that horizontal right there? Just
What line are you talking about?
the line at the top of that object. Is that horizontal? On that weed grinder.
Optically, it looks like the ends are shaved down on the green. It's kind of looks like a slant, so that wouldn't be a horizontal line.
It's not straight across, is what you're saying, really?
Right, because by definition, a horizontal line has no change or slope. It's just a straight line.
Okay, let's take the middle. Let's take the middle. Let's take the middle of that. Take off the green and the pink.
Just overload on the mic, man.
Yeah,
Step away from the microphone a bit, if you can.
Just look at the gold color thing. Take away the both on ends. Is that horizontal then?
Put some water on it. See what happens. If the water flows off, it's definitely not horizontal.
Here, I'll tell you what. So there's a reflection in there that looks horizontal, but from between the green and the red bands, I would say that looks horizontal optically. Yes, it looks horizontal.
That's a curved object. There we go.
That's a reflection, right?
On a curve.
Yeah. What's the reflection in it? Whatever is in that reflection, that looks horizontal.
Well, that's horizontal on a curve. Oh.
Yeah, that's not a curve because it looks. I mean, optically, it looks. I could be wrong.
On a curved surface. The reflection is horizontal, and the reflection is on a curved object.
Yeah, you could have a horizontal line optically. It looks horizontal, but it might not necessarily be one.
So horizontal is not necessarily horizontal?
No. Optically, you can make. This is a problem with Glovers. When you're dealing with optics, a lot of weird shit can happen. All right, you can make arrows going backwards if you look through it through a glass of water. It's weird. A lot of optically, a lot of things look weird, right? Like I'll post a photo. I'll post a photo in chat.
Nothing like that is going on here.
No, I know. So I'm saying that optically, that does look like the reflection, whatever's reflecting in your round thing you have, it does look horizontal.
But
Optically.
there isn't any water or great distance. It's actually right up to the camera. So yeah, that's a good example.
But what's your point though?
It's horizontal on a curved surface.
On a curved surface, there's horizontal as a reflection, yes. But if you were to take
Well,
a
the
long,
top of that object,
you could
there
draw
was also a horizontal line.
you could draw like again. You can draw from perspective. You can draw like if you look at it. Do you have a basketball? You know how basketballs have black lines. Have you seen that? And because there's sometimes if you're looking at a basketball, you'll just see a look like a straight line going across from your perspective if you're standing in the right place.
Oh, you're getting him to visualize it as well.
But
Yeah.
it's really curved. Yeah.
Well done.
It can look like a straight line, but it's really curved. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, that optically. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Optically, that is accurate. You get what I'm saying?
But you see, yeah, I know what you're saying, but you haven't debunked my example.
Which straight line are you referring to exactly?
Well, he was referring to the reflection, and that's a good one. But the top of the
top isn't horizontal
itself,
No,
if
that's
you
not
take away
horizontal.
the green part and the yellow part on the
Then,
ends,
yeah,
that
it'd be
would be horizontal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but then if you take off those two sides, then it's just it's like a ring. What is that? Like a ring? Looks like a ring.
What is it? It's a grinder. It's a grinder for weed. Yeah, it would be a horizontal line on a curved surface.
Oh, a weed grinder. Got it.
Weed
Yeah.
grinder, yeah.
Yeah. Again, though, that's not proving what we're talking about, though. I mean, you're right. I get what you're saying, but in the context of what we're talking about, that's not what we're saying.
It proves that you can have a horizontal line on a curved surface.
You mean
That's
like a
what I'm
tangent?
saying.
No. Okay. Again, I get what you're saying, but it's in perspective. So, like, if you were okay, now turn it sideways. Now turn it sideways. Turn the thing towards me, where I can see a round circle. Turn it
I'm
sideways.
sorry, this isn't live. This isn't live. It's just a video. I wish I could turn on my camera, but I can't.
Oh, okay. So
It won't let me.
if you were to turn that to where now we're seeing the bottom of the can, we would not see a horizontal, and that's the problem. See, a tube, something circular, and that's different than a sphere, because on a sphere there's no horizontals, and I think that's maybe what you should try to grasp or understand. Now on your little weed grinder, yes, if you were through perspective, if you were to turn it sideways and look at it, yeah, the top of the can, the bottom of the can or grinder, horizontal. But then once you flip it towards us to where we see the bottom of it or the top of it, we're going to see a round circle, and there's no horizontal lines on the top or bottom. You get what I'm saying? I hope you understand what I'm saying.
But we have a horizon. And the horizon is horizontal. And
Hold on. Do you understand what I said, though?
I'm not exactly sure what you're getting at.
Okay, here, let me say it one more time, because sometimes, I get it. It's difficult. Here's what I'm saying. Your weed grinder, okay, the way you held it up in that video, we can see the top of it and the bottom of it are to be horizontal lines, correct? Because our perspective. Okay, now, if you were to have turned it to where we're seeing the bottom of the grinder or the top of the grinder, or now we're looking at a circle, because obviously it's a round can, right? Or a round grinder. Now, once you change the perspective, there's no longer any horizontal lines because you've taken that perspective away. Now, that's a round can, right? With the thickness, okay? That's not the same thing as a sphere. On a sphere, there are no horizontal lines on its surface. That's not the way a sphere works. You get what I'm saying? I hope you understand. I don't know. Maybe you don't get it.
Is
A
this what you were
cylinder is
looking
not a
for?
sphere. I agree.
Is this what you wanted me to do with it? Put it like this?
Let me see. Hold on. Let me look at it. Watch. No. No. Turn it. Okay. Show us just the green. I don't want to see the red. Or show us just the red. I don't want to see the green. So you want to?
Oh.
You get what I'm
Okay.
saying?
But
The
that's not
bottom
how
or
we
the
see
top?
the Earth, though. That's not our
There's
experience.
no mountains on a sphere either.
We don't experience that.
No. Hold on.
Wow.
Hold on. Just show us.
Hold on, I know what you want me to do. I'll make another video.
Yeah. And what I'm trying to get at is the way you're holding it in that perspective. You're going to see the horizontal lines because you're seeing the sides of the can that are round, but in perspective, they are straight lines on the sides. I get it because it's a can. They make it that way. It's a round with a round, and then it's they make it all. That's just what the way they build them. Now, if you change it to where you're looking at the bottom or the top of that, you're only going to see a circle, and then there's no longer any horizontal lines. But here's the thing, though: on a sphere, no matter how you position it, you're never going to see horizontal lines. And because we see horizontal lines all around us as we observe our reality, thus that means it's not a sphere. Can't be a sphere.
That's what you wanted me to do.
There you go. See how there's no horizontal lines anymore? Because now we're just seeing a round shape, a circle. We're seeing a
But
circle.
we don't see our world like that. That's not how we experience.
No, you're absolutely right. We don't see it like that because
It's not like that.
because now here's the thing. If you were to go up, way up into the sky, right? And let's say you had like a huge light, okay? And you shined it, like naturally light makes a circle of itself. Like it'll make us, like I guess you could call it a circle of light. Okay. And that's the way light would naturally usually work, unless you put like a shape on its lens or something. But technically, if you take like a lamp, right, and you put it on your floor, you're gonna see a circle of light, right? That's the way we see when the sun's above us and just create that circle light. So it gives us a circle all around us because that's the way light works. Do you understand that? You get what I'm saying?
I think I know what you're saying, but it's just,
Okay. Yeah. So if you could do it yourself, if you take a lamp and then shine it, just hold it up in your bedroom. You're gonna see on the carpet or floor or whatever type of flooring you have, you're gonna see a circle because that's the way light will admit itself onto the floor. Right there, you go, Amish. He posted it. So when we are way up in the sky and we see a curve, right? Oh, check it out! Look at it's curving around us. No, that's just what is being lit up, and that's all that you're seeing is only what's lit up, as far as we can see. This is why people think that they see a curved Earth, but they're not grasping that it's not that you're seeing a curved Earth. You're seeing the circle of light, of which is being casted down from the light above us, the greater light, as God said it to be. So if you have a great light above us and it creates this curving effect onto the ground, this is why we see a round horizon, quote unquote. But it's not a round horizon.
The horizon's horizontal though.
it's a round horizon.
No. This is why.
That's what you said. The round horizon.
He did, yeah.
I
think it's time I'm.
Hold on, you missed.
I think I'll see you later.
Okay, see you later. Look at at home here at home. When I said horizon, I literally did air quotes, but you couldn't see me. But that's why I said horizon in air quotes, though, because that's what you're going to call your horizon. The round that you see is this from the circle of light, but that's also where the sky meets the ground, apparent position, right? Where they meet. So that's why I said, by definition, the horizon is technically where it's the ground is meeting the, the sky or whatever, optically, prospectively, whatever. But we know that a horizontal line, which is straight across, is going to be represented when you're not high enough to see the way light is casted down. That's why I said, if you rewind it, I said when you go way up and you look down, then and you can see as far as light is actually stretching out to, that's when people see that curve. It's not because when you're on the ground though, you only see straight. There's nothing unless you're like looking at a beach or you're in the middle of the ocean. The way your eyeballs are, Brandon, at the ends, they're always going to be a tiny little taper because that's the way your eyes are capturing that. Right, the way you're looking at it, that's just the way it is because there's a lens, right? There's a little tiny curved lens at in our pupils, right? And that's why it gives it that little curve. But that's just because it's an optic thing.
So all eyes make things curved.
Right, absolutely. You're right.
Why
On
why
the ends,
can I look at
on
my
the ends of
TV
it.
and it's not curved
No.
at
Okay, look at
all?
on the it's so small you can't see it because it's on the ends. It's when you're because when you're looking at, like, for instance, when you're looking at
Do you
your
have a
dresser.
citation for that, by the way?
Look. Yeah. Don't, just hear me out real quick. Yeah, there's
Okay.
actually there. Yeah, I'll pull it up. But hear me out. When you're looking at let's say you're in your bedroom, you're looking at your dresser. Okay, you're not going to see the dresser looking curved because your entire view, which is your peripherals, you're not going to pay attention to like what's blurry all the way to the left or all the way to the right as far as goes, the 180 degrees or whatever at those positions of how you see things. When you do see these optical curvings is when all you can see is an object. And in this case, when you go into the middle of the ocean and you look straight out and all you see is water in your far distance, but way at the ends, like if you were to snap that in your head, way at the ends, there'll be a tiny little curve. But then once you turn a little bit to the left, that curve goes away because now your eyesight is focused and it makes it straight as it is because it's flat. Water is completely, flat and horizontal. So, but it's only at the edges of your eyes. And here, let me try to find the paperwork that breaks down how our eyes see. Okay, maybe that'll help you. I don't know. Maybe you don't know, but this is very logical, Brandon. It's very very easy. It's very well known too. That's what happened. You understand? Are you following, Brandon?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the citation that the human eye makes things look curved.
Yeah. I'll give you a second. I gotta find it. I gotta dig it up in my phone. No worries. Is this the right? Oh yeah. Let me find it for you. I think I finally put it in my in an album, so that way it's easier to find. Anyway, let me see here. If it's not in this album, then we're gonna have to go digging for it, searching for it. But hopefully it is. Nope, it's not. Okay, let me dig for it for a little bit. Go ahead and talk about something else. I'll find it though. I know I have it saved in here. That's the way our eyes do see. That's the way our eyeballs work. You're going to see things curving, looking curved, but it's just optical.
So the horizon slightly curves from left to right.
In your eyes, yeah. If all you see, okay, let me ask you: have you ever been deep sea fishing, or just in the middle of the ocean?
Nah, I haven't. What?
Okay.
No.
All right. Well, sometimes if you just stand on the beach but if you have like the water from left to right all the way across, like sometimes you can see it then, but not always, but sometimes. Just depends. Um, I'll find it for you. I'm
So
sure.
no, it depends.
Yeah, it depends
You
on your
didn't
eyes.
say it depends last time though. You just said it can slightly make it look curved. You didn't say it depends.
No, well, because I said if you're just standing on the beach, it depends because if you have a pier in your view, this is why don't try to like go there with me because when I say things, maybe actually go there
No,
with me.
I didn't add if there's a pier or anything.
I
I
know,
was
I know,
just a
I know.
clear sight.
The reason why I said that is because it depends because if there's like something in your view, it will take away that little tiny bending at the in your peripheral because if there's like for instance a pier or like an island or a boat or something like on the edge of what you're looking at, then it takes away that effect because then there's something there to it won't do that. But
Yeah, I didn't say there was anything in your view. I was just
yeah,
a
no, I'm
clear
saying
sight of the horizon. Yeah, you're the one that's adding that.
yeah, no, I'm adding it because that's why I said it depends. Because when you're in the middle of the ocean, well, I guess also too. But what I mean is, when you're surrounded by water, nothing but water, then you'll realize this optical phenomenon that happens because that's just the way your eyes work. But again, it might be curved left and right, but all you do is just turn your head, another degree to the left or right, and then that little curve goes away from that position because now it's now curved to as far as you turned on the edge of it. And that's because it's flat directly, but curved on the sides because that's the way our eyes work. But don't worry, I'm gonna post this. Hope you learn about it, check into it. Maybe take a class with optometry. I don't know. Maybe go learn from optometry or something. But you'll learn how the eyes work. A lot of simple stuff, a lot of logic stuff. Just real easy. It's logical. It's not complex. It's not brain surgery. I'm still looking for it. I swore I saved it. Where is it at? A really good chart and diagram. Show the eyes and everything. I have to have
Okay, I just googled it right now. The first sentence is yes, human eyes have some degree of distortion. The eye's lens, known as the I can't pronounce this Crystaline crystalline lens
Mhm.
curves to allow clear vision when looking at nearby objects. When looking at objects that are further away, the lens becomes flat.
Mhm.
The eye's geometry also causes geometric distortions due to the shapes of the cornea, lens, and retina. These
Right.
distortions are corrected by the brain.
Right. So what happens is when you capture that image in your eye, because the shape of the lens, on our eye, it gives it a distorted view. So that we aren't. That's the way we see things. They're not truly that way because our lens
Yeah.
is actually distorting it. And
That's
then when
not
you,
the only thing I can point to, though. It's,
oh, that's fair. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm glad you're looking into it. Hopefully, you'll find truth on your research here now. And I'm only sharing with you what I've come across and learned. This is why I'm in my position because I learned something like this, something so simple to where I learned like it's not that the earth is curving, it's just that my eyes are seeing it to be that way. Or the circle of light is making it seem that way. All I'm saying is, when you're on a path to truth, it will be revealed to you. Now, whether you grasp it or understand it or can receive it, that's up to you. That's between you and your maker. But I'm just saying, this helped me.
Good for you, bro.
I'm still looking for these two, by the way. Oh my god, I went through all my photos to find it. Where would it be at?
What are you looking for?
I used to have this diagram that showed the eyes and why we see things the way we see them. Because of the shape of our eyes and how, with the lens, why it creates the images that it does. So,
I have a quick question, Apocryphon, before I disconnect for the night.
mhm.
Do we ever see straight lines? It's just
Yeah,
a joke. It's just a joke. Because
yeah,
Bev is gone. But do we
yeah,
ever
That was a
see
very
straight
funny
lines with
joke.
our
yeah,
eyeballs?
yeah. They're on basketballs.
Okay, good one.
Yeah, we do see straight lines all the time. It's just weird to me that a lot of people don't. They never even like. Oh, there you go. Wait, dang! Thank you. Stop the cut. Cut the shit. He posted a good one. See how the person standing with the horizon and the way that's the way they'll see it. This is, I think, along the lines of when Walter Bisland personal dome of reference, that kind of explains it too. Not only are our eyes seeing this way, well, actually, that's what creates why our eyes see that way.
Mhm.
Oh, great! My girl's hitting me up. 5 a.m. She's hitting me up.
She's hitting me up as well, bro.
Hey, tell her stop texting me. Just kidding.
You tell her to stop texting me.
Well, you talk to her. I don't want to talk to her. No, I'm just kidding.
You can have her, bro.
Good morning. Sorry to hear that. Um. Yeah. So he posted it in the chat. I didn't even realize it. But yeah, there you go. That's a good way to good. Dude. Oh, you know what? I think I saved it on my other phone. It even has like curved lines on it. Check this out. Watch. This might
I don't know
help.
why you're trying to use a picture to understand the biology of our eyes, right? I mean, the main concept of eyes and the way we see is divided into multiple understandings, right? We have the way the light enters the eye, which is the
Mhm.
cornea, right? And I mean, it being dome shaped doesn't affect the way that we perceive things, right? The dome shaped surface only covers the front of the eye, and the cornea actually helps us focus on incoming light, right? And if you want to go even further, we have refraction. Because of the way that light passes through the cornea, light travels through the back of the humor, and then
Right.
when it reaches the lens helps further focus the light.
Yeah.
Right?
So look, I
But the way
posted.
this is
post
wrong. This photo
I,
is ridiculous.
I posted a photo that kind of shows too, like something pretty interesting. If you believe that there's this dome of
No, I
sorts.
don't believe in a dome.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying if you do believe in the dome or that, or even just optically the way things look from your left to right because of this, field of vision that we have in our eyes.
What if you cover one of your eyes?
I don't know. Then you're a pirate. I don't know. Like, what do you? Then you're no longer. Was it by? What was it called? Binomial? No, I forgot. I forgot the word for
If
when
you
you.
cover one of your eyes, you have a few differences, right? We would have an issue perceiving depth. We would have a dominance of eyes. One eye will
Then
be
you
stronger
see
than the
half
other.
of
We
what you
usually have
see.
one. Not necessarily. It doesn't work like that.
Uh,
We have a loss of binocular vision. We have a reduced field of vision.
I guess maybe
We
for a
have
cow.
a very tough understanding of depth perception without both eyes. People have a dominant eye, right? One of your eyes is always better than the other one. It's very
Mhm.
rare that it's not. And unless you do it for a predominant long time, your eyes will not adapt. One eye will tend to
What-
adapt over time. If
What do you
it's,
mean? What? Hold on, just real quick. What do you mean you don't? You don't. When I said then you'd see half of what you usually see, you said that's not the way it works. But technically, though, like if I have my two eyes, like I'm looking up right now on my ceiling. If I close one eye, like I can't see the entire right side of my room because
yes,
it's
but when you
closed.
cover
When I
one
open it
eye,
up, I
so
you
with
still
both
have
eyes you have
some.
about with both eyes you usually have
Yeah,
about 180 degrees of
yeah,
field, right?
right.
But
But
with
then,
both eyes, you have um, you have an increase of binocular vision, a better understanding of depth perception. You have one eye working with the other because we just said that one eye is usually a dominant eye, and your eyes have already adapted to work together. So just because you lose one eye doesn't mean you've lost half your sight. You usually lose a lot more than that. You lose many more things than a loss of point of view. You lose your understanding of depth perception. You lose more than half your degrees. So instead of having 180, it'll probably be less than 90 because we half it. Then we have to subtract the difference for depth perception, and you might lose your dominant eye. One of your eyes might be worse than the other, and then your eyes still haven't adapted. If you have only one eye, you probably see less than 60 degrees over time.
yeah, maybe. So there's a percentage that you don't see, but you're right.
There is no
It's not.
percentage, but once you have, so if you cover one eye now, right, you'll think you see half as much as you do. But once
No,
your
I
eye
know.
learns, because it's still overcompensating, right? Your left eye, if you cover your right eye, your left eye is still overcompensating for what it believes to be a right eye. Until your left eye adapts to realizing there is no right eye, your left eye will still try to overcompensate for the field of view. Once you lose one eye for, let's say, a year, and your opposite eye that's not lost is no longer used to having a singular eye, you will lose even more field of view. So the struggles of having one eye kick in 12 months after you lose the opposite eye, right?
So hold on, Don. Correct if I'm wrong. You, we do like obviously we do lose a percentage of that 180 view that we have, even though you can't, even though everything's kind of blurry in that 180. From like let's say 10 degrees one side, 10 degrees the other, because we all obviously have our peripheral views, which are usually blurry. But still, you can see something moving, but you can't really make it out. Like if you held up letters, like the alphabet letters in your peripherals, there's something there, but you might not necessarily be able to read it because you have to look at it directly.
Let me ask you
Or
something. If you cover one eye, so we know we'll assume that it's 180 degrees. This number is not accurate though, but we'll assume it's 180. What do you think happens if you cover one of your eyes? What do you think your degree of field of view is?
again, that's what I was saying. Hold on. I'm sorry. Okay. Um, what do I think my degree of view is?
Yes, if you cover one eye.
Well, it okay. I mean, that's probably it used to be 180, but then that probably only makes it about 110, 120 because it now if the part that was making up that other, let's say 45 degrees, uh, is now cut off, or maybe let's say a little bit less, maybe 35
Yes,
degrees.
you're right. It's closer to like 120 to 130 when you cover one eye because of
Right,
the loss of peripheral vision on the side of the covered eye, right?
right, right, right. That's what I mean.
And
That's what I'm
then
saying.
when you look at when you only have one eye, you have we call this monocular vision, right?
Yeah.
Vision is monocular, which means the visual information is coming from a single point of view instead of a bi point of view.
We just call it
This can
pirate vision.
also, well, I mean, it's called monocular in the field. And
Just
then
kidding.
once you have that, you have this would affect other fields like your depth perception and spatial judgment because the brain can only um, function with the two different sets of visual data to compare and create a 3D image. Now we're
Right,
working with a very challenged field of view, right?
right.
The way humans are made is, I mean, we're perfect, right? Everything works as intended.
Right.
Um, when we talk about monocular vision, having only one eye, the brain can adapt to it. But the way it adapts usually is it relies on other visual cues for depth and distance, like the relative size of objects, right? The closer, the further, the texture gradients, the motion of parallax. I don't like parallax; it's very flawed, but we call it the motion of parallax. I mean, the closer objects are, the faster they move further away, right? So if objects closer move faster than those further away. And then you have your aerial perceptive. Then you have an issue with monocular vision is the adaptation. It never fully compensates for the loss of binocular depth cues. I mean, having one eye is really not good. Maintain your eyesight, guys.
Yeah, I
Say it
feel
every morning.
I feel bad for people that lost vision, man. It sucks.
Turn to God, guys. Make sure God preserves your eyesight.
Maybe one day in the future they'll be able just to transplant an entire eyeball, give you 20/20 vision.
I think nuclear medicine will be the solution to fixing the problem with your eye, because they can insert debris in your eye and then it'll find the issue and it'll fix it, right? Ideally.
Mhm. My buddy, for many years, one of his eyes was like he couldn't see through it. He said it was like he could see things, but it was like looking through like a really, really thin potato chip. That's what he that's what he used to say. He's like I could see like a shadow there, but it's like really, really it's weird. You can't read out of it. You can only read out of one
Yeah.
eye.
The
But
issue
then
is
they did a corneal transplant on him, and dude, he said immediately he fucking could see. He could read again.
yeah,
So,
I
I
mean,
mean,
as long as he's not blind, he doesn't need any special treatment like gene therapy or stem cell therapy. Once you have actual blindness in the eye, we're talking stem cell therapy, gene therapy, retinal prosthesis, and implants. It gets pretty bad.
yeah, no, it was only like whatever I forgot what it's called, but there's like a particular disease that it just starts like putting like this like a film, if you will, which is almost like he's now constantly having to look through that film. Um, but this is why he could see you, he could make objects out. He wasn't blind, but all they had to do is like a corneal transplant fixed that. They just gave him a new one, and then it's like almost like ripping off that film and then putting a new covering without that blockage. And then like he said immediately, it's pretty interesting how far we've come.
This is commonly associated with cataractics. Cataractics are a leading cause of blindness. It's like
Right.
how do I say this? It's so the condition of cataracts are like it's like one of the leading causes of blindness, and it usually occurs when you have when the clear lens of the eye becomes clouded, right? Once it becomes clouded, you have the way it becomes clouded
Yeah,
will be
just
exposure
deteriorate.
to radiation, smoking, and diabetes, and other all of these things. The clouding is usually due to changes in the structure of the lens protein. People should, I mean, smoking is really bad for you. Obviously, don't smoke. Diabetes, people didn't know that diabetes can really affect your eyesight, right?
Yep.
Diabetes can make you blind. Once you have like a heavy form of diabetes or an exposure to ultraviolet radiation, you get symptoms of cataracts, which are like blurred or hazy vision, increased difficulty with it. I mean, you see less at night, right? You're also sensitive to light and glare. You see halos around lights. You ever look at a light and it's like there's
Yeah,
a ring around
that's
it?
what I have.
Yeah, that's not good, bro. There's
Not good
also
at all.
frequent
Oh, I
changes
know
in
my vision.
eyeglass or contact lens prescriptions. If your contact lenses aren't working as prescribed, you need to change them. You also have fading or yellowing of colors, double vision. I mean, it's really not that good. But cataracts is treatable. I mean, you can surgically remove it.
Yeah, it's crazy. They can just like manufacture like like lenses. My dad did both of eyes in one day. Like they just open it up, drain it, and like pop these
Yeah.
new things in. That's crazy.
And you're
Not for
fixed.
cataracts. Cataracts is removed by surgically taking out the cloudy lens, then you replace it with an artificial intraocular lens, which is an IOL.
Inside.
Cataract surgery is very common and very successful. It's like a 99% success rate.
Yeah, but the cool thing is like it's an immediate fix. It's not like you have to wait like 2 months to heal. It's
Well, you
like,
gotta wait
You still have to
till you have
heal, right?
oh yeah, no. I know you
literal
still have to
stitches in your
heal.
eyeballs.
Yeah, you still have to heal, but the effect is immediate. Like I mean, you still have to heal, but they
When
can
you
literally like yeah,
But
when
not really,
right.
right? No,
No,
no, that's not
no,
true.
it was really
Well, I'm a doctor, bro. Please, let me explain
no,
this.
no.
In the first
Okay,
24
okay.
hours, your vision would still be blurred out, right?
you
Your eye
can't.
will feel itchy and you'll be uncomfortable, and you'll have very sensitive, the very high sensitivity to
I'm
light and
just
tearing.
I'm just
After
telling
the
you what
first
my
few days,
I'm
yes,
just
he
telling
probably
you
lied
what
to
my
you.
buddy. No, I'm telling you what my buddy told me. So
He
after
probably lied
after
to
the
you.
no, hold on though. After they were done with the surgery, like they did a video too of it. He has a video of it. It's pretty cool. They show like how when they cut out the cornea and stuff. So then he said that once they were done stitching, right, and then he closed his eyes. They put the solution, I guess, to wash out whatever. And then he said that they asked him, "Okay, now open up, and then let me see if you can see this." Like they, and then he said like immediately, like he's like, "Dude, I could like I saw it. Like it was
Well,
nothing
we're
like
probably talking about different
before."
surgeries because I'm talking about the cataract surgery, which is the most
Yeah,
common and frequent
no,
one.
it wasn't cataract surgery. It was just a cornea transplant. It wasn't.
With
It wasn't.
cataracts, I
Yeah,
mean, the
go ahead.
first 24 hours you have blurry vision and you'll be itchy and uncomfortable. After a few days, you will have eye drops, which will prevent inflammation and infections, and it'll help your eye heal. I mean, people usually rub their eyes in this case, which is really bad for you. After the first week, you see a doctor again, and they'll check the progress of your healing. By the first week, you probably have a significant improvement of vision. Over the first month or the few weeks, your vision should continue to improve. After 6 to 8 weeks, your vision will go back to normal, and you'll be fully healed, and your doctor should assess you as a very competent, much more eye-seeing human being. Right? Your eye doctor will probably, most likely, because it's a very successful operation, say, "Hey, operation successful. You can see much better now. Congratulations. You're no longer retarded and blind." No offense.
Retarded. He threw a retarded in there. That
I
was
have
funny.
to.
But it's pretty interesting how far we've come.
Um,
Unfortunately, we can't do surgery yet on Globers for them to see that. Just kidding.
I mean, the surgery is not something new, bro. It was first done in 1949 by a doctor in London. It was successful as well.
No, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Millions and millions of people do the surgery.
Yeah, nowadays, yeah. I'm sure it's but because it's maybe because it's so effective and like they've learned
Stop the cut. If you want to talk, you can unmute your mic and talk to me. I'm not giving medical advice. I'm explaining medical procedures. There's a big difference, dude.
just in general though, they don't usually like you talking about anything medical because even though like I get what you're saying, you're not giving
Dude, I'm a
advice.
moderator here. I know the rules.
Yeah,
Like, I'll tell you
yeah.
this, right? When it comes to medical advice, yeah, it's usually not good. And you should stay away from. By explaining how medical procedures work, it's completely okay.
Yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying. But YouTube, I don't know if they're streaming or not right now, but YouTube definitely they just don't like anybody talking about medical anything. Even if you're just like explaining something, like you said, you're not giving advice. You're just saying this is how the procedure is done. Dude, there's been YouTube accounts taken down by just reposting doctors speaking like you're saying. They're just giving they're breaking it down like how this is how the procedure is done, and they've been given even either strikes or even taken down channels because
Coveted information.
that there you go. They don't want people doing that.
Mhm.
How dare you do your own appendectomy?
So tell me, when did you start believing in a flat Earth, Mr. Apocryphan?
When did I stop believing or start? I'm sorry.
Start.
Uh, when I looked into how stupid it was. This
Why
was
was it
back in
stupid?
2019. Oh, because when I first heard about this flat Earth idea of it not being a spherical oblate spheroid hurling through an infinite vacuum, I used to believe that, right? As most Globers, most everybody actually, all flat earthers started, I believe, as Globers. But started looking into it to disprove, actually to prove the globe, because that's what I believed in. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized, oh shit. and and then and then things started just making sense. Things started clicking, and then I realized, wait, what? How the fuck did I not see this, or how did I see it this way? Like I felt like I've been duped. Like, oh, I was fucking tricked, because now logically thinking about it, you're like, wait, that's right, huh? No way that could be, because that is retarded. But when you're in it, that's what it is. That's what's true to you, and it makes sense even to you until you actually start looking into it, and then like things just gotta start clicking. Then you'll get it. Then you realize, and then you laugh.
People are experts at missing the point and starting off from like a good vantage point and a good a good direction, and then we veer off into the ditch, pretty quickly sometimes. Like the information that NASA is giving us is full of fucking holes. Like that's as far as I'll go with that. And like certain things just don't make fucking sense. And the more you look at them, the less sense they make. But people just jump to this conclusion that that must mean the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it's not about see, and I think this is where I veer off from a lot of other quote unquote flat earthers. But I think I don't even want to like step on their toes, because I'm not saying that they know the shape at all anyways. That's why that term flat earther, even to like a glober, obviously
Huh.
there's a visualization of that because of the media that's kind of like pushing, this false narrative of flat earth. But
To make
when you
it's to
hit
get and yeah, it's to
when
make
you,
people just run around in circles, like arguing with each other to like get nothing done at the end of the day.
when you hear flat earth, like you usually like picture kind of like what the media is projected of what the flat earth society came up with or whatever. But
What a
the
lot of these guys have presented themselves as.
but the point though is that, to me, saying someone's a flat earther just means that they just don't believe in the narrative of what we've been,
Well,
indoctrinated to believe.
no,
That's all.
usually it just means they think the Earth is flat, and they've been kind of going along for the ride. Like, it's a good stepping stone to ask a bunch of questions and start like maybe questioning certain narratives and like figuring out who and what you are, blah blah blah, or talking about like wider conspiracy stuff. Um, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what the shape of the fucking Earth is. It matters like we have deep psychological and like collective things that we need to fix ASAP. It doesn't matter what the fucking shape of the planet is. We can use that as a tool.
Part of that, though, I think I mean, if you want to get deeper than just what's the shape, deeper than that, I believe is more along the lines of like why in a collective, on a, obviously in a very, whoever's running this place, why have they set out to create this this falsehood, and not just like,
Misinformation.
right, and this goes way back, obviously, right? This goes as far as back as it's been documented.
Yeah,
To
because you have
for,
a lot of intelligent people, right? You have a lot of intelligent people that could be, doing other things that could be really getting some like enacting some lasting social change, but instead, like people have just like picked this hill to die on, and it just kind of sucks people in and keeps them exactly where they need to be. It's usually bitching at each other, taken out of the running.
now here's a question I have, because like we looking into it, we've learned that there's been a lot of scientists and a lot of respected people in their chosen fields in history that they have approached. They've been, I guess, combatants against. No, they have been people that have brought up the arguments, even in courts, as this whole spherical Earth thing. And we've learned that since the 1800s, people have been arguing this and taken into the courts. But when you learn that, it it kind of opened my eyes too, because I'm like, well, I thought this whole thing, again, media and lies and misinformation. I thought that flat Earth was a new thing. I thought flat Earth came out in the 2000s. I didn't understand. I didn't know that there's records and newspaper clippings from way back in the 1800s up to the 1800s, or back to the back to the 1800s, that they have been proponents against this whole heliocentric model. And then you look even further back, and they're like, wow, these people have been fighting this shit for 100 years. It's not a new debate; it's old debate. But why though? Why would they be pushing this? Is it to open up the realm so that way they can create a confinement of other people? Yeah. Obviously, it's obviously a list.
It's like to discredit people. It's to distract people. It's to like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, make some people some money that are at the top of the chain. Or there's a lot of the money that goes into that. Like,
yeah, millions and millions of dollars per day get put into this.
Damn.
This this field, the field, this field that is supposedly landing drones on and rovers on distant those lights in the skies.
Elk Island, Canada. Did you see the Mars one? They had the Mars rover where there's a rainbow.
We were just talking about that the other day.
Yeah, that don't make no fucking sense. Or like one time I was watching some Mars footage stuff, and like some GPS thing kicks in on the screen, and it shows that they're on like Baffin Island in Canada.
Nice.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I love it when those
nice.
guys get caught, because that's what I really like looking for. Like the ISS stuff, where these guys have their hand in the cookie jar and it's blatantly busted wide open, and they're just like left sitting there like, how do I save myself from this? I love that shit.
Yeah, it's interesting because when a glober is presented with that evidence, they either have to change the subject as soon as possible, or
I got some blurbs ready.
or they have the narratives that have been passed down from whoever. This is what
It's
you
like
say
a
when this happens.
telemarketer, or like a badly English speaking like maintenance like tech, PC tech. Do one thing for me, but I don't barely speak English and I don't know what I'm saying. But it's like they've got that shit cemented. Like I remember on the 24/7 Discord, like there would just be like this kind of like recurring like head of the Hydra basically that would kind of take over for a while, and like everybody would kind of follow suit to that person. It's pretty bad. What do you believe, Claw? What do you believe? I'm like, I've already told you. Fuck. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what do you want from me? And I was really nice about it. But, like, watch, I'll get banned the minute I say it. Fucking bloop, banned. Assholes.
Well, I mean, one of the things that I think why they do it, me personally, this is my opinion. I'm not saying this is why, but I believe it's because they've set us up to be confined. And it's almost, I think they kind of talked about it in the Truman Show, in that movie. You know how, remember they're like, when he was a kid, they're like, why would you explore? Everything's been explored.
Yeah. The whole space industry, it's like, what would it be like if all the money went to like black military projects and they're just kind of like putting this show on and we can't actually leave the Earth at all past a certain point?
Right. So they're keeping us confined to, so that way we can't go beyond that ice wall.
Do we even deserve to, though? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how could we even leave this planet without like fixing our own bullshit first? Or like, I mean, we fuck this one up. Let's go fuck up Mars. Now let's go fuck up like Venus. Like,
well,
if we were to just like put ourselves on the same, like, like the whole planet was like, on the same kind of mindset and the same kind of like, let's improve together. Let's like, like do this the right way. All these things would just like any kind of barrier that was be there would just kind of disappear. Shit would happen on its own.
I don't know. It might drive people. If people found out that space was fake, then
wild.
Then some people just, I think, would lose their shit, because then it'd be like, okay, well then what is it? And then, then hold on, like
Well, if you
it
can't
will
use
rock
your
them.
head to begin with, though, and like look at this stuff and be like, "Yeah, that happened. That's happening right in front of me. I don't have any problems with this paper mache, contraption that's here that's going to withstand all these G forces, and it looks like it's going to fall apart if you cut a loud fart beside it." Like, Jesus.
Yeah, it's all interesting to me. In time, I'm sure enough, everybody will find out the truth.
Oh, there's gonna be so much shit that come out that people just like, picked that hill and was gonna ready to die for it, that they realize that like 45% of the stuff that they really, battened down the hatches for was a complete fucking lie. Like
Right,
it comes like BLM or like, like a who in the friggin' parliament or like not parliament, sorry, this January 6th shit.
right.
Did you see that debate with Destiny and Alex Jones?
Mm-mm.
He blew oh man, Alex Jones just like fucking wiped the floor with him. It was great.
Really? Hey, post the link. I'll go watch that.
Yeah, it was good, and he was loud and stuff like that. But he like people don't just watch footage from these things. Like they just go with this narrative. Like, oh, this happened. It's like if you
Yeah,
watch the footage that the people have put together, it's like there's only like one conclusion you can come up with, and it's like this reeks like dog shit. Like,
right. A lot of people like. Have you seen that video of that undercover agent that broke the window and then started pushing someone else?
what window? If you look it
Okay,
up, glass doesn't break like that. Glass just
but
falls out in a single square pane on the shitty little barricade. It's stage glass.
yeah, that's true. So what happens is like there's this one video of like this guy's just like all blacked out, has the face mask, everything. Like he looks like a SWAT dude, to be
G-Man.
honest.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
during George Floyd?
No, this is January 6th.
Oh.
And then like he what he does is like he's on video. He pulls off the window, uh, or the piece of the window, and he throws it on the floor. But then he realizes that he's being recorded. So then he just goes up to this like dude that's standing there watching him, and he pushes him. And the guy is like, "Whoa, like why you? Whoa!" Like he like puts his hands up, like I'm not trying to fuck with you. And then, but people are saying, why wasn't that dude arrested? Whoever that guy was. So I
Yeah.
guess they couldn't find him because he was covered up. You couldn't really identify him.
Well, yeah. The good old
But
G-Man.
but that dude got caught. He was the one breaking the windows, and like it was all set up, bro. It was fucking all
Yeah.
bullshit.
The same thing with the George Floyd thing. That's why I asked, because it's like right when like during that peaceful protest, everybody was kind of chilling and vibing, and like the minute they've got like strategically placed like pallets of construction materials with no fucking construction going on, just bricks everywhere, and like there's
Yeah.
this big yellow fucking spray paint on the building that says "Smash here." Nobody wants to do it, and then this G-Man fucking comes up in full like riot gear. He's white, and he just walks up and he smashes the windows to start it all off.
Right. Yeah.
Like,
No.
what the fuck?
Yeah. I remember my cousin. He has video on his phone. He recorded this truck pulled up, and they just like literally just like take out a pallet of bricks and they just put it right there on the
Yep.
street, and they just drove away. He's like,
Yep.
"What the fuck?" Like he took a
Got
picture
29
of
more deliveries to do, man. He doesn't have time to talk.
it. Exactly. That shit was like the most random shit, bro. And then people were
Yeah.
grabbing the bricks and they were throwing it out all the
Yeah.
windows, bro.
Even
What
the
the
weirder
fuck?
stuff you got to watch out for. Do you remember that old man that got like he went up to the SWAT people and he got tossed on his bean and like he apparently started bleeding out of the side of his head, like through his ear?
No,
I don't know if you remember that old guy, but if you watch and really look at it, it's like first of all, if you're in trauma medicine, and it's clearly he took a dive. If you watch any type of football or soccer game, right, you know what that looks like. They don't even show it because the camera pans away like during the initial hit, and then all of a sudden he's on the ground bleeding out of his ear. But if you're into trauma medicine and stuff like that, if you have a head injury like that, you're not going to bleed like that out of your ear unless you have like no head left.
Oh,
It's like a yellow viscous fluid that comes out. So I don't know why they wanted to fucking stage anything like that, but it was clearly fucking completely fake. Like,
wow. That's pretty interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see that one.
One sec.
Yeah.
Right back.
Hmm. Well, hopefully Brandon learned something today. Hopefully he doesn't go around spewing the same old dumb bullshit, and others as well. I don't know. No promises, but
Guys, what do you think about the channel of Flat Earther Dwayne Kellum?
Sorry,
Did
what?
many videos where he mounted a GoPro camera or other camera, I don't know the exact model, on weather balloons and showed the curve countless of times.
You're saying that he took a weather balloon and showed curve?
Yes, exactly. He has different kinds of videos, for example, with infrared filter, which provides more clear view
Uh-huh.
because it can penetrate deeper into the atmosphere and ignore
Yeah.
more scattering.
Yeah. I don't know if you were here earlier, but I was explaining how when you go really high up and you can see the effect of light on the ground, how it naturally creates a circle around you. That's pretty cool that if he captured that moment, because it does happen. It is capturable, if you will. But it's not, you're not capturing a curved earth. You're capturing what's being lit up on the ground by the light. And that's the way we see things. It's the way just optics works. Maybe you weren't here about 30 minutes ago, an hour ago.
Yeah, I wasn't.
No worries. To let you know, we already talked about that. But do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand?
I kind of understand the effect you're trying to describe based on the memes that some people posted in the text chat, but I don't understand what would be the cause of that. What would be the mechanism that would create something like that?
Well, okay, so like the way I told Brandon earlier, a good example would be if you set up a camera and just time lapsed it, or just like hit record, maybe don't time lapse it, just hit record. And then if you got a lamp, right, a light bulb, but if you have a lamp, take the top off so that way it's just like lit up everywhere. Well, if you turn the lamp upside down on your ground on the floor, you'll see that it creates a circle on your floor. That's like the circle of light, let's call that. That if you were to move that circle of light into the view of your camera, that's going to be a perspective, right? Then you're going to see that your floor lit up will look round. Now, if you were at the edge of light, like where there's darkness and then light, let's say you turned off all the lights in the room, right? And then you had a light bulb. That's only going to light up a certain amount in the floor, right? And then everything beyond that, like to as far as light goes, will be just total darkness until the light arrives there, until you move the lamp a little bit more. But when someone's able to capture that moment from the sky, from up above, then yeah, you're gonna see a curve. But let's say you did this in a huge gymnasium. You know that the floor in the gymnasium is not a ball. But if you were to take a picture in the darkness of the gymnasium, but with the light above the floor, it will look round. And people say that's the curvature of the earth, but that's not true. Because even on globe side, they say you can't see curvature from 120,000 feet, even from 60 miles up in the sky. You can't see curvature because even in that, they're saying that the world's too big. You're not going to see curvature. But for some reason, globers still think you can see curvature. But I'm just saying, even on that side of the argument, that they say, dude, you can't see curvature. And all you're really seeing, what I'm telling you is the explanation of what you're seeing, why you're seeing something curving, is the light. But go ahead.
Okay, so firstly, you said that you need to take the cover of that lamp, and I don't think if you do that, that shape of that light area would still remain a circle, because in like average normal lamps, that shape of the circle or some kind of of torches of the flashlights is created because the light is physically blocked from spreading to other sides by the construction of that lamp or that light or that torch of that flashlight, because it only points towards one direction. But if you remove that cover, that light will spread in a kind of sphere in every direction. So I don't think that would
Right.
still remain.
But on the ground, right? But on the ground, no, you're right. It'll go everywhere. But on the ground, if you were to put the lamp like close to the ground and then go up off the floor, you'll see that it'll be a circle on the ground. It'll be circle, and then it'll go all the way up, and then the higher you go, the bigger the circle will get. You want me to show you right now? I think I could. I have a lamp.
Yeah,
right here.
yes, I think it would be better if it was shown in some actual
All right. Hold on.
visualization, or at least a simulation.
Yeah, no, I get you. It's just visual. I'm a visual person, so I know I appreciate
Yeah,
people doing
same.
it. I'll show you what I mean. And right now, the sun isn't up yet still, so it might work out. This might work out perfectly. Let me see. Okay.
It's up here for me.
Oh, darn it. Oh, let me turn off the TV. I'm going to put this over there. Oops. This water is too bright. I have too good of a light. Let me find a different, a smaller one. I think. Sorry. All right, this should kind of give you an idea what I mean. How it creates like a circle. And let me get closer to the ground so it's a little bit more dramatic, if you will. You can see how that circle is. Oh, that has flash on. Turn off the flash. You might be able to see it there. Okay, do you see that?
Yes, I see it now.
Yeah. So
But
it you can tell it creates like there's a circle of light. Like it creates its own, and then if you were to move that, that's why like there's this really cool video that this guy took of the sun setting, and it looks like the lights retract. Like it's really fucking cool if you ever watch it. And that's because as the sun goes away, it's also obviously taking the light with it. And it's the same principle or logic that if you're to take like that lamp and walk across a gymnasium, like the darkness, it'll be dark on the floor, that, and then as you walk away, that darkness will trail behind, because light only goes so far on, which is going to hit the ground a certain way. But it's really interesting because it just makes sense. You could see it; it's reality. You could, do your own observations, set it up. All the other stuff that Globers have, and again, I was once a Glober. I once believed it. I once, was indoctrinated. But when you really, really use your brain and logic, and you start seeing like this is not what we experience in real life, and then you start realizing, well, wait, it's just the great light is just traveling away, and it takes the light with it. That's why we see it fading into the sunset. And it's all perspective. It's all optics, bro. It's really, really, really simple, to be honest.
Yes, I understand what effect you're describing now, but I don't think it follows, because when you see that circle around you, that horizon, you appear to be the center of that circle. And if that horizon is caused by the illumination of the sun, that would mean that the observer would always have to be in the center where the sun also is. So he would always have to have the sun in the zenith directly over his head. But in reality, that circle doesn't seem to be sun dependent. It seems to be observer dependent. Regardless of where the sun is, you seem to be able to see in pretty much equal distance in every single direction.
Yeah. So, but we're talking about a high altitude balloon that's has its field of view from its position, from the way light is going to hit the ground and come to your eyes. And when the sun's behind you and you're looking out into the great distance, you're going to have this. Now, it would be different if the sun is in the background of that weather balloon, and then you're seeing this curve that you believe exists. But we also know that camera lenses, your lens on your eye, all of it does make out a curve. Not as drastic though. Obviously those are the fisheye lens or the wide angle lens. But when you see those wide angle lens photos and videos, like, that's a whole nother story. It has nothing to do with curvature. It just has to do with the distortion, as the way the lens is shaped. But those things are old arguments. We've argued those things a long time ago, pointing out, this is not what we believe it to be anymore, because we understood it. We tackled that issue. We debated that issue. It's like a dead issue, because that's no longer a problem in explaining, like what exactly we're saying. It's just, if you have never heard it or you never had that discussion, then it's just a matter of getting that knowledge out there to people. That's all it is.
So now you're saying it isn't a matter of the sun directly illuminating the ground, but some kind of angle that light reflects from the ground and then arrives to the camera. So that hypothesis you have isn't analogous to that observation you made in practice, because in that observation, that circle is clearly seen to have the center at the place where the flashlight or the lamp is hitting.
No, I'm saying it could be from, if there's another. That's why I said, if this high altitude balloon showed the sun way at the horizon and there's a curve, then that's why I'm saying, then it could be the lens not necessarily the fact that it's seeing the circle of the light because the sun's behind you. It's all perspective here, but I think there's it might even be a combination of the two. But what I'm giving you though is that if that wasn't the case, if the sun wasn't behind the weather balloon or the high altitude balloon, sorry, not weather balloon, if the sun wasn't behind it, so like, have you ever taken a photo of somebody and they're like, hey, can you take it again? There's too much glare in this photo. That's because the sun was behind them. So then, like, that's what I mean, behind the camera of this high altitude balloon. If the sun's behind the camera, then you can see its circle of light, if you will, on the ground. Which earlier somebody posted the video in the chat, or the picture in the chat of that balloon. I took a photo of the Earth, and it's not because it's a curved Earth, but because it captured that circle of the light. And matter of fact, I believe McToon used that one in one of his. That's the day he was threatened by HAARP because he wasn't listening to HAARP. Let me see here. I'll tell you when it was posted. It was way earlier though. Here it is. 58 minutes past an hour ago, or at this point 2 hours ago, at 4:58 my time. I don't know what time it is there, but Omnivore posted this photo showing this curve in the background. Again, it could just be just a circle of light, just the sun. That's just the way it's lit up. Not sure, but that could be an example. I mean, I don't. I know people have to believe that it's a globe, but that's the thing though. There's other reasons why that it's not a 25,000 circumference ball, or a oblate spheroid. There's all those other reasons, along with this reason, is as to why it's not. You're not seeing curvature of an Earth, that it's not curved. Go ahead.
Yes, this is one of the things I can fully agree with. That if you're discussing a phenomenon that would impact so much aspects of the reality, if it was some kind of different, like for example, if the shape of the Earth was different than the one we believe in, then it's important to look at all of these fields and all of these factors that would make different predictions dependent on that shape, and then derive the conclusion from all of them. Because if you look at one specific aspect, then for example, the evidence for flat Earth may be better in that one aspect, or the evidence for the globe may be better. But if you analyze all of them and combine how much of these arguments are better explained by the globe and how much are better explained by the flat Earth, then you would have the better view of the entire thing. And I think that's how science is supposed to work. But I don't think, but I wouldn't agree that if you look at all of these factors, the best conclusion is the flat Earth. I think it would rather be a globe.
Well, a lot of the, I don't know, a lot of the problems, I think, me personally, a lot of the problems I see for some of the globers that come for years, we've been in these discussions for years now. It's almost like, why are we still talking to these guys? They're obviously just not going to get it. They're not going to, it is fine, because usually you'll have someone that comes in wholeheartedly asking questions, looking into it, and you either get it or you don't. The logic either kicks in or it doesn't. The light turns on or it doesn't. Like, you either break free from the indoctrinated brainwashing, ideology, or you don't. So what's what I find interesting is, like, if you hear the evidence, it supports itself. You don't even have to defend it at that point. Just let someone's brain logically, deduct it, within their own, understanding of things, if you will. But I do see that.
If I may, Apocryphon.
Sure, go ahead.
I think that I understand where you're coming from. Sometimes I feel the same way when they give someone evidence and they don't pick it up, right? But you think that it should be enough for them to pick it up. Now, I would say it's not fair to say to like a Glober, like, oh, I've given you all the evidence I have. Why won't you just accept it, right? Because it could just be the case that they're not finding the level of evidence satisfying. There's evidence for a globe, there's evidence for a flat earth. We both try to trade our evidences, and neither of us are satisfied with each other's evidence. So, it's not like a Glober thing. It's not like they're broken. It's just that you got to try harder, right? If you want to persuade them.
Well,
one sec. Everyone's different, and the brainwashing is obviously extreme. I just want to add that. Okay.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but when you have the globe, okay, think about. Let me put it this way. All right, let's say you're a set director, okay, and you want to create a scene that's going to go to literally like 3 and 5 year olds, toddlers, okay, and then for whatever reason they're like, hey, make sure you have a globe in that scene right there, just in the background, like that. In my personal view, is a form of brainwashing and indoctrinating, because you're literally showing a globe to a 3-year-old, if that's a target audience, from a 3 to 5
it's
year old,
implanted in the subconscious from the very
right?
beginning.
And that's what I mean by brainwashing, because they are literally, like you said, subplanting it into a toddler's mind, because that's the way it works. That's brainwashing 101. You start when they're babies. that's why you create them young-minded, right? You just start filling them with all this information, because that's when they know that's when they're sponges, and they're gonna get it deep in their subconscious. That's why a lot of kids have problems, because there's a lot of shit in their home environment that fucked them up when they were babies. But anyways, I'm just saying that there is a form of brainwashing going on, or let's say / indoctrinating, but that's just the way the world is. I mean, we can't argue that. That's just what it is. And it's when you get to an older point in life, and then you hear something, and then you realize, okay, well, then I've been lied to. It just makes it easier to start seeing all the other things that Globers will present as their proof or truth or reasoning or evidence. It's weird though. It's like you are using the same thing we're saying as a lie as your proof. So it's a hard discussion to even have, because at that point your quote unquote proof is no longer proof, because it's a falsehood. You're trying to prove something that's a falsehood, and you're using this evidence that doesn't actually even prove it. It's just justifying the falsehood. But I don't know, man. We've been going in circles for years now, so I guess it's just for the new people, those that are gonna make their way.
I guess my problem with these arenas, these different Flat Earth Discord servers, the politics server, I understand people come in and they're not here to learn, and they're just here to have an argument, and there's no point talking to those people. But sometimes people come in and they're trying to learn, but they get shut down immediately because the people who are really knowledgeable about Flat Earth and could help a lot of people understand are frustrated, and they don't give them the chance, and then it turns into a heated argument or whatever, and egos rise and nothing is accomplished.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I have a question. Yeah, I have a question. Do you think we should just let people ramble on and on and on and not cut them off when they're making mistakes?
No, I don't think that.
Yeah, I agree with both of you guys that just said that. I do agree that yes, that does happen, to where there is a form of frustration, and it is a form of like just maybe even just being tired of the old ass tired arguments that come into the arena. But I also do agree, with Dr. Mean. Oh no, his new one. Your air pressure contains water.
That's right, it sure does. If you remove the lid of air pressure off of like say you put a cup of water in, the top of that water is air pressure, so that's the lid to the water. And if you put that in a vacuum chamber and remove it, then the water's no more contained and it floats away like people want to float away on globe Earth if you don't have gravity. Remove the air pressure, you float away.
Yeah, that is true. But just as he said too, like there's also a point where like we can't just let anybody come in here and just start spewing and rapid firing all the same old arguments. But
definitely, and that happens a lot in the politics server. That's just kind of a thing that comes with the politics server in all of these rooms.
Right. But
sure.
at the same time, though, when those type of people come in, if the discussion was to be had, I think it would be beneficial for the people that are on the side listening, who are truly here to, because there's a lot of people who never talk. They never fucking talk. They don't even text. They're just here to listen, to learn. Maybe they're embarrassed. Maybe they're like, oh shit. But they are generally being called out of the lie, being called out of the falsehood. So I think to have a healthy argument, to let, the person you're debating, they may not ever grasp it or understand it or stop believing the lie. But this is why I said it many times. We're not always talking to the person we're talking to. It's the audience listening that's actually going to see the arguments. They're going to like, wait, okay, that guy fucking looks like an idiot right now. Maybe I look like an idiot right now. But I'm just saying, like, someone's going to come to a conclusion by their best understanding, and maybe logic's going to click. Maybe those lights are going to turn on. They're going to understand when I say, hey, there's like this ring of light. So when you're high altitude and you're looking down, you're only going to see what's lit up. Maybe someone's going to be like, oh shit, that makes sense. Okay, I get it now. Okay. And then that helps them on their journey as they're searching for the truth. Or maybe not. Maybe someone's like, dude, that guy's full of shit. And that's fine. That's okay too. Everyone's on their own path.
Yeah. I see that for sure. A big thing about it though is like that it's hard to, this is like one of the hardest things because of the amount of brainwashing there is to understand. And so you already have such like walls in your mind when you come to the subject. And say a person like that comes and there's a conversation / argument happening. I feel like most of the time, and I've seen it happen, that it shuts them down and it pushes them away.
You've got to think about brainwashing. Brainwashing is always one of those things akin to grooming, right? It's where you think about when a state wants to groom you as a kid, right? Not in that way, obviously. I'm talking about like groom you to be the kind of adult they want you to be, right? They'll set you in a class, they'll teach you the things they want you to know, and if you deviate from that, then you'll probably you'll probably have some unorthodox views as an adult, right? Now, that's usually in the realm of how they expect you to behave, not in the way of what they expect you to think, right? So, for instance, the kind of brainwashing you're talking about might happen in the citizenship class where they teach you, you must like the values of your country. And with like smaller cults, like, like, I don't know, Scientology or something, they do it in a different way where they try to isolate you from people you care about, right? They want you to not be friends with people
it's a tactic. Yeah.
So I think, and I understand why you think that all the Globers are brainwashed, because you think you have the truth, right? I would also think...
No, I was once brainwashed too, but go ahead. I understand.
Yeah, I'd also think that even if the Earth is flat, right, you've got to be careful that some of these flat Earth groups aren't basically trying to do the same thing and brainwash you to say exactly what they want you to say. If you're a flat earther and you don't want to do the whole we don't have a view of the world, I'm not going to make any claims, that kind of thing, you're actually just going along with someone else's idea of how to speak about flat earth. If you actually have a view to say, sky ice is real or something, which I know Apocryphon's a fan of, you shouldn't be ashamed of saying it, because that's you being honest with your actual views, right?
So then you can tell somebody, go ahead and prove it.
No, then he can be honest with his views and actually speak about what he believes is real, right?
Yeah,
not just what someone
we're not-
else says that you should say.
We're not
And
big
have
on
a-
belief. We're not big on belief earthers.
And have a group conversation about it, and then that helps you come to potentially a different conclusion.
Yeah. We all want to get to truth, and being honest with your views, even if it seems like the wackiest view in the world.
Well, here's some
is
really
worthwhile.
wacky view for you. Really, really wacky.
I have some weird
First
views.
thing you need to do is go look at water and then see if you can see a curve there. If you can't, then the Earth isn't curved, and then you can start working from there.
Well, this is what I'm saying is that, like, I noticed that the Globers, a lot of them probably were just told to think this way, and they probably proceed as they were told. But I don't not see that in flat earthers too. I see that as well, where I see that there are some of them obviously became flat earthers, but then they met the group of flat earthers that told them, okay, this is what you have to say, and they try to repeat the line, and you can see that they're trying to do it because they don't do it very well, right? Or they do it too well, right? They know exactly the number off the top of their head, and I don't think that's honest. I think that if you're a flat earther, you probably have more views than just saying, I don't know what the sun is, or I don't know what the sky is, or I don't know whatever that is.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So, how can I know what the sun is then? And I'll work on that for you.
Well, I mean, that you might think things about the sun. So you might think, well, if this is this and that's that, then the sun would be this, right?
I
That'll be-
did.
that'll be
I
fine.
used to think about that stuff continuously when I was younger, and then after flat Earth, there's no reason to even think about it. It's up in the sky, and I can't go there. So for me to worry about going up in the sky and touching it would be a waste of my time and energy.
I understand
But
the sentiment.
if the entire humanity in history had the same mindset, we wouldn't discover anything and we wouldn't have
I was
science.
about to say that, yeah.
Because the point of science isn't to discover something for some purpose. It's simply to discover more things for the sake of knowledge itself. Humanity
Yeah, we
has
didn't
that
discover
natural
any-
instinct.
We didn't discover
Okay.
anything in the air, so there's nothing to
Same
discover.
with the
We all
ocean.
see the same thing.
We
5%
discover
of the
plenty of
ocean,
things.
5% of the ocean hasn't been discovered, and every claim you make upon the sky is not a discoverment. It's just someone who basically inserted a story upon something that he has never been to or looked at in person. So actually, what you think is discovery so far is mostly just cool stories that you believe in.
Well, okay.
That's your
Two
Are
thi-
you
two
actually
things.
aware of the number of
If I may, just very quickly, stories. I mean, yes, you know what? I'll concede on one thing: the globe, cosmology is one big story, right? But when you say it's a story, I think you mean it to be like a mythology, right? It's not like that, right? Because yes, it's a narrative. Humans have always built narratives around things that they're seeking to understand. But narratives can come from things that we think are real or know that are real, right? So it's not based on no evidence. It's an evidence-based story, right? The second thing, just to Mr. Nice, just to Mr. Nice and Apocryphon, you have very different views on how to approach this. Mr. Nice, I know that you've told me before you don't really care for like convincing people. You have a different outlook on flat Earth than Apocryphon does. Apocryphon does care about people knowing the truth, and he should also care about if he knows the truth. So I think it's good for him to be completely verbatim and honest with his views and not try to, even if they seem strange or like bad for flat Earth, he should be able to say it, right?
So, real quick, the thing is this, right? When I say stories, talk about this, I'm saying that when it comes to the heliocentric model, and it's a house of cards, right? So there must be a foundational principle that would be, in this case, I would say the component of a spherical ball flying through an ever-expanding world of darkness, right? That would be the structure, the main foundation of every other principle upon sky observations and inserted stories upon those observations to be in existence, right? So for me, if I can't find the foundation in reality, which would be the ground measuring to be the radius of roughly 4,000 miles, but furthermore I see that there's inconsistencies with it by actually having long distance observations that would never ever in no way or form add up to the radius of roughly 4,000 miles, why would I suggest that this house of cards actually exists rather than being just an illusion? Because for me, if I would physically build it by using that foundation, it would never work. It would never happen. I could never stack my sky observations with inserted explanations and stories upon it if the foundation is not there. If I talk about satellites orbiting something, it first needs to have the thing orbiting it. Same with all the planets and stars and whatnot, which are, at the end, if the foundation is not there, it's a baseless assertion, and I can dismiss it. I have the right to dismiss it, actually, because in reality, the ground is observed to be something different. So why should I ever accept or even entertain the thoughts of these vain fantasies that unfortunately Globers adhere to? And this is not, I'm not trying to be insulting or anything. If you can have this belief, you can think what you see in the sky is that or that story that you have been told. I have no problem with that, but don't expect that other people need to. And
I don't expect you to.
People.
I don't expect you to,
Right.
but I would condition what you said with the way that people come to that conclusion about the globe or did was not like in this sort of, because people always think of it like, oh, they were affirming the consequent, but they weren't doing that. They were saying if the Earth was a ball, then this would be the radius.
Mm-hmm.
And they would then say, well, we think it is. We're not sure, right? And like we're not 100% certain. And so what they did, in the 20th century was to say, well, look, right, once and for all, let's find out and shoot something up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that then, if you believe that they did, then, it's been verified, it's been confirmed, right? If you don't, then obviously you have every right to be skeptical. And I think that, for me, right, I have no qualms with accepting that actually happened. So that's what it really comes down to. Like, it's not like I'm completely devoid of evidence or you are. It's just that we accept probably the just this one fact that they ever did send anything up there to confirm it, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, in order to send it up there, right, before you send it up there, you will make sure that the expectation of sending it up there, right, would be grounded in the very foundation of already establishing what the ground is from where you're shooting it up to, right?
Yeah, well,
I mean, you can't make something orbit if you don't know what the thing is that it needs to orbit, right?
Yeah, I mean, think about it, right? They didn't just decide, okay, we're going to send a person up there immediately. The first thing that happened was they tried with military missiles, the V2 rocket. They sent that up there to see if it could get into lower orbit and then down to London. So it was just payloads at that point, and it was successful. They always hit London, right? Then they tried dogs, right? They weren't trying people. They trialed and errored it to make sure. Some rockets didn't even make it up there, right? They just trialed and errored until one day they managed to get a dog in space. And then
I heard that story.
Then, it's a story. Yeah,
monkey,
it's a story.
Monkey flies spaceships.
Yeah, it's a story. Stories can be true. We all know this.
It's not true, though.
I mean, yeah. So that's what it comes down to, whether it was verified or not, right? That's
ultimately. Yeah, I gave you that water in a vacuum chamber, so that we debunk space now.
Well, if you say so. But the point is that, that is where we split apart, right?
But I think the point is where we mainly split apart is we have persons who want to have these great, marvelous stories that are going to explode your mind by the sheer size of it and all the numbers and mathematics asserted upon these stories. And then we have people who say, no, before I actually ever entertain these stories, I want to see, for example, how does gas pressure work in our everyday's life. What do we observe? What are the phenomena? What are the requirements? And then there's people who are realists because they just adhere to what they can observe and prove and redo as an experiment. And then there's people who say, yeah, actually, upon the size of the very object that you're on, it would be realistic to suggest that even though you observe a pool, a lake, or whatever laying out flat, when it comes to the ocean, if it's just too big at some point, you can just assert that water starts to bend around that ball, right? It's same with the vacuum. Or you can just insert that it's gravity making a gas pressure work without containment directly. The containment is a force that we also, upon that, created a story that we can't really prove. Like I could prove to you gas pressure within a Coca-Cola can, right? So we have two types of people. We have one type of people that adhere to the things within the realm of what they can observe, repeatedly measure and test. And then we have people who want to, upon that, go further into Narnia and say, no, you know what? Even though you might not can observe it or test it, you just need to believe that it's true. Why should I ever do that? This is a waste of time for me. Why should I entertain beliefs that at the end of the day can be just vain fantasies, Narnia? Why would I ever do this? Like, what do I gain from this?
I mean, I understand because if someone had told you like, okay, this is what we did and it sounded extraordinary, you probably would be a bit skeptical. But you're a young man, right? You've only ever known this kind of world that we live in, where people did it, and our parents and our grandparents definitely didn't. They weren't. That was all novel to them. So, I think that in a way it should be easier for you to believe, right? Because your parents had already and your grandparents had already watched that happen. They were born into that world, right? I think that we all accept that there are some things that we will not have access to. Some knowledge we just simply. I mean, there's so much knowledge in the world. How could we possibly have access to it all? How could we possibly set eyes upon it all? That we sometimes delegate that responsibility to others, to say, I'm trusting you that you will give me the information as was seen, as was heard, as was known, right? And I think that's fine. It's a fine way to operate in the world. That's how we all do it.
Okay, I even used this type of scrutiny, right? I said, okay, if there's been people who claim to be in the so-called realm of space, even though it already, like, I've even entertained this, right? Because I gave it the possibility, right? The possibility. So, okay, maybe there have been people that claim to be mostly Freemason that have claimed to be in so-called realm of space. Okay, so then let's listen to these people, these astronauts, and see if they're consistent with their observations of space. And what did I find out? What happened? The more I looked at interviews, the more I listened to these people, they contradict each other. The one says, "Oh yeah, we can see all the stars and make illusion, the clouds and whatnot." And then you have another astronaut from the ISS says, "It's total outer black darkness." And then you look at the moon landing, what they say about about space and stars and whatnot. And then I'm like, dude, what should I believe now? Like, the only people who went to space can't even get the story straight.
Yeah. I would caution it. I would caution it and say that that is a fair point, right? Because if you have people from different countries, different agencies going into space, and they're all saying something different, then ignore the differences. Say like, okay, I can't trust that. I can't trust if one says they saw the stars, one said they didn't. Let's say that they're all saying we saw the Earth as a sphere or curved. Then, I mean, at least on that point, it's been corroborated by unrelated individuals of several different countries.
But what about
right?
What about the Russian
astronaut? One second, I can give you an astronaut from the ISS who says the horizon looked flat, right? And then he corrects himself. Same as with two astronauts who actually say I think one is a Polish astronaut who says no one has ever been to space.
I was just gonna say that.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, that's the point I was going to make because you're saying they can't decide, but then he's like, well, at least agree that they've been to space, and then, well, what about the other astronauts that are saying we're not? That's not what's going on. He's like a
Well,
whistleblower. Like that's
they-
not even true.
I don't think there's any astronaut who said I didn't go into space if that's where people were putting their destination on there. If they were talking about lower Earth orbit or something, I don't know, but or like
Do
the
you
upper
think, or
atmosphere.
have you ever listened to him? That's the question. No
Well,
offense
if they're in the
everyone, do you
ISS,
think
they're in
or-
the upper atmosphere. They're technically in some strange way not in space, right?
They're low. No, they're in Leo, or how do you say it? They're in Leo, lower Earth orbit.
Yeah, well, there's obviously ambiguity, but what space begins, so I think you can forgive that one. As for the horizon being flat and correcting himself, I think that's just like the case that the ISS just isn't high enough. But if someone, or not just people who've been there, but also people who've sent drones into space, so like the thousands upon thousands people
It's more stories
of equipment
Dude,
pumped into
dude,
well,
dude,
it's
we're
a story
letting
because
dude,
you
we're
have
letting
someone
you
sitting
tell-
at a
dude,
computer,
We're
right?
letting you tell stories, but thousands of people don't send drones into space.
You have people sitting at a computer.
Yeah.
They're building these robots, or not robots, but virtually robots. They have some sort of like ability to self-correct themselves, and they're looking back and they're sending the data back, saying, "Okay, look, this is what we see. This is the camera showing." And you have someone sitting at a desk in an office in a space station saying, "Aha, okay, that's what I've seen. Right? That's what we saw when we sent that up there. Right?"
Oh, you mean? Hey, did you
I
know? Did you
understand
know
this
that? Yeah,
part.
did you know during the the lunar moon missions that all the guys in the control room sat in that same exact control room and they trained on those same screens with all recorded information up until that launch, and they were and the director of NASA said you can't tell if it's real or not. That's how good the information is.
Interesting. Yeah, that's another thing too. Like even
Well,
the
that doesn't
people.
contradict anything, though, does it?
No, but even the people that are like, for instance, this goes back even to the moon landing. Like if they were trained, because there's footage and photos from the astronauts with their helmets off and they're sitting around. Like those are real photos, but that's because they were like kind of like training and this is what we're gonna do. We're practicing for when we get there. Because remember, they only had one shot, and apparently, amazingly, they did it in one shot. But here's the thing, though. So they have all these photos of them on the set. Now imagine if you're doing all this stuff, and you're like, they're like, here, we're gonna put you on a harness, and you're gonna go around, and I want you to pick up this shovel, okay, or pick up this axe, or whatever how they're gonna use. And they recorded him doing that, okay. But who's to say that all they did was that they take that footage, they manipulated it, and then broadcast that to the people, saying, "Look it." And then to the astronauts, who's to say that they just say, "Hey, you better not say ever that this was from when you were in the studio." And
I mean, look, I understand that. I mean, any image or video can be manipulated. Your mum could manipulate pictures of you as a kid. Maybe she's not your mum. Maybe all the pictures in your house of you and mum as a kid were photoshopped, right? That's possible. But why would you say? Why would you accept those, but not something like, I don't know, pictures from people on the moon, right? It's because you have reasonable trust in your mum that she is your mum and that she isn't doctoring your photographs, because that would be strange, right?
Right. And I don't
But
trust
it has happened to people before. It does happen to some people. Some people do find themselves in a situation where their whole life is a lie. Their parents weren't the parents, and
My
the
nephew.
whole. Oh, okay.
My nephew was lied to all the way up until he's 19. They finally told him that his dad was
Yeah.
not his dad. Oh yeah, and I
But
get that.
you just trust that. You just trust the idea that that is your mum, right? So yes,
Right.
I understand what you're saying. It could be manipulated. I think you'd have to then think probabilistically, what are the odds? And I think that the odds are that the more people who know a secret, basically, the more chance someone's going to find out about it. And when I say find out, I mean conclusively, right? And no such thing has happened over the century-long exploration into that sort of terrain, right?
No. Hold on. This is what I feel like you're not understanding. If they do testing in a water tank, okay, and then they're like, wow, this feels so real. Like you can't even tell the difference from when I'm testing or when I'm actually doing it's the claims. But the
I
point would
don't want to
be,
interrupt, but
go ahead.
I have a lot of objections. So if you end, then I would be very glad to speak for a
Oh,
moment.
go ahead, just interject. I don't care. Go ahead.
No, but
Where did he go?
I don't know. I don't know
So
what
let's
happened.
wait for him.
Maybe he dropped out. Maybe he'll come back in. And he could go, that's fine. If he wants to interject. I'd rather have interjections because then we could talk about it. Just
Oh, can you not ban him, please? He just wanted to add something. Please bring him back.
Oh, was he
Why
kicked?
do you think he's banned?
Because he messaged me saying I'm banned.
Who?
Mr. Embo. EMBO.
Oh, EMBO? Oh, that guy, he's an
Oh,
old
I don't know.
character.
That's not me. So you'll have to take it up with Ahmad, another one.
Embo's an old character, man. That guy.
Wanted to. I know. I just wanted to see if what he was going to add. I thought would be interesting.
You do try to get anybody that's a Glober unbanned, or
Well, no flat earthers get banned. So how could I?
Somehow stick up for them so they can fight some kind of idea for you.
Well, no, I just want to see what he was going to say. I mean, it was a fun.
Right.
We're being
Right.
civil, right?
You're looking for any kind of ammo possible to help you get out of the flat Earth situation you're in.
No, I'm enjoying the conversation with Apocryphon. It's very civil. We're having a good time, right? It's not like this debate bro sort of thing going on right now.
I'm positive that whatever Embo had to say was going to be nonsense to begin with. That's all he ever says, bro. But it would have been interesting to find out what he said.
Embo will start with, well, because the Earth is turning, we can see stars.
Right.
So there's your new. That's why you have longitude and latitude. Anything to say anything. Just words strung together.
Yeah. And it's weird because we're here to tell people we've been lied to. Okay? I know that there is this, that, and the other. That's what convinced me when I was in the thick of it, indoctrination of it all. But I'm here to tell you, as well as others, we've been lied to. And they're like, well, yeah, but we build rockets and we have people that work and they're looking at a monitor and they know that the spaceship landed at, this particular elevation and angle. And like, yeah, they're just looking at a computer screen. But if you're going to dismiss everything else that we've been talking about for the past years now, then I don't know. I don't think that conversation is to be had with that particular individual who's just still not going to bend any which way other than in the indoctrination of it all. There's too much evidence. There's too much evidence. Okay,
I get that. I think that if you feel like you're repeating yourself to the same people over and over again, you're going to be questioning whether they're insane or you're insane, right? That would be natural. I would say that it's just probably the case that what has been presented, and I would probably confirm this, has not been persuasive, right? Me, to some others, right? You're obviously not persuaded by my arguments, even though I seem to find myself repeating them almost every day, right? So what do we do? Right? We'd have to try and find a more novel argument to give to someone who has heard all your arguments and still isn't persuaded by them.
We did. Yesterday I gave you a ball on a table and everybody said you can't get that angle. And as soon as I flipped it over and it became celestial navigation, everybody tried to get that angle. Isn't that fucking crazy?
It's crazy. Thought Manufactum resolved that though with you.
He did. He said it's 0. So 0 is your angle to the star now.
I thought he said that's not how celestial navigation works. That's not what happens.
Well, that's not up to him.
Or maybe not. I don't know.
There's
he's here. I don't know if he can unmute, but
I think there's a lot of arguments that are addressed that kind of like, what they say, that's a nail in the coffin. Like that's it. It's a wrap. But we always tend to have to bring them up again because Globers constantly resurrect what has been already dead and killed and buried. So then we gotta rebury things. So I think that's why we find ourselves in here every day arguing the same arguments, because Globers try to resurrect them, even though that's been done away with. It's an old argument. It's a mute argument, because you're just bringing the dead, back to life.
I respect that, and I also think, and I know you're going to find it hard to believe, but it's like I feel the same way, right? I feel that I make good points. Sometimes I feel like people start to like be more fair and lenient towards my point, and then the next day they say the complete thing that we were debating about the day before. So in a way, I also feel like people are resurrecting dead arguments and resetting and not understanding and being silly and stupid, right? I agree, right?
Yeah.
Why are we both having the same experience, do you think?
I don't know. You are. See, here's the difference. I once believed how you believe. I once believed in the globe Earth. I once believed that we were sending, spacecraft to Mars and to land on it, to place a rover. I once believed that, but then a light turned on, and then it all made sense logically. Why you and and alike still hold on to the things that I also once believed in, that now no longer make sense. So I'm not an idiot. It's not like I just got stupid one day and then like, oh fuck, I'm an idiot now. Now I could believe, that the Earth isn't a globe because I'm dumb. That's the opposite. It's when you get smarter, in the sense of more wise, and now you see the lie, you hear the lie, you identify the lie, and then that light turns on, and then logic kicks in, and then you're realizing, oh wait, that doesn't make sense. But you cannot come to that conclusion until you take off the Glober glasses. If you have Glober glasses on still, you're never going to see it. You're not going to grasp the logic that's being represented. That's probably the reason why. Because you still got your glasses on. You got to take them off, bro. I took them off. There's freedom in it, bro. It's freedom of it. How you?
I don't have to worry about rocks falling onto my house from outer space now.
Exactly.
That's one less worry now.
Or fake alien attacks. So if there's an alien attack, it's probably faked.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about UFO invasions, that's for sure. We don't have to worry about nuclear bombs dropping on our house.
Because nukes are fake. I also don't need to worry about. Oh yeah, I also don't need to worry about uranium. If I have several videos of a guy eating it, and someone who has much more knowledge about uranium we could ever have collectively, because he was one of the first to build power plants in the US, while he was eating uranium when they tried to make it scary and.
They tried to stop him from doing that.
Yep. So yeah, I have no fear of any power plant exploding. While everybody was running away, I would just stay in my house and I really don't care. Because I know it's not gonna kill me. But by the way, these types of things are the best way of getting people away from a certain region. If you want to move them all, you're just gonna pretend as if, there's some scary invisible force you need to run away from. Good thing they could build Hiroshima on Hiroshima again.
So now that I've eliminated all things in the sky, either burning out and then it becomes total darkness, or falling on my house, or people coming to grab me from spaceships. Now that I've eliminated all that, there's a lot more room for other things that I can deal with.
What?
Not worrying about the news and TV and dumb shit.
Exactly.
Then turn off the TV.
That's what you will.
I did 10 years ago.
Yeah?
Do you like asteroids?
Asteroid. Are you an asteroid bouncer?
Do you like asteroids?
No.
Are you afraid they're going to hit your house?
No.
Oh, that's good then.
I mean, what is good and bad? You know, why is
Oh
something
god.
good?
Oh god, here we go. He's a brain in the jar. Good luck, everybody, with this one. I can tell by that question right there.
Hey, what do you mean? Stop assuming.
You know what a man or a woman is?
What a man, yeah.
Okay. That's good. At least that's good.
Why?
I don't know. I think some people already don't know that anymore.
I mean, I can see it. I can see when someone is a woman.
They don't.
I can see when
they-
someone is a man.
That's good. Yeah, some people claim that their mom and dad haven't made them or something, I guess.
No, I just, I'm made out of dirt, you know? Just one time I just crawled out of the dirt. Here I am.
You know what's pretty sick though? Nowadays, you can't truly say that. I can see if you're a man or a woman. Cause nowadays, we have people mutilating themselves to where they can physically look like a woman, but they're not a woman. And that's sick.
That's
I
part of
think I
that's part of the globe mythology, what you're supposed to be doing now. If you pay attention to television, they want you to do that. MTV puts on a show that you got to be the best at that now.
Yeah, it's pretty disheartening to be honest.
What is this push to talk shit?
Push to talk means I don't have to hear you burping or farting down your mic. So please keep it on.
But
I burped, man. I was that. Not him.
I respect that. I feel like Clay has little cute burpees, whereas Balaclava has big, aggressive, violent ones, you know?
If you think so. Most of the time, mute my mic.
Yes. Very violent man. What do you think of the people that believe the Earth is a cube?
A cube?
What, floating in
Is it
space?
like
Is it
something-
floating in space?
I don't know. Is the Earth a cube?
Is it
A
floating
cube-
in space because you said it's got 3 dimensions?
When you're saying cube, you're talking about like pool, right? Or snooker or something.
I thought he said cube. as in a-
Cuba. Cuba.
Oh, right. I was going to say. All right, I see. Sorry.
Now answer my
floating?
question since he
Is it-
stopped derailing us.
But is it floating in space? What do you think?
No, space is fake. So go ahead with your cube question now.
No, I'm just asking. What do you think of those people?
Oh, I think they're wonderful. I like to tear the Band-Aid off right away, tell you space is fake, you're never going there, because that way we don't have to take an hour to get to it. Then you guys can spiral out and try to figure out what I
want
just
to go
said.
to space. I don't want to go there. Are you forcing me there?
This is an example of a glober starting to spiral.
Glober? What is a glober?
You believe the Earth is an oblate spheroid?
No, I believe the Earth is flat.
Okay. So then you wouldn't be a glober then.
No.
A glober is someone that believes that the Earth is a sphere.
Why would they believe that? It's fucking dumb.
They also believe space is real.
You know, one of the most funniest things I've heard is when they say, we bounced a signal off the sun and it came back to us.
Yeah, somehow they serial numbered the photon.
Man, I tell you.
Would you guys eat uranium?
Yeah,
I would. I would also
I
swim in
would.
a
Nothing
reactor
would
pool.
happen, you know? Nothing would happen.
No. I would 100% do it. Like, I'm not even joking.
I would snort it. I would powderize it and snort it.
Now you're going too far.
So he made that account to come in here today. He's just an initiate.
He probably hasn't looked into the background of the person who did that kind of stuff, so no.
He's just trying to be a FE LARP.
But we should rejoice, man. We don't live in a fear-based fantasy world. We live in a firm, unmovable, protected structure where within there's nothing to be scared of, except for, lying government agencies. Even though,
Yeah, just other people. Just other people.
Yeah. But don't even be scared of them because they're actually not that
Well,
safe.
I'm not scared of them. It's just that's what you're supposed to be.
Yeah, cautious. Like a deer. I would rather eat uranium than drink Coca-Cola Zero for 1 month.
If you hated going somewhere, would you keep going there over and over again?
If I was insane,
I'm just wondering. People hate this room, and it's the biggest room on the server, and it's not going away.
You mean, I mean that the most I rejoice is the people who come in here for 2 seconds and scream you stupid effing flat earthers and whatever,
Okay, I wasn't talking about the
right.
2-second people. I'm talking about the people that come in here that hate this room and complain about it and type and tell us, and they come in here and they sit in here.
How
Yeah,
about
but
the last?
I'm saying the people who join for 3 seconds to insult us are the ones who got butthurt the most, That shows you that, they have lost so many debates. The only response
No,
they can do
it
now
shows
is,
that they just went on TikTok 5 minutes ago is what it actually shows.
or maybe that.
Remember the last town hall meeting for this server? Remember that one guy that was like, "I think we should take out the 24/7 flat Earth room." Like, there's like a couple guys that they do not like this room being
They
here. Man.
said we're doing misinformation in here.
Oh yeah. That flat Earth is no, that is dangerous. They said flat Earth is dangerous information going out.
Really? There
Yeah.
are people who want to get this room deleted?
Yeah. They were telling what's his name to delete it, and then he just straight up told him like, "No, I'm not going to do that."
Yeah, too
No,
bad
I'm not
that
going to get rid of the highest traffic making room that we have on the server, so our traffic goes down by 50%. No, we're not going to get rid of it.
Did you guys actually ever talk to the guys who run the server about this
Yeah.
topic?
Yeah.
And
He
what-
said
how-
he said he's even been in here before. So, I mean, I don't know.
And what is his opinion? Is he a...
He said he doesn't have opinion either way.
Okay.
But he's not gonna take down us one of the servers just because someone says, hey, we don't like them.
Right.
So because of that, they've tried to come in here to get us to do TOS violations, anything we possibly can. Try to say that we're banning them for no reason. You know what they do now? They fucking completely ignore any kind of ruling that we give from this room, and they go to the top and complain about it. The top says, "Oh, I don't know what to do with you on that one. You're going to have to go back to the room and have them undo your shit."
Yeah, Doobie was really cool about it. Like Doobie put those. There's a couple people that kept bringing it up, but Doobie put them in place. It's like, no, I'm not going to do that. So stop.
That's cool. Drink radioactive water from the refrigerator.
You're not gonna like that, Clay, because there's a lot of text there. But
Oh, that's no problem. I can just
No need to read it out loud.
just read it in your head.
I can just copy and paste it, and I open ChatGPT. I paste it in there. I say make it short and precise.
Okay, yeah, do that, but you don't got to give us the steps to it.
That's hilarious.
I feel like Mr. Nice isn't feeling very nice today.
Now I'm gonna read it.
You don't hear me yelling at anybody, do you?
You have a bit of an attitude on you, don't you, young man? You're woken up on the wrong side of the bed.
No, I woke up on the same side. I don't sleep on the other side. My wife will kill me.
Okay, I completely disagree with this text. Or at least I would say they don't apply their own rules. If they would do, they would be all flat earthers. Or true earthers, or however you want to call it.
Yeah.
Yep, the scrutiny is unfortunately not there yet when it comes to.
It's gonna be really. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm finished.
I was gonna say it's gonna be really, really cool to when, like, as the equipment gets better, our instruments get better, we're able to capture things that we weren't able to capture, let's say 20 years ago. And then, 20 years ago, we were able to capture things that we weren't able to capture 100 years ago from that point. But what I'm saying is, like, as technology is progressing, and it's literally making these globers have to bob and weave and like come up with this and that, and they're like grasping for straws now because they're trying to make it make sense. But now that they have like, oh, refraction, so like, okay, but they will not give you a maximum to that because they'll say, well, it's going to be their maximum is, well, as far as we can see it. So, but that's what I'm saying. When the better technology comes out, let's say like in 5 years, there's a camera that can zoom, to where you can see something 150 miles away in the water for whatever reason, however reason, it's just a better camera. Like, it's going to be really cool to be like, see, told you, it's not a globe. It can't be a globe. Not when you're seeing that far. I mean, we can already say that because you can't see 30 miles away, but we do. But I'm just saying it's going to be like really, really difficult for a globe to still exist in that period because that's going to be some hardcore, strong delusions right there. Just saying.
I agree.
Like the fact that they can't be that way already with us saying, hey, look, it's 30 miles away. They're like, oh, no, but you can still see 30 miles away. Like, get the fuck out of here. But they're stuck. Clearly, they're just stuck. They cannot accept that. That's not a reality to them.
Of course, man. I'm just wondering why you want to be stuck. Is it more comfortable or? I think some people just don't really want to know truth. I think that's just the thing.
I got a phone call. I'll be back.
The what Amber wrote to Apocryphon in that paragraph, I think, is poignant, which is say like it's all well and good saying the Globe is the one that indoctrinated, but how do you know you're not? You don't. You couldn't possibly. I could be indoctrinated. A lot of what I think probably isn't really well thought through, but just told to me. But at the same time, there is every chance that applies to Apocryphon, right? Where he was told things about the reality that he just has taken to be true because he had a predisposition towards an idea, and that's just that. The difference is the Globe model isn't a model which is indoctrinatable because it's not a fixed idea, right? A fixed idea is usually indoctrinatable because that's the truth. That's just what you'll die. You'll die and nothing will change. All right, it'll still be the truth when you die. That's why, Mormonism does so well. But the Globe doesn't. The Globe cosmology doesn't stay the same. Whatever kids are learning now is probably not what I understood to be true when I was a kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like if I was going to liken it to something, like it's like engineering with planes, right? You might think you know all about planes when you're 70 years old, but the people who go to engineering school about planes or pilot school or whatever you would do to learn about the mechanics of an airplane, like aerospace sort of stuff, they're going to have a completely different understanding of what it is that makes a good airplane, right?
Wait, can you repeat that last thing?
Oh, they're going to have basically just that as time goes on with these non-fixed things where innovation happens. So in engineering with airplanes or best practice in being a pilot or stuff like that, that'll change throughout your life to the point that older pilots don't have much of a sense of what the newer pilots were taught, right? They probably have their own sort of style and they just continue on with that until they retire. But the more innovative ideas are always passed on to the younger generation and they'll carry it through. So those sorts of ideas, including the Globe, are not indoctrinatable because they are, in essence, ideas that are always forever changing.
Okay, if I say the Earth is not a ball, why can I not change that perspective?
You can do whatever you please.
Yeah,
As long as you have reason for it, that's all.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of reason, but it seems like as if this reasoning is being attacked as being, ridiculous or something. And the same scrutiny they don't use for their own reasoning. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, like, people expect me to be on board with stuff like dark matter. Like, how could I be? Right? I don't know what it is. No one does know what it is. It's just posited there to explain some weird, weird phenomena with physics. People don't even know if it's made out of matter. It might not be made out of matter, right? So
yeah, I'm also. I have no clue about ether. I have no clue about dark matter. I'm not an ether, dark matter guy or whatnot. And I'm very much annoyed by the whole ether or not ether debate going on within the True Earth community.
I don't know anything about that.
Don't like this guy, and the other people don't like this guy, and it's so annoying, man.
There is a lot of factionalism in Flat Earth, I've noticed. There's the Oakleyite, the Qeites, the Bevites, the Witzitites. I think there's a lot of disunity,
Yeah, but it's all because people tend to, instead of just being individuals, they tend to like follow a certain type of people with their
Yeah.
opinion. It's just weird. I don't know why people do.
You're always going to have leaders and you're always going to have followers. I don't follow anybody, so I'm not one of those.
Yeah, that's true. Very well put.
I follow what most of the world despise the most. That's what I mostly follow.
I made a joke the other day that said that if globe Earth was the uncommon view, then most flat earthers would be globe earthers. I don't know what you guys think about that.
I was
But
talking no. I was talking about Jesus Christ. Not what you applied there. I'm not following FE because it's being despised so many times.
you're right. There are people who it's a bad thing when people start to follow internet personalities, because they really are just saying half the shit they say because they get money out of it. A lot of their livelihoods are built on it, so of course they'll say that sort of stuff. If you want to really think, stop
that's
watching
okay.
these YouTube videos. That goes for
I'll be
both
honest,
sides,
man. I'll be honest, man. I have no problem with people making money off their content and whatnot. I think that's actually that's actually good. Like that's actually, if they put work into it, why not? But I don't like if people who have this influence try to create
Say what a
separation,
true
you
flat
know?
earther should be. Like they define what the true flat earther should think.
and like separate groups from from
Yeah.
one another because of that, you know. Like earning money with it, no problem, but trying to like imply, oh, this guy might be a chill and blah blah blah. While you also say, that telling other people online are chills is not good is kind of hypocritical. I've listened to people who tell me that because they are being called chills, we shouldn't call anybody chill that makes money with this content on YouTube. While they then say that to the other people that this might be a chill. Like this makes no sense to me.
Well, it's more about charlatanry, right? Because, and this goes for any view. So it could be a Marxist channel, could be a bloody, I don't know, it could be a flat Earth channel, whatever it is. If they're selling an idea, and that's what they're making money from, that at any stage that they actually change their mind, they cannot change their mind. All right, like in public, they have, because that's where their money is now. Right, all their money is in that audience. So at some stage, you just don't even know if they actually believe what's coming out of their mouth, no matter who it is. If they're making money from it, if they're making money.
It's funny when I ask Globers how much TV they watch, and they always tell me no, that they don't watch TV.
I don't watch.
But
TV.
but yet, all these people are making money off content because Globers are watching TV.
Well, when you say Glober, I mean most people watch TV, but most young people don't, right?
When you hold your phone in your hand, that's a television.
Okay, well, I guess you are old, aren't you? It's a computer, not a television.
Nope, it gives you the same exact stuff.
But you use a phone too, bro, right?
What do I use a phone?
Yeah.
I use it for logging in at work when it needs my two-factor authentication and for texting my wife.
Yeah. So texting and authentication.
I think, I mean, I don't know about you, but I only use my phone for messaging, right? On I don't know, Snapchat, texting, and then maybe logging into Discord. And that will and setting an alarm so I can get up in the morning. There you go. I don't watch TV on my phone.
How do you know what's going on in the world if you never use your phone for watching anything?
I don't. Well, I mean, I might have alerts. So, for instance, I have like 6 newspapers, online news articles.
So just television, basically, just whatever they need to put out for their day. Yeah, whatever the story comes down the line, all the news agencies put that same one out.
Well, not necessarily. I wish that was the case, but obviously not, because there are some media there's blind spots in media, right? where some medias won't even mention anything. So that's why I have several of them to make sure I get a more holistic view. And it's all politically based. It's not even to do with space. Right?
You ever get space news?
No, I don't do that.
Yeah, I doubt that's true because
I
don't.
only subscribe to political
I can't
news.
not subscribe to stuff on my one page for work. So I turn everything off, and I still get space feeds for some reason.
I don't. I get to choose what things I want to hear about. So I'll pick the political stuff, the international relations stuff, and I'll watch that. That's what's my personal interest, right? Maybe people do follow space news, but
Do you have any reason why there would be so much popularity about space news?
I'm not sure there is.
That it's every 15 minutes a story comes out.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know a single person in my real life that actually has ever mentioned that they follow space news.
Is there a reason why it's so popular then, since nobody follows it?
I don't think it is popular. I think the sciencey part of news is actually, it's like there's two parts of news that I think are unpopular, but it's the business stuff because that will be on in the morning if you were going to watch TV on it, very early in the morning, not prime time TV, right? And the sciencey stuff, they aren't that popular. Like for people to just click on their phone to watch, I don't think that's popular. Unless you were in the industry or something. I don't know.
Can't figure out why you would get ads for that stuff then, since nobody really is into it.
Well, that's probably your algorithm because you probably search a lot of spacey stuff. So your
I
algorithm.
never search for space.
You're into flat Earth, so I feel like that's part of.
I don't do any searching for things.
You don't have to search for it. It listens to what you're
guys?
saying. You don't have to search for it. They can hear you.
How do I?
Speaking.
Yeah, I already know that it's flat. What am I searching for?
Yeah, like the other guy said, maybe it could be an audio response. I mean, my phone does that sometimes, but besides that, no, I don't know what it could be. It's definitely not a popular thing, unless you're in the industry.
Well, they show SpaceX almost every day on CNBC and talk about space stories somewhere.
To be fair,
Every
I'm
day.
speaking from my country's perspective. I don't know if you have SpaceX on TV all the time. That might be true. I don't know. But when I was in America a few months ago, it was mostly Burger King ads on TV, so I don't think I could. I've heard about Ground News, Mr. Dream. I haven't used it, but I've heard about it.
Yeah, I've only heard a lot of ads about it, but it seems interesting. I've never used it.
I don't check the news that often. I do have the apps for like several news companies, but I don't actually open it that often unless I get an alert which I find interesting.
Same.
Only alerts I have are snow. When is it going to snow? And they alert me. That's it. Only alerts
I only get
on my phone.
I only get
Amber
alerted
Alert-
when there's a murder.
Even missing children alerts, that's turned off. That's disabled on my phone. I don't care.
That's the kind of stuff I get, like missing children, someone got murdered, that kind of stuff. I'll just like find, curious, what's the tea? I'll like open up and say, drama. This happened in the UK apparently. But I don't really have many alerts on my phone for news.
Alexa used to give me all kinds of alerts. I've retrained it. It sits there quiet until asked to talk.
Someone said they said I am a model NPC Globe Zealot. Very interesting.
Well, are you?
Would you consider me the model zealot?
I don't even know what a zealot is.
It's a term usually given to someone who has a strong further in a belief, right?
Hmm.
Like Crusaders were zealots, you know.
So India went to the sun.
India went to the sun.
According to that news briefing right there. I mean, why not? Why can't you go to the sun?
I guess that title of that is maybe a bit misleading.
I guess so. When the guys are standing around at the coffee machine, and one guy says, "Oh yeah, India went to the sun," and they just, and the next guy says, "Hey, did you hear about India went to the sun?" And it just goes on and on like that.
Yeah, maybe.
I notice a lot of all these space ads, just like that one, all got super popular after we went into shutdown, and Flat Earth just, they couldn't keep it off the grid anymore, and it was just there because that's it. Even though they tried to hide it by scrubbing the internet, we kept all that stuff and we brought it all back. So there's some things that are missing, but I'm sure there's people out there with it that we'll see.
Did you just say they scrubbed the internet?
Yes.
When did this happen, man?
When you can no longer search for videos on YouTube and on Google.
Oh, so like just random censorship at times?
No, specifically Flat Earth censorship. That's what it wasn't random. It wasn't random. It was in Congress that YouTube or Google said they're doing that.
It was when you said they wiped the internet. I thought you meant as in like somebody tried at one point try to delete everything. Like, oh, but yeah, I get you now, man.
Marcy Boy.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've got an interesting fact for you, Marcy Boy.
It removed all the military documents that said the Earth is flat and stationary. All the CIA documents that we could find, those have all been removed. The NASA ones have now been removed. We have all those, though, luckily.
Where do you have them?
Now, that would be stupid for me to tell you, huh?
No, I'm just meaning like, is it online? Like, did you save it online, or is it like on a server that's not connected to the internet? No? Hello?
Marcy Boy.
Yeah, man, that's good.
I've got a fun fact for you.
Go for it.
Did you know in England,
right,
it's legal to shoot a Scotsman if it's not Sunday, and you don't live in York with a bow and arrow?
As long as he's south of York and not on a Sunday, and he's a Scotsman with a longsword, yes, you can legally shoot him. But
Yeah.
you also have murder, which makes that like null and void. You cannot commit murder, my friend.
I just thought it was an interesting thing. You know?
No, it's also it's illegal to handle salmon suspiciously on a Sunday
Yeah.
in Scotland.
It's illegal
Whatever
here
the
as well.
fuck that means, you know what I mean? Just broken the fish a bit suspiciously. It's odd, man. The guy who said you had it, you still have it, even though they removed it from the internet. If it's on the internet, then they have not removed it from the internet. If you have it on the internet,
You don't know where we keep our stuff and how we put it back up.
well, that's what I'm saying. If you still have it and it's still being released to the internet, it has been taken down from a site. It's not been removed from the internet. It's not like it's gone.
Yeah.
Most things on the internet cannot be removed. You'll find it somewhere.
That's some story somebody told you.
What's that?
That's a story somebody told you.
No, like for example, in Scotland, any information under the Data Protection Act has to be stored for a minimum of 6 years. So anything added to like anything that's made in the UK, we legally have to store that for like 6 years. So it's at least there for 6 years.
Oh, then what happens to it?
Then after that, fuck knows, man. It could get compiled into a big database. It could just get deleted.
There you go.
Yeah, yeah. But to be honest, random information that isn't like very useful would be like it's useful to delete that shit after a while.
How come flat earthers are considered giving out misinformation according to Google?
Because Google would follow the mainstream narrative.
So Google is the arbitrator of truth.
Any website, go to Wikipedia, man. They're their own arbiter of truth. If you have a website, you choose what goes up and what goes down on it.
So on Wikipedia, that's the truth on Wikipedia.
No, who said that's the truth? I'm saying that's Wikipedia's truth. You know what I mean? From their opinion. And then go to a different website and someone says something completely different.
So is water flat in a swimming pool when it's at rest?
No.
Okay. So you've obviously have learned some kind of weird information that's you think not true. So I just told you bad information that water is flat. That's misinformation. Did you know that?
Yeah, because I used to be a lifeguard. I know for a fact that water
In a
does not.
swimming pool, when there's no waves and it's sitting at rest, is the water flat?
No.
Okay.
You can do it in a pint tumbler to see that it's not flat. Like if I filled like this is an ashtray, obviously, right? It's full of, and if I filled it up with glass, like all the way with water, you would see like the water line at the top, but then you get like slightly below another water
You're
line.
going to talk. That's your earth curve. That's how water curves around the ball because it sticks to the side of objects. Water's sticky. Did you know that?
What? No, as in like so. Say I'll change the angle, right? So obviously the water would pour out, but say that's still flat, yeah. So the water here at this edge would be higher than at the center point. It would dip down. It curves slightly into the center.
Okay, so yeah, you don't know what you're talking about then. Are ponds flat?
Or what's flat?
Ponds.
Ponds flat? No, they would be slightly shallower in the middle. Like I said, it dips down.
Wow. You're a concave concave earther.
We're talking about water.
Nope, I'm walking you down the road of your lies that you've been taught your whole life.
Okay. Are you trying to tell me it sits perfectly flat?
What do you mean by perfectly flat?
Well, I'm saying that it dips in towards the center, and for some reason that makes me crazy. Right now, we sit and we drop a single droplet of water onto a flat surface. It doesn't have the area to spread out, and if it stays in a block,
How does water stick to a ball?
and it will be curved at the top as a droplet that
How
way.
does water stick to a ball?
How does water stick to a ball?
Yes.
I don't know. You tell me. How does water stick to a ball?
That's your idea, not mine.
How's that matter?
You're the globe earther.
Who said I was a globe earther?
Me.
Okay.
What did you say?
He said I suppose I'm a globe earther.
No, but
because
he said are pawns flat?
pawns
Oh, yeah.
flat. No, I thought they dipped in towards the center.
What dips in towards the center?
The water line.
You mean like a meniscus?
The meniscus? No, as in the water surface. As in the top layer of it. Like, I'm a plumber to trade, my friend. Like, water's what I deal with.
You're a plumber and you don't know that water's flat and level? That you need a slope pipe to get it to drain?
A slope pipe?
You need to slope. Yeah, you need to add an angle to pipes to get them to drain. You can't make perfectly 90-degree and horizontal pipes, or your fucking pipes will just sit there. They'll clog up.
Yeah, the water won't run if the surface that it's sitting on. You usually have a minimum of 5 degrees if I run on it, so that water runs away. Yeah, you're correct.
I built my own house. I did all my plumbing, electrical, and everything you can do except for the masonry work because that's up to them.
Is that because when you started to use your level, it was no longer working? Like, wait, that's how it's quite straight.
No, I dug the foundation for them to lay everything. They just came and did the bricklaying for me.
Okay. So, see, fuck, how do you explain it? Right. See the surface of water, yeah? When it lies on something, it does not sit perfectly flat, right? If the surface is perfectly flat, it will not run. You're correct. But see if you have a container and you fill it up, like, it doesn't sit perfectly flat across from edge to edge. It does slightly dip down, right? It's minute. You can visually see it with
So does Earth and space have water on in the shape of a ball around it?
Why are you jumping from water levels to the Earth and space?
I'm trying to ask you a question. I need to know where you're at.
Yeah, what's the question, man? Sorry.
Does water stick to a ball in space?
I don't know, man.
All right.
Not been up there. You have to test that shit yourself.
That's how I know you're not a flat earther, that you are a glober.
But from what?
From your comment just now. You have to go up there and test it yourself. You'd never hear me say that unless I'm in your dream that I'm going to tell you that you need to do.
You're the one that's hit space.
Yeah, space is fake.
Okay,
why would you ask me to go somewhere you believe is fake?
Exactly.
You accuse me of being a glober, but use globing terminology continuously. You then don't argue your point.
Yep, I know. I'm a professional at this. I know exactly what I'm doing.
You don't state any of your facts. You make bold, random statements.
I don't have any facts to give you.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So
you haven't asked me anything yet.
No.
You're a professional instigator. That's what you are.
Why am I a glober? That's what I asked you. And rather than you answer it, you said it because you said so, and then went on to like narrate random shit to do with water and space and a ball. And I'm like, we were talking about water levels, man.
And you said water's not level; it dips down in the middle. So you can't be a plumber.
Okay. Jesus, man. Do you want me to go get that? Do you want me to go fill up? Do you want 2 seconds, man? I've got a milk bottle. I'll go fill it up with water. Jesus Christ.
Maybe if you turned your camera off, your connection wouldn't be so bad. Or I could turn it off.
So is he trying to explain how water is not level, even though we have water levels?
Yeah. Water does run level, but water itself, when it's sitting in a container, is not level. Yeah. Like for example, if you look at that, see how you can see 2 lines at the top. It's not one little line. It's 2 little lines.
So you're talking about water sticking to the side of something because water's sticky?
No, water's not sticky.
That's the equivalent of showing me a fucking wave, dude.
Right. So what I'm
So
trying
if
to show
water's
you is
sticky, then can
right.
it stick to a ball?
So when it's in a jar like that, right, it doesn't sit perfectly flat like that, right? This side and that side will be perfectly flat, but in the middle it will is that concave? Concave down towards the middle. Aye.
Yeah,
That-
how about instead of showing us surface tension, how about you put that water in a box, okay? Not in that glass that is curved.
You would still have the same.
No.
Yeah.
Can you put some water in your bathtub and record it?
I would need a glass bathtub, man. You need to see it from the side.
Okay, or just
But right,
use
you can do the same experiment in a square box, right? So for example, water is level, right? So like when I build houses and shit, right? If I was
All right, we're gonna straighten you out then.
No, if I was
Since you have an issue with the edges of containers. Now you're gonna tell me if is water flat when you measure it 1 inch from the side of its container?
Depends on the size of the container, my friend, but the difference would be so microscopic it wouldn't make much of a
The
difference.
size is 70 million football fields. Is it 1 inch off the edge of it? Is it curled up?
I'd have to like make an equation for that, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
I've never
please do
experienced
that so we can get moving on this because we're
Right.
curious.
So, right, if you were attaching a house, yeah, to another house that was built at a different level, and they were not attached, and you had to get to run through completely, right? What you would do is use a thing called a water level. It's like a clear plastic tube. You fill it with water. You put 2 ends up to the water lines and match perfectly. You draw a straight line on the clear pipe. You hold that clear line at this bit. And when that water moves to that point, it'll be the exact same at that side, no matter the distance you're apart, yeah? So water is flat, in a sense, yeah? It doesn't matter the distance you go across, that water will be the exact same level. But if you looked in at the water inside the pipe, yeah, there would be a minute band, like this little rim that you see, where, yes, because of surface tension, it's not one perfect, like, micrometer. It's like a millimeter instead. Yeah, but it's not that much of a difference. It's going to throw a whole building in it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So water does run flat over a distance, but in a container, it will curve down into towards the centre. I thought that's common knowledge, man. I don't think that's a global thing or a flat earther thing. I think that's just like common observation. I don't know why you went and jumped onto a ball in space, man, but yeah.
What do you think is the reason why you use water and water levels? Because it's not level?
No, because like I just said, water over a distance, yeah, like that water in a pipe, and the level will stay level no matter how far a distance you go apart. Yeah, that will
Great. You know what? I hope we're recording this because we have a glober that drew me water level with 3 connections at a long distance, and he said the one in the middle is going to be higher than 2 on the ends because it's on a ball.
I did not say that.
I didn't say you said it. You're a hostile witness for that guy when I see him.
Okay, yeah, that makes no sense. Plus, if you had a water level with 3 connections in it, they would all be level no matter what point you. The fuck?
That was easy. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I've been here before, man. You're the one that says I'm a glober. I didn't say that. All I was saying is,
It's almost like people are ashamed to be Globers now. It's a good thing.
I wouldn't even say the Earth is a globe. Who the fuck said that I said that? We were talking about if something gets deleted off the internet, if it's deleted or not. That was where it came from. And because I said to you, I'm pretty sure if something gets deleted off the internet, you can still retrieve it somehow. You're like, you're a fucking glober. Yeah. Is there anyone here who's less defensive and hostile at the same time?
That's me.
Oh, you man, what's good for you?
I am less hostile.
Where are you from, man?
He's less hostile, but he doesn't speak English. So
Yeah,
Joey, can you tell me, is it geometry different in any language or is it the same?
What did he say? Can someone translate me? What he said?
Can I translate you? Is it the geometry different in other languages?
No, I don't speak English.
That's good. Then shut the fuck up if you don't understand.
Man, that sounds like a you problem, not a him problem. So where are you from, man?
I'm from Croatia.
Croatian, cool, man. I don't speak Croatian. If I did, I would have tried to speak to you in Croatian just so that asshole would definitely shut up. Because mate, there's nothing wrong with your English.
No, I'd love someone to translate. You know.
You can try with Italian. Maybe it's better.
Mate, just because you can't understand anything.
It's the same thing, you know. It doesn't matter the language, you know. At the point we will speak about geometry, you know, but because Joey doesn't want to speak only about geometry. Because in the sense, when you want to speak about geometry, that guy will say your English is broken, you know. When you want to speak something about math, drop over distance, sphere, what is sphere, and stuff like that. Then English is not understandable from the Croatian guy, which is third language, but doesn't matter, you know.
Even though I understood all of that in its entirety, yeah,
Did
mate,
you?
definitely not
Well,
understandable.
I mean, look,
yeah, but there is English people who doesn't understand English. That's the problem.
Yeah, but
calling
Joe,
him English.
That's the type of
Yeah,
idiot.
look, he's so proud that my English even is not English.
He's
This
a
what I'm
Scotsman.
speaking. This what I'm speaking. It's some kind of language what nobody English can understand. But you know,
whatever he said, yeah.
Yeah. You don't understand, but he understood it. It's so interesting that you don't understand what other people understand.
So, mate, Joe,
That's
everyone
telling you
can
something
understand
about
you.
you, not
Everyone
about
can
other
understand you,
people.
mate. Don't worry.
Totally.
He can understand you, yeah? He's just the type of asshole that goes to France and goes, what's this? All these French can't speak in French. Fucking speak English, you can't. Yeah, he's just one of those guys, mate. He can understand you. He just refuses to try and fucking acknowledge it. He's what we call here British, yeah? Not English, British.
Doesn't matter. It's
You were quite the calm, collective guy until he spoke in fucking aggressive Eastern European, straight off the bat. That was great. I like it.
Eastern European. They doesn't know what is geometry, you know.
Exactly, mate. But that's what I'm saying. He just sees you as like when the Soviet wall came down, you know, the Iron Curtain. We had to listen to these people, these Croats and Slavs. Like fucking.
But it's not only for Eastern people; it's for everybody. Oh, listen this Indian. Listen this accent. Listen this guy. Listen this. You know. Oh fucking! He doesn't know to pronounce this properly. Ah.
Yeah, but that guy also can't understand, you're speaking a different language from your mother tongue, you know what I mean? It's all good, man. Don't worry about
Oh, I know he's speaking a different language from his mother tongue. I just don't think he makes good English, you know?
Well, mate,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
in
yeah.
itself was not even a correct sentence. He doesn't.
I know
make
that
good
was
English.
part of the irony,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, something
So
like something like in English, necessary antecedent for the sphere is the curvature. Every sphere has a curvature. Only this one has no, and that is not understandable, in geometry. That every sphere has a drop over distance. Let's translate that now in English.
Okay, someone translate.
Wait, I take
That means that every sphere has drop over distance. Now you can translate that in English. That means that every sphere has drop over distance. But if you want to translate that in English, that it sounds like this: every sphere has drop over distance. If you want to use American English, then if you want to use American English, then if you want to use American English, it's like this: every sphere has drop over distance. If you want to use if you want to use Eastern broker English, then it's like this. Every sphere has drop over distance.
Australian
I don't know
English.
what he's saying.
That means let's find that drop over distance. What we are looking for, we are not looking for the grammatical mistake in the English.
Right, so Croatian guy, quick question, man. I take it you believe the Earth is a globe, yeah? No?
I cannot believe that Earth is a globe anymore. Yeah.
So I was saying, do you think it's flat or do you think it's a globe? What do you think it is?
I think it's not a globe.
Right, okay. And the British guy?
Mr. Island Guy, quick question. Apart from water not being level, why are you using bleached cigarette paper for this, man? I mean, that highly offends.
Fuck my left nut, you droopy-eyed fuck. Because bleach papers is what we buy here, yeah? It's just the norm.
Oh.
Like, it's odd to see non-bleached papers.
That's interesting. I mean, I don't recommend smoking that stuff, but when I was used to, I used actually the paper that was non-bleached because it really destroys the taste.
No, the thing is, though, I do have them in here. I just don't like. I don't use them, mate. So I'm just used to like normal Rizzler. Just normal Rizzler. Like, we didn't ask for bleached or unbleached. You just ask for Rizzler, and then that's the normal stock. They don't go get you the non-bleached one. And the normal stock option is bleached.
It's very hard to understand you, man.
Where are you from?
Germany.
Okay, so I'm sitting there and I'm saying that on the norm we sit in the shop and we get the bleached as a typical normal one. And if you want to get the non-bleached, then it's a bit of an inconvenience. It's not something that's normally stock.
Jawohl.
Oh, thanks you very much. That's really good.
No problem, das ist wunderbar. Guten Abend in Kaisermarkt, Montreal, ja?
Thank you, my friend. Now I
Das ist no
obviously get
problem.
what you're saying.
Ja, das ist no problem, ja? Wait, do you what? Will I go like full German? Okay. Where's your yeah? Get to the chamber. Where's your it's like the fucking Call of Duty. Get off. Rick Hoffman, yeah? Fucking every
You can
American.
tell in like World War II video games, the people who play the German voice actors are definitely just like Americans, just like really camping it up.
Aber warum, Schatz?
So when it comes to every American movie, there's two Germans. There's the one gay discotheque. Oh yeah, das is dancing and punching the anus. Yeah, das is so good, right? They all sound slightly camp. Or they do that high pitched, like you expect crazy hair and a fucking lab coat. Yeah, where are you going? You know what I mean? They do that fucking eccentric shit. There's no normal German guy. No. The same as every Russian is from the Soviet era. You know what I mean? Quickly, Poles, get your Kalashnikov. The Red Army's behind you, comrade. Like, no one just sounds like fucking little Vladimir nowadays. They're all like from the 1800s. And wait, how can the German guy not understand me? I'm a native speaker. You asshole. I just realised that. You basically insulted me.
You sound like someone who lives on a small island.
I live in the biggest island, mate. It's called Great Britain for a reason. Great meaning the biggest. It's
Are you sure
connected
about
to.
that?
Yeah, it's connected.
I think that whole
to the
thing can fit inside of Lake Erie or something.
Oh yeah, it's tiny in comparison to the States, but what I'm saying is like in the cluster of the British Isles, I'm on the biggest island of all the islands that make up the British Isles. Not a small one. Like, where the fuck do you think I'm from, man?
He's from north of the wall, which is kind of like problematic in some
the
ways.
place where his ancestors could not conquer.
I don't think they're civilized up there, but you know.
The same as the Vikings, the same as the Romans, and the same as the English who all decided to build walls to keep us out.
Do you already have the rainbow flag imported from the US?
No, we don't do that shit here, man. That's not
Well,
happening.
that's at least something good.
You're not allowed to do that.
No, they tried to do it last year where you could self-identify, and then the English made it legal, and we rejected it. And then they tried to...
No. Wrong way around. The Scottish Parliament tried to make a law, and the English Parliament said, no, we're going to stop you from doing that. Shit, look it up. We stopped you from doing it.
Don't you guys want that? Don't
rainbows
you
and
guys
leprechauns?
Yeah, but aren't you here to have that? Don't you want to be able to do all that? And you guys rejected it? That's something you want.
Why the fuck would we want to sit there and have spaghetti identifying monster people, man? Fuck that shit. Nah.
Look it up. The Scottish Parliament tried to.
You haven't
pass
watched
it.
TV lately where you can't tell if it's a guy or a girl, have you?
So like you just said there, you said that it got made that they cannot do that in Scotland, correct?
The Scottish Parliament passed it as a law, and then the English Parliament said we're going to void that law. That's not a law anymore, and it created a constitutional crisis because Scotland was like, "Well, look at the English are taking over our laws," and the English were like, "That law wasn't very well thought through," you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, right. Are you talking about prisoners self-identifying, or are you talking about
prisoners? No. It was just self-ID law, just self-ID. Honestly,
right. Right. So there was a self-ID law, right, for just the general public, because the public wanted to be able to like self-identify, but we didn't want prisoners. It's fucking mad, right? You know what I mean? You can self-identify as long as you're not a rapist. Yeah. So they're like, we don't want male prisoners now going into female prisons who are convicted of rape by saying, "Yo, I identify as Sally now." Yeah. So that was where the biggest overturn was.
Here you go.
You're correct.
Yeah, I've got the article.
I mean, it's fuck.
If anyone's interested.
I'm glad I got overturned. Fuck that shit, man.
Yeah, see, we saved you in some ways, you know.
Fuck my life, not man. Fuck you, save bullshit. You're still keeping us held under, man. Don't start.
I think that if you're gonna walk around as being a guy dressed as a woman, you guys should have like stickers on you so we know for sure. So yeah, they shot that down for the wrong reason.
Like a name tag.
Yeah, or maybe like a star or something.
Star, yeah.
This is being streamed, Mr.
Yeah, man. Well,
you know what we also need, guys? We need an international database of pronouns and big spreadsheets with lookup tables so we can remember everybody.
Yeah, but what happens if right now I identify as Sally, but in 2 minutes' time I identify as George, then I identify as a dinosaur? How the fuck are you going to keep up, man? No matter what, you'll misgender me regardless.
Hey!
Identify as the administrator of doing limited access to identifying a certain time.
I have a question about Flat Earth.
So you'll be forced to identify only every 2 years. Because I identify.
Someone has a question about Flat Earth.
Administrator.
The guy who's streaming a truck has got a question.
What happened in Behind the Curve or Beyond the Curve?
What the fuck is that?
Netflix show about Flat Earth.
Well, the Netflix team, by my understanding, decided to make it a headpiece. That's why they called it Behind the Curve, right? Because it's like saying you're slow, you're a little slow on the uptake, you're behind the curve.
No, not at all. The whole documentary was somebody actually doing an experiment to see if the Earth was flat.
We know the people that were there at the documentary, and some of us in the community were actually in that documentary.
Oh, okay. So, was it bullshit or?
Yeah, it was. So they did not publish some of the findings where Bob took his fiber optic gyro to a higher elevation at the same latitude, and it registered a different rate of rotation, which indicates that likely his gyro was not functioning or calibrated correctly in the first instance.
Very expensive.
So there's that.
Man.
There's also
they did say it wasn't calibrated correctly to begin
Yeah.
with, and then they moved it and didn't recalibrate it.
Yeah, the whole thing was a cluster. And then you had Jaren with the flashlight, essentially, because the collimator broke on the laser. They decided to try it anyway. I mean, the whole thing was a hack job and meant to make us all look dumb. And everybody, we're still paying for it today.
Okay, so is any other flat earthers trying to do an experiment of their own so they don't have to rely on somebody like Netflix to put that shit out there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got guys that go out and do microwave tests, laser range bounce tests, aerial infrared photogrammetry measurements. We got guys doing launching
I
hot
want to
air balloons.
interject. I want to interject. And he said, "Flat Earthers, you're mentioning all the Globers Amish that did all that for us."
Okay, well, so what's the next big test that they're trying to do?
I don't know, but because everybody seems to be doing their own thing. I like to follow Dr. John Dee. He's from the UK. He's got a PhD in photospectrometry, so he studies refraction for a living. And he set up so many different observational tests, so many different kinds of media with lasers, with long-range photography and video recordings. And he's very careful and meticulously documents what he does. Weather conditions, ambient conditions.
Oh, okay. What's his name
Yeah.
one more time?
Dr. John Dee. You can email him. Somebody, I don't have access now, but he's got a YouTube channel.
Yeah, I was about to look up his YouTube channel.
He takes his lasers around the UK and does, from what I understand, he does these setups where the public can come and take a look at what he's doing.
Okay.
Same with his high-tech optics.
He's not committed to flat Earth or anything, but he's just doing shit in general, right?
Well, he set off to debunk flat Earth and then couldn't do it.
Can I ask a question on that? If you're a flat earther and you run in a straight line, does that count? Or can you only be a globe earther and run in a straight line?
What?
Does it matter who does the test? You asked them if they were dedicated to flat earth or not.
I was just asking in general. I didn't really care if he was or wasn't because I looked at his YouTube channel and he just does tests, which would make him more of a neutral party versus, like he said, he's trying to debunk
Okay,
it.
so what if he was a super flat earther and wears a giant flat earth hat that's flat on top and it's got things spinning around it? Then you wouldn't believe him?
I didn't say that.
But I'm asking you a question. Would that make a difference?
I'm explaining no. I was just asking for reference purposes. That's all.
I was just wondering why you needed to know if he was a flat earther dedicated to that or not. That's all. I just wanted to know what the bias means.
Same reason why when I'm in conspiracy chat, people go, is he a PhD fucking holder and do he got a peer review study? And I go, no, he doesn't. But the data lines up, so.
That's right. If the
That's
data's there and it's documented,
Yeah, that's all.
shoot the messenger.
That's all I'm saying.
Yep, I agree.
Gandhi. All right, I'll subscribe to his channel, check some of that shit out. Do y'all? There's no way y'all don't know who the fuck that is. What do y'all think of Dearth app?
I don't like the fact that he's basically got a single point of reference to dox all the flat earthers.
I think. I mean, I don't know much. I'm speaking from ignorance, but from what I saw in the situation, the app answers all the questions that the normies would have, and it points them to videos that they could check on, why they should look more into something. That don't seem like a bad thing.
One of the issues I have with this presentation, I like Dave Weiss, but one of the issues I have is he's presenting a lot of nonsense out there. And I think it's because he's trying to ease people into the topic by providing a lot of replacement ideas, replacement cosmology. So a lot of the stuff he says is also unfounded or speculative, and I think is not very good for us. No, in our
Oh,
community, we're more Zetetics. We kind of carry that torch from the Zetetic observers from 100 years ago or so. People like William Carpenter and so on. We're all about rational empiricism, and we don't really do conspiracy conjecture as much.
okay. You said esoteric. I've never heard that word before. What was that word again?
Zetetic. I'll spell it in the chat.
Thank you very much. Okay. Interesting. All right. Hey, last time I came here, I asked that question, I got muted. So good to know that I got more clarity on that. Might welcome people more to the group that way, but it's fine.
We consider ourselves and strive to be rugged empiricists, and we get chastised for that because our take on things like the scientific method are considered too strict. And I kind of wear that as a badge of honor.
Okay.
All right, I gotta go. I'll be in text off and on. Take care, guys.
Bizim iş
Once again, NASA debunked themselves. So you can see in the live stream, that's a picture of what they made of what the shadow looks like when the moon eclipses onto the, or the Earth is eclipsed by the moon, however you want to say it. Sun is eclipsed by the moon. That's the shadow should look like on the Earth. So when the Earth is eclipsing and the moon, there should be a shadow on the moon. It should look just like that, but it doesn't. They just debunk themselves and they don't care. They obviously know that they're doing it.
Ah!
The Earth is not flat.
Yo, what's up?
What's up?
I'm eating, bro.
So what?
You said what's up? I said I'm eating.
don't care. Oi, Batman. Oh, it's just another fag, man.
Het Earth. Ja, wacht hier. Hallo? Hallo? Ik ben volgens mij mute. Ja, ze hebben me sowieso bent.
Hello.
Yo, hello, from where are you? Nee.
I'm from Earth.
Horen jullie dat?
Where are you from?
Okay. I'm from Belgium. You? Hello? From where are you as a B? Hey.
Earth. What do you want, Luna?
Well, you finally listen. I didn't do anything last time. I just came in and I just sat here. I didn't do anything. And I just get banned. Like I
You
think you
came in
should
and
take
said, "Hi, look, I'm back. You missed me," so you get banned.
yeah in the yeah. What's wrong with that? I typed in the text
Because
chat.
it's
I
not
said,
flat
"Hey,
Earth related.
what?" I'm sorry. Can I not say hi to my friends?
Yeah, in your friend's channel.
Well, this is my friend's channel. Quetz and I, we go way back. We're BFFLs. We're best friends, right, Quetz?
Oh, really?
I wasn't talking about him.
Hmm?
I never mentioned him.
Well, I'm sorry that you don't know me. You clearly don't know who I am. But yeah, a lot of people they enjoy talking to me in Twitch chat
For what? What's there enjoyable to talking to you about?
about anything. Like, wait, do we specifically have to talk about the flat Earth in here?
Generally, yeah, that's why it's named that. Otherwise, we would name it "Talk About Feelings" or something.
That's not really how it works on this server. Like, a guest room is like an
Not a
idea.
guest room. We own the room. We're not guests. Guest rooms are the ones that come down and say, "Let's make a room today and stay in there as long as we can."
I'm sorry, I think you're new here, but this server doesn't work like that. Like, I have my own guest room, right? It's a girls' room. Do we talk about girls all the time? No. Same goes for like all the other guest
That's your rules.
rooms. No.
Oh, well, then you don't have rules. We have specific rules.
Yeah, you should read the rules, Luna. Check the
What?
channel.
I'm sorry. Where does it say do we only have to talk about flat Earth? Where? It doesn't say it anywhere.
It doesn't say I'm not allowed to just mute you and ban you whenever I want either.
Well, that's what happened.
It doesn't say I'm not allowed to do it.
Yeah, you okay. You can ban me. Like it is your guest room, right? But I think it would be really boring if we just stuck to one topic. Like, I mean, okay, take for example right now. There's like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 people in here, and you guys are sitting in here and quiet. Wouldn't you rather have some sort of conversation going on at least? Like about anything?
Sure.
Yeah. So, Dr. Nice,
Prove
I wish
that
you happy
you
new
live
year.
on a ball. Prove that you live on a ball in a vacuum. We'll talk about that.
A what?
Prove you live on a spinning ball inside a vacuum chamber.
Oh God. Like, why do I have to always prove myself? Like, why can't we just have a genuine conversation like, hey, how are you? Happy New Year, Dr. Nice. What are your New Year's resolution?
I don't do that gay stuff.
Maybe that's why you have no friends. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
You just choke on yourself.
Do you want me to have a party? Should I have a party of people over here in the background having a party? Should you want me to have all the friends over? What? I don't get that.
I think we just need to test it. We go to the ocean with a boat, and we
both?
a boat.
Both?
Ja,
Okay.
een boot. Hij smelt Edlan ook.
A bode, maybe? A bode?
A boat.
Yeah, that's a nice globe spiral.
Wait, why'd you mute him?
He was having a seizure, and we didn't want him to get involved with us.
Well, you made fun of his speaking.
Yeah, he was having a seizure, so I didn't want him to get out on YouTube and let people embarrass him.
Can I ask how many viewers are on this stream?
I have no idea. I don't
What's the
watch
link
it.
to that?
I've never watched it. I've never watched
Can I-
it. I've never rewound anything.
Can I see the link? Can I see the stream?
Isn't it on the bot?
Is it? Let me see. No, I don't see it. Quetz, what's the link, bro?
You're in here. What do you need to see the stream for?
Oh, I just want to see like how many viewers there are.
Oh, I don't know.
Quetz, buddy.
You think
What's the
viewers
link?
are happening when it's live? We have viewers that replay the stuff over and over.
Well, like, I just want to know how many viewers you have because I myself used to be a Twitch streamer, and I can like maybe bring in viewers for you guys.
That's all right.
Fuck you, Quetz. See now he's
What kind of
he's
content
having a
did you have
seizure.
on your Twitch?
I
What kind
so
of content did you
I
do?
I used to stream me eating on a mic, doing like ASMR and stuff.
ASMR? Oh my lord.
Yeah. I used to play RuneScape, old school RuneScape on stream, and
Okay.
League of Legends and Zelda Ocarina of Time, and people love that shit, I was content, and I'm telling you, I can help you. If you want to convince the world that the Earth is
No,
flat,
we don't want to. So you don't have to talk like that.
No, we're not here to convince anyone. We just share information
No,
and
yeah, I
show
don't
you
want-
what
I
is
don't want
what.
to convince anybody. If I convince somebody, that means they believe me, and I don't want that shit on my hands.
Okay. Um, what are you guys doing?
I'm writing a bot that automatically mutes you when you show up. Go by your ID number.
What?
Especially made for you.
It's not hard to do. I could have it done in 5 minutes, but it won't work in this server.
Why do you guys keep muting your microphones? Like, you can just have it on voice activation.
Because then you're not tempted to just shout out and say dumb shit. You have to actually unmute yourself and then think about what you're going to say. Some of you people have no self-control, so you don't like to mute yourself.
Well, I think that just proves that you have less of
I
self-control
have more
because you feel the
self-control
need.
because I can mute myself every time I'm not talking, right?
Well,
have
I don't
no
think you have to
self-control.
resort to muting your microphone. You can just not say anything.
I don't want you to hear me beating my kids.
What the? That's said on stream, bro. I don't know how many viewers you got, but
Yeah, save yourselves.
Quetz, what are you doing? You keep muting yourself too. It seems like you're a very busy person. You're always on Discord though. I always see you around here, but you're always muted. You're always like lurking in the background. Even when you come into my channel, you're just lurking. There were times where I thought you're just like not there, and you were there.
And
Are you a spy?
would I tell you if I were?
What's a spy?
Someone that I don't know why I'm even defining it for you. You should know
Reveals your
this.
secrets? That steals your secrets and gives them to me?
I guess, yeah, Quetz. What have you found out about me that you're sharing with your friends? What's going on?
Nothing so far, so he must not be a spy, or unless I'm not his friend anymore.
I think you're not his friend anymore. I think that's what's going on. You know why? Because Quetz is actually not a flat earther. He's a glober.
Oh, really?
He's an imposter.
When did I tell you that?
So am I. I told you that yesterday.
Wait, you're a glober?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
I just have a few
Um,
issues with it. That's all.
oh, okay. Okay, that's interesting. I respect that you have some issues and everything.
So you don't like the fact that unicorns are in my garage. They're the reason why all the things around me stay on the ground, because I have unicorn magnets in my garage to keep me on the ball.
Okay. Are you off your medication or
I'm a glober. I'm telling you how it is.
haloperidol?
So what I'm going to do from now on is I'm going to pretend to be LARP as a glober and just give outlandish things just to fuck you guys up.
I don't think you're a real doctor.
Prove it.
Okay. What is Beck's triad?
So what am I a doctor of?
Well, you can tell me that.
You tell me.
I don't know shit about you. Are you a medical doctor?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I'm a doctor of globe Earth.
Mhm. You know what? Just because you're a glober, I'm gonna respect you, and I'm never gonna bully you. Anyways, Quetz, what are you doing? Like, you're always up to something. What are all of you doing? What is like this manufactotum person? He's in here. Batman is quiet, which is very weird. He's usually
Yeah, we
talking.
just enjoy our quietness here, you know?
Have you ever known Batman to be running around in the middle of the street saying, "Hey, I'm Batman, everybody"? No, he sits quietly.
Hmm, I don't think so. If you know Mr. Batman, he's pretty famous. I don't know if you know about that, but he's ended up on the news for preaching his beliefs.
I don't actually stalk anybody.
Well, I didn't need to stalk. He just ended up on the news. Um, but yeah, Quetz, what are you doing?
News, isn't that what's printed on the compasses? North, south, north, east, west, and south?
Hmm? Okay. That's so boring. Like, I try to bring content into this channel, and you guys
No,
are
we
just
don't want your
goofy.
content. If we did, we'd come over to your channel.
Well, Quetz comes into my channel. Seems like I
He
am
wants your
content.
content.
No, I stopped coming to the channel. Relax.
That's because I banned you.
Yeah, and you banned me for nothing. Very nice.
I banned you because you're being disrespectful to my relationship.
I wasn't.
Yeah, you are. You can't talk like that to someone that has a partner.
Oh, you took offense in that. I didn't say anything offensive.
It's a line you cross, you know, like okay, it's
It's
like
a line that you made up that somebody
no,
crossed.
no. It's just it's not normal, right? So like in real life, okay, let's picture this as real life, okay? So like there's this girl and the guy and they're together and you just go in and then you're like telling to the girl, you're like, "Oh, you love me. You love me." Like if someone did that to you when you're in a relationship with someone, like wouldn't you be like, "Bro, like stop talking like that?"
Why are we dealing with impossible hypotheticals here?
What? Why is that
Anyone
impossible?
here in the Flat Earth channel being in a relationship?
No.
My wife won't let me.
Yeah, she keeps coming back, man. I can't help it.
No, mine said I'm not allowed to have a girlfriend.
You should become Muslim and get to have 4.
Oh my god.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Quetz, you're welcome in my channel as long as you don't talk like that.
That would give me four more that I can beat when they're not doing the dishes or in the kitchen doing something.
You sound like a real prize.
Now that's a man.
Quetz, I want to make peace with you.
Huh?
I want to make peace with you. It's new year, new me,
Oh, really?
and I think we need to put our differences aside. Just, you know, stop believing in those delusions that you think that I'm obsessed with you. I just think that we need to put all that aside, and I should be welcome in your channel, and you should be welcome in mine. That's it.
Yeah, that's why you're able to talk. Is that not enough for you or what?
Yeah, but I felt the need to make peace with you because I feel bad. I feel bad that I'm exposing the truth about you being a Glover and you're an imposter.
Well, you earned my trust, man. You gotta earn it.
So, are you like in Europe or something? You have an accent. I think you're.
Yeah.
Wait. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Let me take a guess. You're Norwegian,
No.
Swedish.
Yeah.
Okay. Jag älskar jordgubbe.
Who?
Jag älskar jordgubbe.
Strawberry?
Jordgubbe.
Yeah, strawberry. See, my
Yeah.
accent's not that bad.
Oh, where did you learn that?
So I decided to learn your useless language, like couple
To
years back.
study?
No, I picked up Duolingo and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna learn
You picked
Swedish.
up the lingo.
Yeah.
It's like one of the most easiest language out there.
It honestly, it's okay. Like when I was kind of getting in the groove, it was kind of getting easy. I have family in Norway, but yeah, for some reason Swedish kind of like makes more sense to me, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, Norwegian has some weird things. I would agree. Swedish is nicer, especially for English speakers.
Well, I think their languages are similar, but I don't know what it is. Something about the Swedish slang. I don't remember because it's been so long. That's the only sentence I remember. And sluta
Stop.
because it sounds like slut, but it's not slut. It means stop.
So Titan, you're Swedish as well? Or?
What?
No. I have family there and I have family in Norway, so that's why I speak a little bit, but I am not.
Do they have eclipses in Norway?
I'm Dutch thing, pretty much.
Oh yeah, I tried to pick up. Okay, so the reason why I even like decided to like learn Swedish to begin with was because I used to go on this TeamSpeak server, which was attached to San Andreas multiplayer roleplay. And like I used to hang around the admins of the game, and one guy was Swedish. There was another guy that spoke Dutch, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna learn how they speak and like kind of like scare them or something like that. So or like use bad words on them, right? But Dutch was really hard. Like Swedish, by all means, like it's way easier than Dutch.
Really? How come? Like the pronunciation or?
I don't know. It's just like the words. Like it makes Swedish just makes sense. Like bread. I think it's bread.
It's the same in Dutch, just with 2 O's.
Uh, I always made fun of that word with my friend. But yeah, bread. Let me say it, bread. Bread.
Brood.
Bread. Say it again.
Brood.
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 Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. No, there's something different about Dutch. I'm not sure. I forgot.
It's
I
usually the
tried.
guttural sounds that people have like trouble with because it's not very common. Like Arabic has the same sounds, but then most Western languages don't. Like the
Yeah,
G.
they all borrow each other words, man. None have original words.
It's all the fucking same, all the Germanic,
Yeah,
Like-
they had to borrow it all.
When you did the R thing, like huh,
Yeah, that's one. That is also
That's
one thing. It's
easy.
like a guttural R.
It's easy for me because I speak French, so we do that a
yeah.
lot. But
That's the same.
yeah, it's just the reason why I said bread is because that's how I heard it on Duolingo. They're not really doing the R thing on there.
Yeah. So Duolingo is like hit or miss sometimes. Like the Swedish one sucks, but the Norwegian one, for some reason, is really good.
Yeah. I haven't tried the Norwegian one actually.
And you wonder why I keep you muted.
Wait, why?
They asked if they had eclipses, and all was just glossed over. And he was in here talking about how eclipses work.
And yeah, and
He doesn't want to deal with that. Most people don't want to deal with reality when I keep. They can say stuff in text all day long. We get them on mic and they have to answer questions. They dip.
wait, I don't get it. You said something about like you'd rather have me muted or something, and I'm asking
Oh
why,
yeah,
and you're talking about
been listening to girl talk.
this isn't girl talk, it's normal human talk. It's social talk.
Oh yeah, definitely not a socializing room.
Come on, dude. Okay. Listen, okay, all right. You really want to get into it? I'm just gonna say my point, and then that's it, okay? Because I can't argue more about this. So there's some dude like a long time ago. He put a stick in the dirt and he like looked at the shadow and shit. So yeah, that basically proved that the Earth is round. You're welcome.
You know what? You know the funny part about that?
What?
It works on both surfaces, curved and flat. So it doesn't prove it either.
I'll
I
have to
can
think
absolutely
about
agree with
that and
that.
I'll get back to you.
There's nothing to think about it. You can do your own experiment at home. Have a
I'll
curved
do it.
surface, have a flat surface, have some sticks from each other, and do the same experiment or test, whatever you want to call it.
I'm disappointed
It'll-
that you're a flat
it'll show the
earther.
same
You're from
result.
Sweden? You're from Sweden and you think this way? Like I thought most flat earthers are from the States.
Yeah, I figure is once you try using your brain for once, you will see a whole new dimension of new things. Yeah, definitely. I can show an example.
Are you Swedish?
Jag talar svenska. En lite.
Wait, what's the quote? Are you Swedish? No. Wait, I'm confused. What?
Jag soy svenska.
You'll see. See if I can
Mine's
find that.
Spanish now. Yeah, sure. Show it to me.
You can do it yourself at home. It's so easy.
Well, I think it's not about just performing it, right? Like there's the physics behind it and the math behind
There's no
it.
physics involved. It's just sticks and shadows.
No, I think it's more
That's
than
it.
that.
A light source and sticks and shadows. That's all you need. You don't need that much. That's all.
Let's see. Let me post something. Let's look at the physics involved here. Let's look. Okay. 2 sticks. I guess the physics is hammering them to the ground.
Yeah, well, yeah, you could say that, I guess. Let's see. The thing is, you guys don't actually look into it properly, and then you assume it's so complicated. Only a few people can know this or do this, and that's it. You go by that, by the belief of it. That's the problem.
Okay, wait, okay, so my question is where do you think the edge is then? Or do you just think it's like an infinite land or something?
No one knows. No one knows. I'm not going to claim anything I don't know. Sorry. You can ask that 1,000 times. It's not going to change.
Okay, so wait, no, I'm actually just like asking you. Like I'm not trying to be mean, but like if you're traveling in a straight line, you're gonna hit the same spot eventually.
Yeah, that's right. The Palestinians are flat because they got bombed.
You're fucking disgusting. Quest, I hope that you were not a pro Israeli person. We cannot be friends if you are. Anyway.
Okay, I'm not talking about that.
But yeah, if you travel in a straight line, you're gonna hit the same spot. Right? Like, do you at least agree with that, or hello?
You're talking about the globe now, going around it.
No. I'm talking about so like you're at your home right now. Let's say like there was a way to like by boat, by airplane, by any means of travel to get over land or water or whatever. You travel in a straight line. Don't you agree that you're gonna eventually come back to your own home?
No.
I don't think so. Not in that matter.
Why?
There's no straight lines on a globe, so that one doesn't work on a globe right now.
No, I'm not talking about oh my God. I'm talking about in a straight line, like you guys are twisting my words and acting like you don't understand. I'm
What
talking
would you
about like
use to know they're going in a straight line?
You mean follow a compass?
yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna follow a compass east.
What the hell? Stop muting me. What are you doing?
Are we? I didn't mute you. Are we gonna
No, I
follow
keep getting a
compass east?
pop-up.
Someone else muting her.
Follow a compass east or west.
Who's muting her?
Hi, Crit.
Crit, stop it, you bastard.
Crit, what have I ever done to you? I'm actually talking
Answer
about
my
the topic
question
now
first
too.
before starting other conversations.
Okay. What's your question?
You said you're following a compass. You going east or west?
Okay, listen, I've never used a compass before, so I don't want to say something that's not what I actually mean.
Well, I said you're gonna follow a compass, and you said yes. Then I said, are you following it east and west? Okay. Right? You're gonna follow a compass east and west. Let's look at what happens on top of a globe when you pretend the North Pole is magnetic. This is the top of a globe, and we go around the North Pole. Look at the needle on the compass. Is that a straight line?
Oh, that's your thinking. Okay. I was wondering. I was like, how do you?
Yeah, that's called
Okay, so
circumnavigation.
okay, so you think that?
No, I don't think.
Okay. I'm just saying. Okay, so Quetz, whoever is a flat earther here. So you guys think that it's like round but flat, like a disc.
No, saying a disk is an object.
Does
No
that
one's
look like a disc?
claiming a shape. Do you understand?
If you saw that picture on a wall, you wouldn't say, "Look at that disc on the wall."
Okay, I'm saying like, do you think like it's in the shape of that paper?
I'm showing you actually how a compass works. Pick any compass in the world that only has an arrow that points north. It might have a tail, might not, but they don't point south. I have a compass that has an arrow pointing north and feathers like an arrow on the back at the south, so you can't point south. Then if I go in my car, I got one big arrow on one screen that just points the direction. It's just a triangle, so it doesn't have a south. Same with the dashboard. Then I have another one that only points north at. You can only read it at night. You can read it during the day. You would see both north and south, but at night it's only highlighted in that indiglo or whatever that shit, that iridescent shit, or that.
Hey, you're
Whatever.
confusing me. Hold on.
Anyway,
So,
all compasses point north.
okay, so let's say like you traveled. Hold on.
Okay, so if that's the top of a globe, right? And all compasses point north, we'd have to go in a circle on a globe, right?
Well,
Since
I
that's
I
the North
understand that
Pole.
part.
Okay,
I'm
I don't
saying
want you
let's
to be
not.
confused.
I'm saying let's not just do east or west. I'm talking about like in any other direction, and
What's
you
the other
keep going in
direction?
that.
Okay, looking at that image, what other directions do you want to go?
I don't know, like south, or you keep going south.
So opposite of north, since you can't just take a compass and go south. You can't just put a compass in your hand and say, I'm going to head south today. You need to probably do more than that to just figure out where you're going to go going south. North, you just say, here, there's north. Let's follow the arrow. Here we go. We can follow it.
Yeah, I don't know why we're so fixated on the compass. I'm talking about like going in any direction, but just sticking with like one tragic, one path.
One heading.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but like one trajectory.
You would get lost because you wouldn't know where you were at. Your gauges wouldn't make any sense to you anymore. You wouldn't know if you were flying in a straight line or not at that point. As soon as you disable your compass, you're done.
No, but let's say you had like any sort of way to like make sure that you're on a straight path. Where does that lead you?
South. What?
I didn't say necessarily south. Okay,
I
sure.
told you necessarily it's south.
You don't
If
sound
you
like a
don't, if you
Gopher.
don't follow a compass, you will end up in the south, no matter which direction you go.
Okay, this conversation got me hungry. But I tried. And I will think about that stick in the sand, and I will come back to you and I will respond.
Yeah, look at the picture I posted as well. See if you can replicate it at home for yourself. It's
Did
really
you do
easy
that
to.
yourself?
No, that's from our one of our
Indio
members.
did. Indio did.
Indio, or what's the other guy? Admin. What's his name now? What is his name now? What's the other name of the admin?
I don't
I
remember.
don't know. But there's no way that the lengths of the shadows are the same. Like in physics, like there's no way.
Yes, they are.
No.
Okay,
Just do the test
so
yourself.
you said something about physics before, and we were laughing, and you're using physics again. So you're using physics for what?
Okay, listen. I will respond to you, okay? Let me just get my points, okay? Listen, guys. I have 3 interviews coming up this week, okay? I don't have time to figure out like if the earth is flat or not, but when I do, I'll come back and I will prove you wrong.
You're welcome to try.
Sluta. Anyway, thanks for unbanning me. I think you should get rid of that mod that unnecessarily banned me. Thank you.
That's not
Yeah.
going to happen.
I think he's abusing his mod powers.
You should complain to the server owners, and not here. There's a whole long line. You got to get in line though, because there's a whole bunch of
Wait.
people that are in line to complain about us.
Wait, it's not the server owners that are responsible for the guest rooms. So whoever is a guest room owner of this channel, they
Yeah,
should get rid
he
of their mod.
definitely doesn't care.
Who's the owner of this channel?
It's heretic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would complain to him about me.
What'd you do?
I keep banning you.
Wait, that was you? Hold on. Let me see.
See, yesterday I disconnected you, and
Oh,
you
yeah, you
went fuck all up and down in the chat. So you get instant muted now, and that's how that works.
Oh, that's you. Oh, you keep changing your name, and that's why I don't recognize you. Oh, that is so funny. Why do you keep disconnecting me, man? What the fuck did I do? I'm just trying to be nice, to the flat earthers. Today I came with peace.
No, what happens is people want me to be nice to Globers. Actually, we don't give a shit how you treat us.
Is it okay if I call you stupid?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. All you want.
He's gonna ban you.
No, we don't need to ban you
guys-
anymore. Just mute you.
Have you guys figured out where the sun goes at night yet?
Yeah, away from your vision.
Oh yeah,
Have you tried that?
yeah. That is a good question. Where
Have you
does
ever
the
seen?
sun go?
Yeah, have you ever seen the sun move?
Yeah.
I'm asking the other guy. Are you going to be? Is it going to be? I have to listen to 2 at the same time.
It goes below the horizon, right?
Have you ever looked up in the sky over a period of time and seen the sun move?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the sun moves away, I guess, and then it gets dark. You answered your question.
So at night, you think the sun is still in the sky? Up?
Oh, wait a second. Do you ever see the sun move?
You're not answering my question.
Have you ever seen the sun move and then it gets dark?
But where does it go?
Away from you.
In what direction?
The direction it was heading.
Does it go in a straight line?
Where does it rise from? Always from.
See, the reason you can't see the sun at night is because it's on the other side of the earth.
Yeah.
That's what you think,
There's, like,
yeah.
It is. It's on the other
Earth is
side.
blocking.
It's on the other side. if I go out in my backyard, on the other side, if I keep
But
going
on
through the
Pizza
woods,
World,
there's a
the sun
street,
is
and
always in the sky.
on the other side of that street is a farm, so I can actually go over to that farm. That's on the other side.
In Pizza World, the sun is in the sky all the time, though.
Oh, you think you live on a disc in space?
You guys think that we live in a disc in space.
No, not at all. I told you we don't live on a disc in space.
So
Space
how?
is
So what
fake.
do you think it is? That's my.
Space is fake. Now you should
No, no, no,
you
no.
should
Wait.
listen and take notes right now.
Okay, but you keep cutting me off. My question earlier, like from way early on, was that
Now we're
what
going to
shape do
derail
you?
to your question, so
Yeah,
we can
but
just
I
have your
see. Go ahead.
conversation now.
yeah, he's okay with it. So, what shape do
Of
you
course, he's
think the
okay with
Earth?
it. He's on the hot seat.
You keep cutting me off. Okay, so my question is, what shape do you think the Earth is? Is it a flat? Is it like a disc shape, or like what? Is it infinite land? What do you think it is? Could you give me a picture of what you think it is? Like, I'm just
Nope,
confused.
I cannot.
Like, this is the one thing that really boggles my mind with people that think the Earth is flat. Because
How?
I'm like,
What do
you
you want
think
me
it's
to do?
infinite?
How do you want me to
We
do
want you
this?
to do science. We
Science
want you.
proves
We want you
shapes.
to make falsifiable claims, right?
Science proves shapes.
It can. It's called physics.
So, physics me a ball, 4-inch ball.
You want me to describe to you how 4-inch balls work?
No, I want you to use physics and make a 4-inch ball.
Quetz, I can't type in the chat again. Like,
You're staying
I
that
didn't even
way.
do anything. I didn't even do anything.
You're staying that way. Ask
Bro,
Heretic if you want. He already told
I
you you're
had
staying that way.
no, I had perms to type in chat, and then all of a sudden now I don't.
It's been
'Cause it
removed.
got,
Sorry.
Thank
you
you.
got caught up. It caught up to you.
Oh, you mean the perms are removed? Bro, this is
Yeah.
so bullshit, man. Like,
From the server,
I don't get it. I
the
can't even have a
server,
conversation
yeah, the
about
servers,
the
the
topic you guys
server
picked.
admins did it. It complained to them.
It's not the server admins, it's you.
How did I do it?
It's the mods in the channel, bro. Like, I don't
I'm a
understand.
mod in the channel.
I don't know who it is, but it's the Flat Earth mods. The server mods cannot do anything in this channel. It's you guys.
I don't know what kind of magic powers you think we have to be able to stop people from typing.
Well, you can totally ban people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't stop you from typing.
No, if you get banned, you can't go into the side chat.
That's their server settings. Obviously, they're she's here talking, right? Not
Yeah,
banned.
been banned. Totally.
Not banned. When you get
permanently.
banned, you can't join our channel.
What does banned mean?
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, so when people get banned, they're able to join the guest rooms like after a certain amount of time, but they're muted and they can't type in the channel.
That's
But I
fine.
got unmuted.
And then you can get totally banned where you can't even see the channel at all.
That's
And so then you
yeah,
can't go
they
into
do
the side
that
chat.
too. Yeah, they do that too.
Anyway, I think this is ridiculous. I'm trying to have a conversation with you guys and my perms are removed. Like, how am I supposed to respond to the person in the side chat? What's up with that?
That's the reason. That's why you don't have perms.
God, why are you such a crybaby? Oh my
Not
God.
me. I didn't do it.
You're such a whiny ass bitch, dude.
So I didn't do that to you, and it's my fault.
Yeah, it is.
That's nice. You're grown up. I can tell you make wise decisions.
Yeah, I do.
I can tell.
So why are the Jews lying about the shape of the earth?
They do?
They do?
Somebody's lying about something, right?
Where do you get your information from?
Daily Stormer.
They probably lying to you then.
I actually don't get banned every couple weeks. It's more like couple days. Morvis, you should get it right. But anyway, seems like you guys are very fixated on how often I get banned. You see that, Quest? People are obsessed with me. I'm
Yeah,
content.
you're
You're
just
welcome.
a copy and paste number for me. I couldn't care less what your name is or what you sound like. Copy paste numbers. Boom. That's it. The other guy couldn't deal with reality. He bolted.
Well, it's just boring when you guys are being like really power hungry. You can't even
Well, we
talk.
just want, we're asking questions and you want to talk about feelings and people who do other things somewhere else.
Well, no. What I didn't talk about feelings, did I? Think you're hearing things again.
Yeah, I'm hearing your feelings.
Kruidvat steeds verrassend, altijd voordelig.
Hello, flat earthers! I have returned!
What are you shouting for?
Ah, sorry. Just wanted to wake you all up, you know? Time to talk about the globe! Woo! I know you like the globe, Quetzal. Can't avoid it, really, can you?
Well, I like how you all make fallacious claims. That's fun.
Which fallacy? Ah, now I've got you.
Asserting the globe, presupposing it.
Oh, a presupposition isn't a fallacy. We all make presuppositions.
Yeah. Such as what?
Well, a presupposition, for example, would be I'm going to presuppose it's going to rain tomorrow based on the forecast. There you go.
Now that's a prediction you're making. You're talking about
Yeah, predictions can be in the form
weather
of
prediction.
presuppositions.
Yeah. Yeah, but we're talking about shape of where we live. Now, that's a bold claim.
No, it is a bold claim. I'd say it's bold to say it's flat. You know?
Maybe
You
for
know,
some.
I think that one thing I don't get, right, is that people say, don't look at the sky, look at the ground, right? But I think it misses the point, because aren't you meant, like, for me, if I was going to find out what shape my house was in, I'd look at the whole frame, right? I'd look at houses next to me for relative identity of what is going on with my house. I'd look at my garden, right? I look at the entire structure, right? And in a way, the only way to know what your house is actually like is to stand outside of it and look at it, right? The interior might be all well and good, but you have to, at the end of the day, you have to stand outside. The interior might mislead you into what the shape of your house actually is. You ever seen like those houses where you walk in and you kind of think like, why is it structured this way? Why is there this big block, like slanted block where the stairs are? Is the house slanted? What's going on? And when you stand outside, it looks nothing like that, right? So look at the whole frame,
Yeah, sadly, we don't have a God's eye view from Earth. That's the problem.
That is exactly the problem, right? Because I think that all this talking about looking at the sky, looking at the ground, is neither here nor there for me, right? I think the best thing to do is to get off the ground, go up in the sky, and look back. And when I say up in the sky, I mean the whole frame, right? And the issue with my line of reasoning is not because that's a problematic idea. It's just that flat earthers will say that's not possible. So let's not even bother to try. And if anyone has tried, they're lying. I mean, it's like you've made the whole structure of the argument impassable, right? Yeah, you can't win an argument if you can't lose an argument if you've set it up so you can't lose.
Yeah, it's more like we can't verify since we can't get up there to do it ourselves. That's why.
It's like saying we can't know what the shape of our house is because we can't go outside. We have to stay indoors. COVID-19.
Wait, Yui, you weren't actually convinced that you would win an argument in a flat Earth room, right? They're not listening to logic, so.
Well, I've been here many months. I'm very much not listening to logic. I think they are. I think they do listen to logic. I think they're receptive to logic. However, they're not receptive to evidence of certain kinds, certain varieties. You could reason with them, just not if they aren't able to physically set their eyes upon something. And even then, sometimes they.
No, I've had a different experience, but I'm glad that you got through.
Oh.
Yeah, it's more like empirical evidence is more, juicier, and someone else can verify it.
But it's like saying you can't see that you can't go outside though, Quetzal, right? You can't look outside. You can't go outside to look at that house. You have to stay inside and figure out the house from the inside. And you could get pretty close, but you might not be able to verify it. And the person saying don't go outside to check is the person setting it up so that he can't lose, right?
They're not even taking a position. Most of them are not claiming the shape of the Earth, only the surface. So they're not even taking a position. That's the thing. So,
well, they certainly said that you can't
claiming
check.
something you don't know or what it is. Why would you? That's stupid.
Well, that's not fair because we do have viewpoint. All of us in this room have
you
probably
can make your own viewpoint.
The majority of our views are based on probabilities, not on knowledge, right? All of us here, 99% of our views are based on probability, right? I'll probably die if I don't look at both ways on the road, but you're not necessarily going to die if you don't. Sometimes you just can't hear them, so you think, you know what, I'm probably fine. But lo and behold, Tesla's coming around the corner.
Can we empirically test that?
Well, of course we can.
Okay.
We can also test, experiment, predict what motions celestial objects will go in, or what shape the Earth would likely be if certain things are true. For instance, celestial navigation. If we can do that, if it gives us a result, then you might come to conclusions from that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to break through what Witzit's told you, Quetzal. I know you seem like an intellectual, right? You should break free from it. The constraints of flat Earth.
From break chains from who?
The constraints of flat Earth.
Oh.
Liberate yourself.
Yeah, I didn't start as a flat earther. That's not the case.
I suspect that that you started off as a Glober, but in a Glober that is like the kind of, you were told it, but like, you were just told it. Like, you didn't really have you didn't invest much thought into it, right? And so then you became a flat earther who do invest a lot of thought into flat Earth. And so you thought, well, these are the ones that think, right? But there are Globers that do invest thought into the globe and the cosmology of the globe. Just be one of those. Try it. It's nice.
Yeah. It's quite peaceful, isn't it? When you
tranquil. Yeah. So I want to show the screen of the globe. They were streaming the globe, and it was very peaceful to watch the globe go around. Very nice.
Oh my lord.
Yeah.
Sure. When you know nothing about the truth about what that shit is, then sure, yeah, it looks nice. I guess.
Well.
Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna become a Glober.
No, I want. That's where I came from. What do you mean? I'm going to become a Glober?
Well, like I said, you started off as like a globe drone, right? Where you just told it and you kind of like, okay, whatever. But then you told about flat Earth and you're like, oh, crazy. But before then, you
Yeah,
were a glober in the sense
I-
that, like, most people are globers in the
I
sense that
gave
they
it
just don't care, right?
Well, yeah, sure. Once I heard about Flat Earth, I gave it a look into it. At first, I saw the psyop version of it, the disc in space, the pizza, whatever you want to call it. That looked ludicrous. But at the same time, I was wondering why is YouTube censoring something that's not even true in their eyes. That's kind of weird in my view. So I kept looking into
that's
it
not
further.
true, young man. We both know that's not true, right? Because
Yeah, that's true.
YouTube only started in earnest to heavily moderate their platform in like 2015, right? Before then, you could make a parody video, completely rip off someone's album, and YouTube just didn't care, right? They only became wiser to the idea. In fact, they've only really pushed deplatforming videos on YouTube with their algorithm in the last 3 years, right?
Yeah.
So when you
I
were
mean-
growing up on watching the YouTubes, you weren't seeing deplatformed Flat Earth. Probably no one cared about it like 10 years ago.
No,
right?
10 years ago.
Wait,
Maybe.
how old
I
you
don't know. Yeah. Well, it was around 2015. It got that,
Yeah.
turnover for everyone. And then a couple of years after that, they wanted to, censor it, I guess. There's even a video about it in Congress where they ask YouTube, the head of whoever it was, representative or someone there, to how are you going to deal with flat earthers, people posting about flat Earth, and they say specifically how they will do it.
See,
So, there's a
when
video
you hear
about
that,
them talking about it. Even
I believe it.
And then
I think
it
when you
followed
hear
up.
that, you imagine like, okay, they know something, they're trying to suppress it. But when I hear that, I imagine them actually trying to say is that, look, we can't be the most powerful country in the world if this disease of an idea spreads. So we need to suppress it and make sure that people are wiser to things that will give America an advantage in the future, right? Their people don't believe in space. They're not going to be a part of the space race, right? Both ways you could look at it,
What was that, Dr. Globe?
I was just wondering how talking about flat Earth makes us technologically decline.
Well, I'm glad you asked, because there's a concept. This is a real concept. Obviously, we all know about it, which is new terrains of warfare. In fact, exactly what I did my graduate dissertation on. Woo! Basically, the idea is that there are new terrains of warfare emerging in the 21st century.
Talking about cyber warfare or what?
Antarctic, cyber warfare, yes,
It has
of course.
nothing to do with the globe, though. So
and
we're talking about
one
the
of
globe.
those is space. Space
But
is a
space
new terrain
doesn't
of warfare.
exist. So how can that be part of it?
Exactly.
Well, if you thought that, yeah, I'm sure
It's
that'd
some
be your
concept.
conclusion.
It's a concept. Remember?
Indeed. But the point is that there are reasons why every powerful country would be invested.
So if I
in people
talk about flat
knowing
Earth on
space
YouTube,
is
I
real.
should be muted because somebody wants to go to space.
Well, I mean, YouTube is a private company; they can do whatever they bloody well like with their
Google.
platform. Google, I mean, they're also a private company.
What,
they wanna
censoring
censor-
free
they
speech?
can
Free
censor-
Congress needs
speech?
to tell them what to do.
Your constitutional rights don't include being allowed to see whatever you want on Google. We can't watch a lot of gory
Well,
things
not
on
everything,
Google. Right?
but you still have free speech.
well.
Within the law.
Welcome to reality.
So we should call
Yeah.
that. We should only use YouTube for what? Posting what? Space stuff.
People want to do TikTok dances these days. But either way, right? The point is,
There's a lot
it's
of
not.
rubbish there anyway.
Yeah, it's not. The whole point isn't that. I mean, you could interpret it your way, but if you just think about it the other way, of course, the state wouldn't want you to think the Earth was flat. No state would,
Why?
because for them, it gives them a disadvantage in the future if they have a scientifically illiterate population, right?
What? How? Okay, tell me what is science about looking up at the sky?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because you can call science something that goes with the ongoing scientific method. Not the scientific method. It is a type of the scientific
What
method.
is the sciencey part of it?
So,
Only
for
the first part.
instance,
Or first step.
well, I mean, the method itself comes from the scientific method, but it's open. It's open ended, right? Because you can falsify claims, which is why it's inductive, basically. Oh no, just let me explain it because I'm getting all muddled up. It's an inductive method that Karl Popper redressed by saying Hume by saying, look, we'll have the falsification method so it can be open ended and so you can get closer to the truth. That is the scientific method for things of macro scale like the universe, right?
Right.
That's it then.
And that's what? What's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
So what's sciencey about looking up at the sky?
I just explained the method.
No, they said
Comes
it's
from the
sciencey,
scientific
but
method.
I go outside, I look up at the sky, I become a scientist because I looked up. What did I do?
Oh, that's not just looking at things isn't science, right? If you were making a prediction based on observation, then
Those have
you
been
would
done before. They're called cycles. We already know that these things repeat.
Post-diction. Post-diction is what you're thinking of. I'm
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
exactly what it is.
prediction. For instance, is there a planet between Mercury and the Sun?
No.
No, that is a prediction, young lady, right? Prediction.
Young
How
lady.
would it be a prediction? Did it just form?
What you think? No, not. I think not, right? And is there a planet? Now let's do it the other way around. Is there a planet between Pluto and I think Neptune? Yes, it's Uranus, or it's the other way around. I can't remember which way around it is. Either way, prediction.
Nobody cares which way they go anyway. If you think about it, you can name them in any order as long as you can name them all to get an A on your test.
Okay, the point is prediction. Prediction. Will that asteroid come within X distance of Earth, between the Earth and the Moon? Yes.
Okay, so perfect. That's great. I'm glad you said that because now that you said we're doing sciencey things, what's the distance?
Well, look, you don't agree with the tools and methods for establishing a distance of an object.
I looked up. I made a prediction. Now what did I do?
Well, that's no. If you were trying to find out the distance, you'd use the tools that sciencey people use, and then you would then figure out the distance from that. But
So we know
you
the
don't agree
size
with
of
those
the objects
tools.
then to figure out the distance?
What did you say? Sorry.
We know the size of the objects then to know how to figure out the distance?
I don't know about that. I think people estimate it.
Oh, so it's not sciencey at all. It's just looking up at the sky and saying something to the guy next to you.
Well, again, you just don't agree with the tools. But
yes, I don't agree with me looking up at the sky and then telling you, guess what? If you look up there in 50 years, there's going to be a dark spot.
Oh, Witsit taught you well, but he didn't teach you everything, right? That's the main issue.
I probably talked to Witsit maybe 2 years ago on 24/7. What do I have to do with Witsit?
I don't know. You're giving me Witsit vibes right now, but because I just watched a Witsit debate, that's what I was gone for.
Oh, are you saying that flat earthers think alike?
I think there are factions of flat earthers, yes, and they don't all agree.
You think we're hive-minded?
I don't agree, or I do
No,
agree.
you don't all
I
agree.
don't have any
You have
clue what he
factions.
talks about.
You have factions, so you don't all agree, but you do have
That's your new word that
masters.
Clay made up for you guys.
Slave masters, let's call them. Witsit,
Nah.
QE.
No, I would say they're maybe the front phase of flat Earth, but no, we don't say master or whatever you want to call it.
slave
That's not the
masters,
case.
They've controlled your brain.
He's just trying to be dramatic. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Okay, so since I'm not in that group, now what?
Well, look, I'm doubting that because you sound a lot like Witsit, young man.
I wouldn't know.
If you find yourself repeating verbatim what all the other people are saying, and you've not produced a single
He's
original
copying off of me.
thought. No, if you've not produced
He's
a single
copying off of me.
if you've not produced a single original
He's
thought,
copying off of me.
a single original.
When you complain to Wits that say Globe,
I'll tell him.
Globe
I'll tell him to
has
stop
said you're
copying.
off of him.
I'll stop. Yeah, I'll tell him to stop copying off you. But the point is, if you've not produced a single original thought on the thing that you care most about, flat Earth, then you are probably just telling me what you heard another flat Earth said.
Would you like to do a math test I came up with yesterday?
That's probably your flat Earth master.
Would you like to do a math test I came up with yesterday, or did you fail at that one yesterday?
I saw it, but it's been addressed before. I remember Alpha Veritas versus Yakubianite. Not original.
That's not even close. They never did that, and that was my argument anyway. I gave to them to use.
Maybe you're one of the slave masters.
Who knows?
It could be.
Wait till they start repeating when you remove air from the top of water, the air flies away. Wait till they start repeating that, and then tell me that I'm second at it.
Yeah, probably. You're going to be the next David Weiss. Another slave master.
What does he do?
You should look him up. He's actually a clown. I mean...
Is he an actor?
No, David Wise is a flat earth, famous flat earth. If you watch him, he's actually, like, I couldn't imagine a worse face for flat earth than David Wise. And yet, he is the face, really. For most flat earth, people go looking into flat earth.
I never met him.
No, you should look into him. Be right back.
I should look into all these people, because I already know the earth is flat. Sweet. So you accuse me of copying other people, but I don't watch these people. Now you want me to go and watch these people. That makes a lot of sense.
Dr. Glober, did you switch over? I see you have a picture of a globe on your profile.
Yeah.
You switched?
Yeah.
That's cool. You finally started reading that map that you were showing?
Yep.
Oh, it shows a globe?
Yeah, I told you.
Okay. I'm glad you believe it.
Yep, I believe just like you do.
I knew it. You know, Duncan Darth is good comedy as well. He's a good global. He's what are they called? Surveyors. He's a surveyor. He surveys
failed
land.
The math problem yesterday to the point he actually left.
He surveys land, and he knows it's a globe. Yeah.
You want to see a fun picture? Like,
show me a fun one.
Look at his Dr. Glober's profile picture, right?
Did you say?
Now look at the picture I just posted in the side thing. His picture shows a globe Earth with the scales that he's showing.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. I also the text in the side also shows a globe Earth if you read it.
I tried telling him in that he wouldn't read it.
Yeah, but you're explaining that's how a compass works on the Earth, and you're using that map to explain how a compass works.
Take a globe and smash it down flat and put a compass around it. That's how it works.
Okay, is the world flat? Like squashed down flat? Like it has no 3D? There's no 3 dimensions to it?
That's a retarded question, isn't it?
Well, you just said it was squashed down flat.
Only they knew.
Well, you act like that map is your reality.
Yes.
I don't live on a map.
No, I don't live on a map. I live on a globe. But that map is the 2D representation of the globe.
What's the closest possible map you could produce that could accurately show the borders of Earth? Like countries, land masses, and so
on. Google Earth?
Well, not you, obviously. I'm talking to the flat Earth.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Because I think people can produce very accurate ones for globe. And every time a flat earther one shows, they're like, well, you know, we don't live on a map. You know, there's like tons of globe maps, so how could you like possibly complain, right? But it's not like, it's like if I even chose one of them and said, okay, look, this is the flat earth map I'm going to use to say anything. I couldn't even say anything about it, right? Because all of them don't count. Whereas like a globe is in like a ball, right, with all the countries on the borders of the landmasses. At least that is what we would produce and say, look, that's accurately showing you countries, distances, flight times, where people travel to, and so on. You know,
How did
got,
you prove
got
it?
something.
I was trying to get Dr. Globe to like engage with Fusili Jerry because Fusili Jerry says that east and west are straight lines, and Dr. Globe thinks it's a circle. So I wanted them to talk it out. They didn't want to do that.
So if you just stand looking east, that's a straight line.
So now you agree with him?
Yeah, but
So if
he
you
didn't give you the
walk-
whole
if you
story.
walk-
I said if you take a compass like the one I posted and you go around the top of the globe, around the North Pole, you go in a circle. He didn't like that
So-
answer.
If I walk due east, am I going in a straight line or not?
Are you following a compass, or are you just standing in one spot, turning east, and then walking?
Well, a compass tells me where east is, so yes, I'm following the compass. So if I walked in
You're going in a
straight,
circle.
okay, so east is a circle, and east and west are circles, then, right?
So you don't agree with going on a globe? If you go to the North Pole and you use a compass, you can't go around it then?
What?
Can you go around the North Pole if you go up there with a compass? Can you put? We're going to put a stick in the ground at the North Pole, and then we're going to hold our compass, and it's going to point to it, and we're going to walk in a circle, and it's going to keep pointing to it.
I mean, if you have an accurate enough
You
compass,
walk in a circle.
I'm sure if you have an accurate enough compass, I'm sure it would. Yeah.
It's 1 foot away from the pole in the ground. Is 1 foot away from me, pointing right to it.
If you have an accurate enough compass, yes, I'm sure it would.
It would. You go in a circle then, right?
I mean, I'm not sure exactly how the magnetic fields work on Earth, but I know
So
for
it's not a globe then. It doesn't spin, and it's not a North Pole.
Is that a claim you're making?
You said it.
You
You
just-
said
no,
you're
you
not
just
even
said
sure
that.
just now. You said I'm not sure.
About the exactly about how the magnetic fields work on Earth, but I do know that there is a North Pole and a South Pole. How big that North Pole is, or big that South Pole is on the globe, I don't know that.
Can you go around them?
Yes, I would imagine you can because we do it all the time.
At what point is it not a circle anymore?
Well, it's always going to be a circle.
Thank you.
It's always going to be a circle.
That's
If
the end of
you
my
walk-
diatribe.
If you walk around a sphere, you're always going to be walking in a circle.
Thank you.
The surface of a globe is a circle. I
That's
agree.
right. You got it.
So so 2 points, the closest you can get to them on the sphere is a circle. It's an arc, not a straight line. Unless you go through the sphere. But I'm talking about on the sphere, not through the sphere, on the sphere.
I'm gonna get some music bumps going over here so I can play like Another One Bites the Dust real quick, like 5-second bumps. That's what I'm working on today.
Oh, you're like projecting. You're gonna say like you bit the dust again.
Yep, just for you.
Okay. I'm glad that you actually have some sense of the humbleness where you can at least admit where you're wrong.
I got
I'm
a
glad
bunch
you
of
can
new
do that.
plugins that I got to figure out and play with, and what order I want to put them in. So I got to come up with something to make. So I'm going to make bumps for sound bites for this room, and you might be on one of them.
I hope so. It'd be great. When do you actually stream this YouTube channel?
Oh, you
like, do
just
you have the
said
channel name?
you
Do you
just
have the
said on the
channel name?
globe. Anywhere you go, you walk in a circle after complaining that you walk in a straight line.
I didn't say that. I never said you walk in a straight line. You said that.
I never said you can walk in a straight line. I
You
can't even
can't
cut
walk in a
grass
straight line?
straight line, dummy.
Oh, you can't walk in a straight line. Oh, okay.
That's right. I cannot cut grass in a perfectly straight line. I try it every time I cut the grass to get those lines absolutely perfect. It never happens.
Any Glovers want to explain what I just posted? How that shadow on the Earth from the moon works? How it squiggles around?
Hello? Hello, hello. Is there anybody out there?
No, we're here.
Anybody in there?
Yes.
You know what's so crazy? Speaking of Pink Floyd, that's what I was singing. They had a vinyl cover called Flat Earth. Let me see.
If you know anything about Pink Floyd, they know a lot about conspiracies.
Oh yeah, they talk about the wall and all that stuff. Yeah.
I don't know if that's a
Exactly.
conspiracy or if it's, they're just talking about reality.
I think it's reality. Let me just say that because I believe in it all, honestly. So
All right, check
let me
this
say it's
out.
reality.
So I didn't know this until I started getting into Flat Earth. I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I'll post in chat.
You're good.
But they had a vinyl, like a single or something, and it was called Flat Earth, and it shows the moon. Yeah, it shows like, I guess this is the moon, but they put like some art over it, and it looks like there's like an alien fucking. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear. There's an
No, you good.
alien
Send it
like.
in chat. Send it in the chat. I want to see.
Yeah, I sent it in the chat, dude. I don't know
That's
what year it
what
is. I have to look.
looking like. It looks like
Oh,
they
shit.
It says
did.
1971. Yeah. It was an LP vinyl, so it was just like a couple tracks, I think.
Pink Floyd knows aliens are real. Then
I don't know, but it's Speculation Sunday, so we can talk about it.
yeah, Pink Floyd doesn't know that aliens are real.
What do you think? Pink Floyd believed in flat Earth?
I don't know what other
I haven't
people
really,
believe
honestly.
in. I don't know what their religion is or anything.
Not even talking to you, Dr. Globe. Keep your mouth shut. I'm talking to Coil.
I honestly, I've seen that album cover like 5 years ago, so I'm honestly not sure what they believe in. I haven't really even Googled it or looked into it or whatever, researched it. But it always like kind of weirded me out that they released a vinyl LP called Flat Earth, and I was like, why? Like, what are they trying to tell me?
Right.
Here's another one.
Well,
Another
my
cover.
theory, I do not believe in the world being flat or round. It's more so, it's like, to me, it's more like, you ever been inside of a cave or you just see like how the world is? If you literally just look beyond, you can see there's depths. There's a lot of depths. There's a lot of hills. There's a lot of mountains. There's a lot of valleys. So it's basically, the world is just like, I mean, it could be flat, but it's very in depth. So you can't really just say it's flat. You know what I'm saying? We can't say it's round because there's no proof on that.
Well, look, from what I've been told with NASA and their CGI cartoons, and then I get told by this Neil deGrasse Hole, guy, deGrasse
Yeah.
Tyson.
Neil
Yep.
deGrasse Hole.
Yeah,
I like it. I
I've
like
called
it.
him that for years, like Neil deGrasse Hole. Like,
He's honestly jumped around theory so much, that dude.
well,
Fucking.
he one of the claims he made was that it's an oblate, like a pear-shaped oblate spheroid.
I
So
remember
if you
that.
do like the telemetry data on the actual planet, it looks kind of like deformed, like a deformed football almost.
Do you know what the toroidal field is?
Yes.
So do you know how that supposedly resonates with the world? Like, as in, this is supposed to be a huge toroidal field around the whole world, around Earth, shall we say, as they say. But then that kind of like messes with a lot of things I believe. I believe in that, but I also, when I think about that, it messes with other things I believe, because it's like, how would that, form? I don't know. That just blows my mind a little bit. That's one thing I need help with, understanding that the toroidal field with flat Earth and like stuff like that.
Okay. Well, if you want to get into the toroidal field, like you should probably look into like the ionosphere, which is what Nikola Tesla talked about in his like electric universe theories. So there's like the ionosphere, which is the main, I guess, dome, we'll call it, like, and then there's like the stratosphere, the atmosphere. There's all these different layers, and they call it sphere, but technically a sphere can be like a half of a sphere, like a half circle, like a 180 degree circle. So that's just the wordage they use. Anyway, like yeah, you got to look into all those different layers, like of these toroidal spheres, atmosphere, ionosphere, stratosphere. And that
Now,
might give
you know
you
about the
an
North
idea.
Star as the the
Yeah,
Polaris.
Polaris. Yeah, Polaris.
Yes, as its location, you know, prior to Earth, like do you know where like it's supposed to, I guess they say it's supposed to be directly above us in a sense, and they say like the toroidal field, like it's supposed to be in, like I don't know, I don't know how to explain it. It's supposed to be in the center of the Earth, but like above, obviously not inside the Earth. You ever looked up the coordinates to the center of the Earth, like on surface, not obviously in underground. We're talking like the surface of Earth. And if you look up the coordinates for the center, like the middle of the Earth, there's a place you can go there, and there's a sign that says this is not the center of the Earth. It's so weird. People go there
My
and take
house is
pictures.
the absolute top of the earth.
Wait, so one
Oh,
more time.
really?
Yeah, my house is on the absolute top part of the ball.
You on top of Mount Everest?
That's not on top of the ball.
Oh, here at the North Pole?
That's not by me.
No. Where's the top of the pole then?
I thought the thing was tilted. How is now the north is now tilted? That's the top?
Well, I said Mount Everest first, but focus on that one.
Oh, that Mount Everest is the top then? Is that what you're calling it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, what do you define as the top of a ball?
Any place you stand.
Okay, then.
Hey, can we guys go over that picture that Coil just sent in on the chat? Hey, Coil, you mind speaking on that for me real quick?
So I'm not agreeing with it. That's just the first thing that came up, that they said that on Quora, of course it's Quora, says the geographical center of the Earth is located apparently below Turkey, like right below the country Turkey.
Did he give coordinates?
Let me see.
You should be able to just use a globe and point to it and figure it out. If there's a globe on your desk.
He's a flat earther, isn't he? Aren't you, Kilo?
Globe Earth was, I think.
How am I a flat earther when my name says Dr. Globe Earth?
Dr.
Again,
Globe
was,
Earth.
I think.
You were a flat earther.
Yeah, he just wants to stay Dr. Globe forever now. He pretends that flat Earth was never a thing to him.
Yeah, well.
I'm going to be the top glober coming up. I'm going to try to be like a Mick Toon or I'm Dave and say the dumbest shit. See if I can get some endorsements, and then I'll come out and say, I've actually been a flat earther LARPing you guys.
This guy.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta, not infiltrate, but you gotta,
Like
play
fire
the
with
part.
fire, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Fire with fire, kind of be like, oh yeah, like that's when most people lose arguments, because, and it's not about winning the argument or losing the argument. Most people who are, let's say, a globe earther, when you use their evidence and arguments against them, they end up like confusing themselves. Like you got to kind of like be the enemy within the enemy.
I was told that I was the top globe earther earlier on. I think I got that title from what's his name? Stop the Stop the Cut. That's it. Yeah. I was also called the. One sec. I was called the Model NPC Globe Zealot. It's pretty based. That's me.
It's funny because that picture that you did, that comment you put, Coil, of that thing that's talking about the center of the Earth. It literally says right there, the world is technically not round, and it's not telling you all the way it's flat. And but it'll say the poles where the poles are flattened. Ain't that funny? It's kind of funny because like they're basically telling you the world is not perfectly round. Therefore, you would have to knock off
Not a
anything
globe
about
at
the
all.
atmosphere.
Saying it's not perfectly round doesn't help your dream anymore.
Well, it doesn't help your case out of it being a globe either, does
Oh,
it?
it absolutely does. If there's no curve, it's
No, it
flat.
does. Okay, explain. I'm listening.
I did. I explained. If there's no curve, it's flat.
Oh yes. So you're a flat earther? What, bro? What is wrong with you? Are you glober or earther? I'm so confused.
Oh, now you're not on my team anymore?
I thought you was Doctor. Wait, I don't know, man. You're trolling or something. You got to be trolling.
Uh-huh.
I believe I live on a globe.
But you just said there was no curve.
There is no curve.
Uh-huh.
You gotta listen to what he's saying. He says he believes he lives on a globe. That doesn't mean the Earth is a globe.
Oh, it's Captain Something Wong. Missed you.
Hey, I have a question for Captain Something Wong.
What's up?
Hold on a second. Let me get this straight.
He's the most dense flat earther you'll ever meet.
No. Do you know why?
Apparently not as dense as the last guy if you're paying attention.
You know why Captain Something?
Well, that was wordplay.
You know why
That was he was just saying, I believe.
Can I talk?
So Captain Something, that was just him saying. That was.
Check this out. Do you know why two Asians can't make a Caucasian baby?
No, why?
Because two Wongs don't make a white.
Feels racially motivated.
That's a great one.
I'll accept that because Captain Wong was being a little dick. So that's funny. Nice.
So NASA shows how eclipses shadows work, except when we look at them in reality. That's a
That
hostile
fucking
witness.
that animation that you posted in the chat, it doesn't even make sense. Okay.
That's
So
a
it's
lunar
saying
eclipse.
it's saying
That's the
central
moon shadow.
duration.
It's a solar eclipse. That's the moon shadow going over it.
Okay, but if the moon shadow is going over the Earth, shouldn't the Earth be spinning as well? Why is the Earth stationary? And then, like,
Well, the Earth is
I'm getting
stationary.
a little
Showing it's
confused here.
spinning. That's why the shadow's moving on the Earth. They're just showing the Earth still and the
Oh.
shadow's moving.
I'd love to see this in real time, as opposed to some animation from NASA.gov.
Yeah, we would
Well,
too.
you
That's what I
go
just brought.
outside
Why
and
I
just
brought
watch
it up because if you look at the eclipse posted above, or the eclipse where I posted that got a shadow upside down, that shadow's perfectly a circle. It's not all wonky on the sides, and it didn't start off wonky on the sides either. Posted at 25 minutes after the hour.
25 minutes after the hour.
We don't see that wonky shit when people film eclipses. How come? Let's hear the reason why now.
Have you ever seen Ratu and Ketu? Have you ever seen the third celestial body? There's
You know what the
footage of
black
that.
sun is?
Yeah, there's footage of that. I don't know about this first part of the
So
video
not
I
a
posted.
shadow on the eclipse then.
Okay, so go to like 20 seconds on this video that I posted. And you can see this is actual footage of eclipse. There's a third celestial body besides the sun and the moon. Yeah. This is like comes from India and stuff, like Rahu and Ketu. So what's Speculation Sunday for the
How about
That's
if
what
I
you
up
live on?
that for? How about if I up that for you, fellas?
This is what we live on? What the fuck is this?
Let's try to top that one and see if I can find it for him.
Look how high the ice is.
No, that's actually a really good video right there. Coil, nice.
What?
Yeah, I don't know how
Hey,
high the
check out
ice
this
is.
eclipse. Check out this eclipse and tell me what's happening in the background. Why did you blow me off the screen? Damn it. Anyway, look at the eclipse I posted and tell me what's going on behind it. We don't show that often, but it is Speculation Sunday.
What timestamp should I go to? Not trying to be impatient, but I just want to see what.
43 minutes.
43 seconds, you mean? Okay, hold on. Okay, I thought it was you posting. Okay, I was watching this guy's YouTube video. Okay, so
My name is not Jenna.
yeah, no, I didn't know
Yeah,
you
yeah,
guys
call him
posted
that
at the
from now
same
on.
time. Okay, I see. No, I see it now. I see it. I
That was
see what you're
actually
saying.
wow, that was a good one too, Dr. Glue. I ain't gonna lie.
How about
That right there,
Batman?
that changes a lot when for me, just thinking right now. I mean, I
You
already knew
notice how
that
the
the moon was kind of
shadow, the
like
dark spot is correlated with that movement.
So the question is, what is that shadow that's moving behind the sun and the moon?
exactly. Don't know.
What
Don't know. That's why we're flat earthers.
what shadows moving behind the sun and the moon?
Where did you find that footage, bro?
Oh, Daddy's here. You're all in trouble now.
Amazing what we have. The one eclipse I always post, they must have put that in some algorithm so that name, because if I rename it, it will show up. But if I don't, if I leave it the original name, it won't post.
About to take a look at that one more time.
There's some sort of lens flaring going on, maybe? Who knows? Passing clouds?
The video I posted shows the same thing, like a
Yeah, it
celestial
does.
object.
It's not as real, like but it's still the same.
So thin clouds going in front of the moon?
Yep, a cloud ball.
A cloud ball? Yeah, I was gonna say it.
Don't look much like a ball, dude.
A ball of clouds. Well, according to you, gases form into balls in a vacuum chamber.
All this is happening under, or if you believe in flat Earth, I'm saying the firmament or the separation from, they'll say outer space. I would say water, some type of substance, then our Earth. This is all happening underneath.
And me, I don't say anything because I don't know.
It's all speculation.
Like I was saying earlier, for as much as this room is hated, it sure is big.
Well, that's because there's like 80% of the people in here just AFK from the other server. They don't talk, they just listen. That's
Bro, I've
why
been in
this
this
room
shit for like
ebbs
2 years now.
That's why this room just ebbs and flows. Y'all just go back and forth between the main server and this room. I mean, like most of these people aren't
we
even
have
from
double
the
the
server.
hours. Isn't that funny?
Do what?
Double the hours of every other room on the
I
server
mean,
now.
that typically happens when you have like 20 AFK people just sit in here.
So when I come in and there's only 2 other people, and that's all the time usually in the morning, and it takes about 10 minutes,
never-
15 minutes for it to fill up. So is that when when there's people just sitting in here, or do I let them know I'm here, come and sit?
I never ever see there anything like 2 people in here. There's usually always like 12 AFK people in here every time I look. Usually not talking in the morning
Just
or in the
because the
evening.
microphones are muted. I'm glad people look at that and think that we're sitting here doing nothing.
Well, when there's nobody
No,
talking,
they're
what
just
else are
listening.
you
I mean, I
doing?
feel like you guys are listening. That's all it is. If you're either listening or doing something, you're in here for a reason. You're not just here just to put your phone down and then go do what the hell you're doing.
Well, he seems to think if you're not talking and the microphones aren't clicking away, there's nothing going
Well, when
on.
there's like 15
Oh
people in
no,
here for an
some people are
hour,
probably taking notes. You know, this is probably some people that are really taking.
taking
If we
notes.
talking, and you never know. Some people actually really come here to learn, bro. Don't just come here to talk about bullshit. You got to understand that. There's people
Well,
here
So
to
when
actually
they,
learn.
so hold on. So yesterday morning,
you've
when
met
there
the
was like
super
15 people in
anti-flat
here.
earther right now, so I'm just warning you.
So that was a yesterday morning when there were 15 people
Thank you,
in
Dr.
here,
Globe.
and nobody was talking for like an hour and a half, right? They were just taking notes on the silence, just listening to like the firmament, or like I guess
Well,
like the ether
well,
just
it
flow through
depends.
their ears.
Well, it depends. So if there was no topic at that moment, then you would have to wait till a topic arises. Or if you had a question, someone would just bring it up. And in that case, I'm sure no one's taking notes. They're probably doing whatever they're doing. It
So
could
there are
be,
just people
you know.
just like doing what they're doing with their phone, sitting down,
Well,
like just.
that's not a problem. They're here for, you don't know what they're doing.
Also,
Why is that a big
also y'all
concern, sir?
realize I can just see y'all go back and forth between the main server and this server. So like when he
Wait, are
joined this
you
room,
like part of
everybody
the?
from
Are
the
you a
main
moderator? Are you a moderator or something?
a moderator on the 24/7. No.
Oh, well,
But yeah, y'all act like I don't see y'all's flow from the main server onto this server, back to the main server, back to this server. Which again, like, cause right now, like none of like the actual users and any other VCs ever sit in here, right? There's only like
what are you
3 or
talking
4
about?
at a
Crit is
given
right
time.
there. Do you know who Crit is? Look up all the way
Yeah,
near Crit.
Crit, who is
He's
always
been
in the
here
other
for
flat Earth
years, bro.
servers, right? No,
That-
Crit
he's
never
the
comes
top
in and out
dog.
of Crit never ever leaves this room.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's literally like he basically is part of like
He's
the
asleep right now, just listening. Look at this. I mean, the evidence, proof in the pudding.
Yeah, he's just sleeping. He's always in here. His thing never leaves this room.
You know,
He is
he
always in
he
here
likes
just
to
to
hear
float.
though.
No,
I don't
he
know.
literally just acts as a fluffer. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe you know him better than I do. I don't know.
Okay, so here's my issue with people like saying, "Oh, you're always here," or whatever. Who cares? Like if these people are here and they're trying to just think outside the box and have a discussion, like
That's not
there's
the
nothing
point.
wrong with that. No, the point is if you're so invested into the globe Earth, why don't you create a 24/7 globe Earth chat? And then you guys can all
That'd be boring.
congregate. You can all congregate and go into your little globe Earth chat and be like, "Oh yeah, well I went to NASA.gov and they told me this." Like, why are
I'm gonna
you
be
in
like, oh, he
here?
really told you
That'd be
that? That's
boring.
awesome.
Why don't
What
you?
else?
Why are you in here harassing people who are just trying to talk about shit that's like not the
Who's
mainstream
harassing
narrative?
anybody?
No, you have been.
Yes, this deterred our conversation honestly because we were actually on topic on something pretty well, but this is deterring.
Yeah, we're speculating. It's Speculation Sunday.
They're just speculating.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
I
It's
say we
freedom
go
of
back to
speech.
what we were talking about.
And sure, you can go back to talking about lens flares and clouds and cameras.
Well, can I ask you?
That's like
Yeah, it
a
was just
undiscovered.
yeah, it was just swamp gas. You know, it was just swamp gas. Like it's
Can
not
I
a big
ask if
deal.
any of you think celestial
Artifacting,
navigation can be done on a flat Earth?
Nope.
Celestial navigation.
Actually, there is technology from ancient, like 1400, 1500 BC, or before that, that had ancient celestial technology. And then they used like this device. Like if you look up like ancient star navigation device. And they actually rebuilt it too.
You mean the Astrolab, that one?
Yeah, the Astral. They've had that, and that, if anything, that will prove. All right, here it is. It's called the. I don't want to butcher saying this, but I'll post it in chat. But it's called the Antikythera mechanism. It's a Greek, yeah, from the Greeks. Okay, so they actually rebuilt it. There's a picture if you scroll down.
Why don't you show the new video of where it's rebuilt and what it actually does?
What does it do?
It shows where every single planet, star, base, or constellations, cycles. You just turn the little dial on the side and everything turns, and Earth is centered.
So they just like recreated it and like changed it, or is it
No,
the
you use it
same?
as you use it. You can use it for navigation and all kinds of things. Basically, a clock.
So does this device, when they recreated it, lean more towards a flat Earth like existence or a globe Earth like?
Give me a minute to find it.
So did they modify it and make it like fit
Give me a
to
minute to find
a
the video for
heliocentric,
you.
like a heliocentric model when they
Give
refined it
me
or
a
remade
minute
it?
to find the video for you.
I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. I'm sorry.
You know what I find so funny, man? Freemasons, bro. They make the heliocentric model, and then yet they follow the flat Earth system still in
They do
secrecy.
not. They are taught the globe model in their books. I have them upstairs.
That's what the heliocentric model is. That's what I just said.
You
But
said
yet
they created
in
what? They
secrecy,
created what?
they
They
praise
created the
the hail, the light.
heliocentric model and teach it.
Yes, but that is not what
Well,
they believe.
yes, they do.
So, do you know what hail the light means, right?
I'm telling you, they
Do you
believe
know
what's
what?
in
Answer
those
my question. Do
books
you know what
until you
hail the
get to
light means?
certain
Do you know what hail
degrees,
the light,
and
brother?
then you're
Hail
given
the light,
more
brother. Do you know what that means?
information.
Answer
Yes.
my question. Do
Let
you
me
know what
find
hail
this
the light
video for
means?
this guy. Hold on.
If you cannot answer this question, then I have no reason to talk to you about this. Exactly.
I
Like I
think what you're
said.
trying to say, Kilo, is that they praise the globe model, but they like the heliocentric
But they
model.
know, but they know about,
But
but
what
they
they
know the
do
truth.
in secret, yeah, what they do in secret
Exactly.
is they practice the geocentric
Do you
model.
see their actual thing? Their have you
Go
been to
watch
their altars?
that.
They have
That
archways.
piece.
Do you know what the
Go watch
archways mean? Do
that.
you know
That's
about the
that
light
piece that you
Polaris?
posted.
The light that they hail is Polaris, bro. That's the
Yeah,
North Star.
the post you made, Coil, of that mechanism. I just posted the video of it. A working flat Earth model.
Okay, yeah, I'll watch it.
A working flat Earth model. Do you believe in this model?
There you go. You've been asking for a model. Now go watch that, and don't say you've never seen a model. I didn't make it.
Wait, what makes it a working flat Earth model?
Just if you watch it, you'll see what it means. Also, they had to AI this thing so that the people are in weird spots and different kind of cuts, so it couldn't get sniped out by YouTube.
Let's see.
It's an interesting video. Hey guys, quick question. If you guys understand about this, so what is Pythagoras like? What is his beliefs, and does that have anything to do with like flat Earth?
Triangles only work on a flat Earth. They don't work on a ball. Can tell you that much. And a glober will tell you can't have a triangle on a ball.
So was he like someone that did a lot of things with shapes, or
Oh,
like?
I don't know nothing about it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about people in history. I don't read books like that.
Yeah, me either.
All right, so Pythagoras and Newton were both Masons, by the way, which I'm not.
Freemasons, okay.
Yeah, let's not get into that too much. But the
Yes.
whole point of these guys is like they are taking geocentric formulas from the past, from other like unknown, like Russian and like European scientists. Just like Einstein took all his theories of relativity and E equals mc squared, whatever, from other scientists, and Newton, Isaac Newton, did that as well, where when he developed gravity, but he actually took his formulas from previous scientists that were researching these type of like buoyancy and density and like inertia and like natural laws of motion and things. And what they did was they, Pythagoras, when they go to make their new theory, they're just taking old formulas and then modifying them to like whatever they want to make the new theory is. So when Einstein did it, he had many mentors before he came up with the E equals mc squared and all that, the natural whatever whatever it's called. And so a lot of these guys in the modern age, in the last, we'll say 300, 400 years, they're actually just taking old like formulas from other scientists and then modifying them to what they want everybody to believe. Like to say, oh, okay, well, this is my new theory of relativity, and this is my new theory of gravity, and this is my new theory of whatever. But in reality, they're taking consistent data that is proven, like like a stationary Earth, we'll say, on paper. If you do the math, like you were saying about the triangles, and they wouldn't work on a globe and all that. Anyway, so they just take all that stuff and then they remix it and revamp it and remake it. They're like, oh, okay, well, this is my new theory. And what's messed up with Einstein in particular, that his E equals mc squared and a lot of his formulas, you'll have these like college kids nowadays in the last like 10, 15 years that will take his formulas and all his chemistry and all his whatever physics formulas on the chalkboard, and they'll actually find flaws in his theories and they'll correct the flaws. It's like when you're doing algebra and you get the answer but you do it kind of your own way. Well, it turns out a lot of these guys with their physics formulas are being corrected by college students. Like Einstein is being corrected by college students and showing, oh, there's a flaw in this formula. It's actually this.
He's been corrected by me.
What's up?
I corrected him the other day.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
so these guys.
What's mass? How do I multiply mass times something else that I didn't measure?
No, I'm sorry, man. I wasn't ignoring you. I just have to take a phone call. I'm sorry.
That's fine. When I ask what's mass, nobody can tell me. So we multiply nobody can tell me times the speed of light. I knew that would wake some people up. Chat's hopping now. So the answer is mass is a function of matter as it pertains to an object's inertia. So we multiply that times the speed of light, part of it. We'll start there. Speed of light squared to be more accurate. So we don't want to go to the wrong planet. We could say speed of light cubed, it wouldn't really matter because so far you got a 0 in there.
What's up, pussy? Dude, if you believe the Earth is flat, you got the IQ of a fucking retard.
Who are you talking to?
Tell you that much, buddy.
You sound obnoxious and stupid.
Yeah, who are you talking to?
The Earth is round, buddy. Okay?
Yeah, prove it. Have you been in
Bro,
outer
why do you
space?
sound like you fucking retarded or something? And no offense, but you sound stupid. Don't even talk on the subject, bro.
I mean, do we have to go to outer space to prove it?
Yeah. Have you ever been in
I don't
outer
think
space?
so. Well, I
Have
mean,
you ever been to Mars or the moon?
no, but that's not necessary, right?
Says who? Who says that? NASA?
Well, why would it be necessary?
Because you haven't seen it yourself.
But you don't have to see it to know that it's round.
Oh, so we just have to see fake CGI cartoon bullshit. Yeah.
Or like believing in something
You
that's
don't
not
even
really
have to
there.
see that. You can like do some experiments.
Okay.
Well, that's finding out to that's seeing to believe, actually.
Sorry.
Hey, let me ask you this, bro. Like, why do you believe the Earth is flat? Like, is it like your brain? Is it flat like your brain?
Oh my
Stupid
god.
boy.
This is the Australian fucking bogey
Yeah, who's
over
this
here.
guy?
Bogan, whatever you call it.
Came in here saying the P word, no strong and stuff.
But
Don't do
that is a
yeah,
good
can.
question, though.
Tell me why your
Don't
Earth
you
is
have
flat,
to?
little boy.
Don't you have to go to
Tell me
outer
why the
space
Earth
to
is a
see?
globe, little boy. Because you had a globe in your classroom.
Well, first of all, gravity. Okay.
Gravity.
Okay. There's this thing called gravity.
That's a
Yeah?
theory. Still, remember that. That's not okay.
It
Remember
doesn't
that as
matter,
well.
buddy.
It does
Doesn't
matter,
matter,
actually.
buddy.
It matters
A
a
lot
lot.
of things are theories, but they're proven.
Just like the globe, right?
Nah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
Let me tell you. F equals ma. Is that a theory? What's going on?
You said what? F equals ma.
Fuck all. Yourself? Nice, mate.
Force equals
This guy's
mass
drunk.
times acceleration.
Huh?
He may or may not
Oh,
been
snap!
drunk.
Jedi's here. What's up, Jedi?
Hello, sunshine.
Evening, gentlemen.
Well, by the way,
Awesome.
wouldn't you have to go to outer space to see if the Earth is flat?
No.
Why not?
Well, you can go up pretty high, and you can use a camera that isn't like a fisheye lens, and you can show that it's just flat, like there's no curvature. That's one example.
Has someone done that?
Yeah, a few people have done that actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
So they go up, and with the fisheye lens, they can see
No,
that the Earth
without the
is flat.
fisheye lens.
Oh,
Yeah, you know how many lenses there are, dude? There's like 50 plus lenses or more that can change the perspective of reality.
yeah, of course.
What you're looking at,
You
like
mentioned
the
fisheye
horizon.
lens, so I thought, yeah.
Yeah, so when you go on an airplane and you look at the airplane window, and the border of the airplane window has these like curved little things, and then you look out the window and you see curvature, that's because that window was designed that way to show you curvature. We're kind of
Yeah, I've heard that.
Well,
it's
no, I wouldn't say it was designed to show curvature. That's a bit of a stretch. It's not. That wasn't intentionally designed. So, hey, we need to make these people see when they look out the window. They need to see a curvy horizon. No, it's not. Engineers weren't. Didn't have that
Yeah,
in
and
mind.
why
They just
isn't
trying
everything else curvy? Like, why? So let's say if I look out
engineering issue.
Okay,
but if I
so they
look
could
out the
easily
window,
have like, if you want to talk about like air pressure and whatever, because of the air pressure in the plane at 30,000 feet, whatever, 34,000 feet, we have to design it this way so it has those little indentions on the border, like the curvature on the border of the window. But I'm pretty sure they could have done that and maintained the air pressure in the plane without having to put those border like indentions that make it look curved.
I mean, that's a separate tangent. I would ask you this: why don't other objects look curved, but only the Earth looks curved out of the plane window?
You're answering your own question.
They do.
How? How am I?
Yeah, your lines on the tarmac before you take off. You look out the window, you'll see that they look a little bit distorted towards the edges of the window. So it isn't just the horizon that goes through those windows.
Yeah, the ground. Yeah, and they've proven this with these videos where they're like, we're going to disprove the flat earth and launch a fucking, drone or a balloon, and then we're going to show you from liftoff or from takeoff to when they go up. And there's curvature on the ground with these cameras when in reality that curvature shouldn't even be there at that ground level. You're only supposed to see the curve after so many thousands of feet. So why am I seeing curvature from the liftoff? Why am I seeing curvature from the liftoff? Because they're using a specific lens, a camera lens, to show you curvature.
How about the moon and other planets you can see with your bare eyes, man? With your own eyes. There's no lens, no shit.
Comparing the ground beneath you to things in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, you say other objects are another sphere or something. So the moon, you can see it with your own eyes. You are not using a fucking fish eye shit that you claim. So what about the moon then? What about the moon?
What about the moon?
What about other planets that you can see?
What about them?
Other.
But they are.
Why are we the only?
They are a sphere, aren't they? Are they? Are they a sphere? Yes or no? Are they?
MPK, just MPK. Shut up for a minute.
Shut your monkey ass, bitch! I'll fuck your mother. I'll put a foot up your mother's ass. Shut your monkey ass.
Here we go. Come on, man.
They don't do that.
Let Jedi respond to you. Jedi's trying to get a word in. You've asked a question. He wants to address your question.
Yeah.
Relax, man.
You might have lots of spheres up in the
Man,
sky.
you need to suck some dick. You're sucking so much dick, man. I fuck so many bitches whose sons believe the earth is flat. You know that? And their pussy stink like fish.
Bro, you sound like you're uneducated.
Why would you? Why is that a flex? Like,
like what? Sound uneducated.
Just carry on talking, guys. I've muted him. He can fuck off.
So his claim to fame is he fucks lots of bitches whose pussy smells like fish. Good on you, man.
He sounds.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
What a prick.
But yeah, I would be happy to hear your answer on that if you would like to answer it.
Well, I was going to ask before that guy started name calling. Jedi, what were you going to say about how you can see the planets and whatever we were talking about?
It's, at the end of the day, it's got absolutely fuck all to do with the thing that you're standing on. All you can do by look at the planets is, hey, those things look like spheres and they move. Maybe the Earth is a sphere that moves too. And then what you do is you observe and measure the Earth, and then you figure out it's nothing like those things up in the sky. Because to make an assertion that this is like that, you have to prove that this is like that by directly measuring it. And when we do measure the Earth, it's not curving. So not like that then.
Can you go into more detail on these measurements?
So people go out and make observations and perform tests using they can use mirrors to reflect the sun's light across large bodies of water, or they can use flashlight. They can use types of lasers, which has been done, inexpensive to very expensive lasers across large bodies of water, to see if there's any deviation from horizontal, a drop the surface of the water, and
And the
they
people doing
find
these
they find
tests,
none.
are they do they have a motive there? Are they flat earthers, or are they just like actual scientists who have achieved
Originally, no.
accreditations?
Originally, no. Like they weren't. It varies. Like there's a group called FE Corps, which stands for the Field Engineer Corps. They performed some tests. We have
Yeah, and their
the
original
John
premise
D.
was radio waves. They were testing radio waves, so that was their original thing. They weren't looking for a flat Earth.
Right, yeah, and then you got Dr. John D, who has a PhD in spectroscopy. Studies light, basically for a living, how light works and how light behaves. He's performed various laser tests across large bodies of water over in the, I think the UK. Maybe Jedi knows a bit more about that.
I can't find anything from Searching Field Engineer Corps, but I've just never seen a peer-reviewed paper or anything like that to show any evidence of it.
What's peer review?
Peer review is when other scientists who are known in the field review
I reviewed it.
the methodology of the research paper and say.
I reviewed it. I reviewed it.
They look at it and they agree with it or they disagree with it. Yeah.
Well, they test the method. They're looking to review the methodology, not the
They
outcome.
don't test it. They look at the paper and they say, "Yeah, I agree with that."
No, that's not how it works.
disagree.
Replication of studies is
So they
something
go
separate.
out and they go out and they replicate what the scientists did.
No, that's something separate, but that happens as well. I mean, that's how you get established science.
So what's peer review then? I just asked that.
Yeah, and I answered it, and I'm saying replicating studies is something as well, and it's different. But
Yeah, you
but
said
peer
they
review,
replicate the studies, yeah, but
no,
they
I didn't.
don't.
You're completely mischaracterizing what I said.
Okay,
I
so what
said,
do they do then? They look at the
I mean, will you
paper
give me an
and they
answer?
say,
Will
"I
you give me a
agree
chance
or
to
I
answer,
don't
or are you just
agree."
going to keep on shouting at me?
One at a time,
so
please.
peer review is where the other scientists will review the methodology of the paper and say, yes, that is they conducted science correctly there.
I did. I reviewed it for him.
Yeah, good job there, dude.
We're not
Replication.
talking about.
Again, I'm not finished yet. If you want to,
We're not talking about scientists. We're talking about engineers.
Why would you not talk about scientists?
Who's gonna review an engineering paper? Another engineer?
I mean, engineering is effectively a type of science. So
no, it's not.
It's called the scientific method. I posted it in chat.
Mathematics and physics apply practically, and yes, it is.
So in engineering, who's going to review another engineering paper? A scientist or an engineer?
I mean,
Anybody could.
Be an engineer in that case.
Yeah. Okay. Radwin, did you review the paper?
Oh my god.
Who?
What are you on
about?
bro?
Who?
Radwin. He's an engineer. I reviewed it.
I actually said earlier, like people know it in the field. You have to have accreditations and actually like a reputation within.
Timbo does. Yeah, Timbo does.
Yeah, I've got an engineering degree in structural engineering. I reviewed it too.
I think he just completely didn't hear what I just said.
So what the fuck?
I reviewed it also. I reviewed it also.
Got a degree. A lot of people have a degree. I have an engineering degree. I couldn't peer review someone else's study and have
so now
anyone give a shit.
there's more. Now there's more conditionals because
No. These are the conditionals I said originally that you're just like shouting past. like I didn't say them originally. Come on.
So where do we go from here now?
I mean, I just think your entire argument there was awful. But
why did you bring up the whole peer-reviewed papers? What was the purpose of it?
Because that's how science progresses.
We
Someone
reviewed
writes a
it.
paper, it's peer reviewed, and then it's still not established science at that point. It's just peer
Which
reviewed.
person do you want to review it?
Again, if you let me talk here, that'd be great. So they peer review it, and that doesn't make it established science at that point, not even close. Especially if it's just a single study.
Why'd you bring it up then?
Right, but I'm trying to ask.
I'm trying to
Sam.
answer your question. I keep getting interrupted. So
No, I get it. I'm trying to ask, why did this points come up? Like, in what context are you bringing up peer
Why?
reviews
Because I
when it
was
comes
told
to
that
flat
people
Earth.
went out there
Yeah.
and measured this, measured that the Earth was flat, and I've just not
Yeah.
seen any peer-reviewed
Do you know?
studies
Do you know
show
how?
that.
You know how it was peer reviewed? Other people went, "Holy shit! I wonder if these people are lying. Let me go out and do that," and they fucking did it.
Again, that's not peer review, that's replication. So you
Isn't that
replicate
better?
studies to see if you get the
Isn't
same results.
replication
Yeah,
better than a review?
But
exactly.
The
That would
fact that you don't know
supersede
this
peer
is
review.
really alarming, considering you claim to have a
Sam
degree.
Knight, are we
They're
talking
two
about natural
separate
science?
things. Are we talking about what? NASA science?
Natural
What
science?
the fuck's going on?
So replication is like it sounds. It's when you say, okay, X scientist over here did this study. These are the results that they got.
They're not
I'm gonna
scientists,
go.
they're engineers.
You keep anchoring on at that point, but it's like it doesn't
You
matter.
call yourself a scientist?
So it's when they said these people, if that makes you happy, went out and did this study and came to these results, and I'm going to go and do the same. And if I have the same results, then it shows that it's more likely that their study was correct. Someone else then
Yeah.
replicates that study, and so on. And then when enough people do that, and all of those are peer reviewed, so all of those are reviewed by other scientists or engineers who
It's
say
not science.
the methodology. Seriously, this is pathetic. Who say, yeah, the science in this is correct. You've done the science well. The methodology is correct.
It's
At that
engineering,
point,
it's not
then it may
science.
become established science and accepted as
You're
consensus.
measuring
in the scientific
things.
community.
Yeah, you're measuring things. You're not doing experiments.
Literally, what do you think experiments are?
Oh, I just
Experiments?
Demonstration of cause and effect relationships.
Yeah, I went into the bathroom and I measured how tall I am against the wall. That was my experiment.
Oh god!
I
It,
portioned out
honestly,
the
like the
ingredients
level
for a cake.
of
Yeah, that was my experiment.
understanding of even basic scientific process here is
Okay, well,
quite. It
right,
sort
well,
of tells me a lot that it would be a.
It's called
okay.
a scientific method,
Right, stop,
not
stop,
process.
stop.
But
All right, so
Yeah,
can you
okay.
stop? Can you explain the
Anyway,
scientific method
I'll see
to
you
us
guys
then,
later.
dude?
Have a good one.
Yeah, so you don't know.
oh, he ran away. Come on, man.
Oh, we need a new seal to chuck around between us.
The appeal to authority fallacy.
So I want
Yeah.
a peer-reviewed paper. So all right, scientists are going to review an engineering paper. Oh no, okay, well some engineers did it. Oh, okay, well that's not good enough because we need more than that now.
Test. You hear me say test?
What?
Yes, I heard you say test.
Okay. Then you said test. Okay, cool.
Okay.
What?
Dude, why do you sound like you have a voice changer? Like, who are you?
I'm who I am.
Oh, yeah. I talk
I
like
was
this.
making sure that my shit was working.
You interrupted
yeah.
me to say test. Is that right?
That's correct. That is
Oh,
accurate.
good. Now, what important have you got to say then?
Well, actually, I'm Alex Jones.
No, you're not.
Good on you, man.
Anyways, so
fucking
going
guy.
back to peer review, I know it's speculation Sunday. We don't have to get into too much of the details, but if you're following the chat in the chat box, Maxwell's father was actually one of the founders of peer review. And, you know, a lot of people that do these natural experiments or observations, and they use the actual scientific method. I was talking about, he's one of the founders of the modern day peer review. Anyway, the original peer review, like this guy's posted in the chat, which is 1731. Yes, I know what you're talking about. That's when they use the actual scientific method. So the issue that we're having now in the modern age, in the last, we'll say, I don't know, 100 years, is that if you conduct experiments that go against the global narrative, they're going to silence you and like ruin your career, and like you're going to lose everything. Like there's been people who have natural experiments and they post these peer review studies like and submit them to peer review, and they've lost like their whole careers. Like they've been barred and banished from the scientific community and then from the universities, whatever. So if you want to talk about modern day peer review, it's like it's completely corrupt. It's been corrupt for at least the last 100 years.
Yeah, let's review something only if we agree with it.
Exactly. So when I posted that picture about the scientific method, because that's what it's originally called, not peer review. Like no, you're using a method, modify the hypothesis, and then you test the hypothesis, and then you establish a theory based upon repeated validation of results. And then you go to the second part, which is you just generate a theory, and then as long as it goes with the narrative, then you're going to get funding. So the people who use the actual scientific method are being shamed, and they're being barred from the scientific community and banned. And it's just like peer review is like the worst argument because they're completely biased. If it doesn't go with the narrative and it doesn't go with like how they're going to get funding for those colleges, wherever collegiate systems, then those people get their lives like ruined and like fucked over. And it's sad because those very smart people, and it doesn't just have to do with flat earth, it has to do with anything that questions formulas, physics, chemistry, the narrative. Those people lose their careers because they're not going along with the narrative, so to speak.
I mean, that is a theory, and it would require some type of evidence, right? Because now you're
What do you mean?
basically saying that because that would be him accusing
Okay, so
a
let me give
whole
you an example.
community.
Yeah, let
Yeah.
me give you an example, Baron, and I'll shut up. I know I've been talking. I know this is the live stream, but let me give you an example of this, okay? If I have a heliocentric model and a geocentric model, and I conduct an experiment on both models, and I find flaws in the experiment with the heliocentric model, and I find truths with the geocentric model, or maybe even some experiences or experiments, where you put the sticks in the ground, like three, four different sticks where they're at different heights, and you watch the sun and do. Okay, maybe there are some experiments that could technically work on both a heliocentric and geocentric model. So if I come out and I do a specific experiment that only works on a geocentric model, and it disproves a heliocentric model because this is a natural observation or experiment, then why are they ignoring the experiments that work on a geocentric model and not on a heliocentric model? Like, why are we ignoring that data or whatever?
Well, I mean, I'm not even familiar with what you're bringing up here, so.
So there's
But if
globe
there is,
experiments and there's
yeah,
flat experiments. We'll just say it like that. We don't have to use a
sure,
heliocentric. Heliocentric is globe and geocentric is flat.
yeah,
But we'll just say if I have an experiment that I conduct and it aims and proves more to a flat model or a geocentric model, why are
yeah.
these experiments being ignored by, let's say, peer review or whoever or mainstream scientists?
Oh
Well,
well, I think they're being ignored because there is this consensus in their heads that this is just bogus. So while I'm not asserting that it is,
wave
right?
dismissal.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. It's like, why they shouldn't? I guess they should look at it and they should, let's say, butcher it in any way, shape, or form that they can. But I think they have this attitude of like, this is bullshit, it's a waste of time, and that's why it's not even worth looking into. That's the attitude they have. Not saying that it's right.
So you're pretty neutral about this, like discussion in general. Like you're just saying, so it goes back to like follow the money, follow the funding, go to peer review, see how much of millions and billions of dollars they've had throughout the years. Like, so if something doesn't go along with the narrative, they're not going to get their funding. They're not going to get their paycheck, at their college or
Yeah.
wherever they are. So that's why they just say, oh, well, that's crazy because, that's not what we've been studying for the last couple, 100 years, and
Mhm.
therefore you're crazy, and therefore
Right.
we're not going to get funding. If you talk about like flat Earth, we're not going to get funding.
Mm. Yeah, maybe it's that. Well, but that needs to be proven, in my opinion. I think whatever assertions are being made here about this is how it is, I guess it kind of needs to be proven with evidence. That's what I'm looking for. If there is
That doesn't
evidence,
happen, right? We
sorry.
see examples of this. We see examples of this in the so-called scientific community, where they have an axiom, right? Whether that axiom's been proven to be true or not, and then they find a inconsistency, a discrepancy, a contradiction, right? Later on, instead of going back to the drawing board, saying, "Well, this axiom might not be correct," just continue on with the base axiom that they are correct. The original premise is true, and then they try to find a band-aid fix to save the original premise they haven't proven to be true.
Earth is round, you fucking retards.
Because they
Thanks,
must
mate.
stick with that original. They must stick with that original base axiom, right? It has to be true. They can't go back on that. They won't go back on it. And this is evident in the case of dark matter or dark energy. Right? They find an inconsistency in their model. Oh, this can't be correct. Why is this not working out? Why is our math not adding up? Oh, well, there must be this other thing, this other invisible variable that we know nothing about. We just have to assume it exists so we can save our fucking.
Save what?
Okay, but then again, if is there any evidence? Is there any example that this has happened? I'm just looking for some
Gave
evidence.
one. I just gave one.
Where is it? I mean, is it in the chats?
Heard of dark matter, right?
Yeah, I've heard of dark matter. Yeah.
Nobody knows what it is. Nobody knows if it even exists. They assume it has to exist because their inconsistency they've observed.
The
claim
rotational
they've
rate of
observed.
a galaxy is too fast and has too much mass that when you do the math that they've got would make the solar system spring apart. But being as the solar system isn't flying apart at the seams, they say that there's a dark matter out there that's keeping the solar system together. Because it's not that math. It has to be something else.
I see.
Are you saying the math is wrong or something? I mean, what are you trying to say?
Well, there's a hole in the math, isn't there? The math that
Where's
they
the
ascribe
hole?
to gravity. Yeah. So there's a problem. That solar systems don't have enough gravity to keep the solar system together. With the amount of mass within a solar system, it should be flying apart, but it's not.
So
Within
this
those
should be flying
mathematical
apart. I mean,
equations,
cite your sources.
gravity
Go ahead
can't.
and cite
Why are
your
you
sources.
talking? All right, fuck off. Literally
Exactly. You
talking
don't
still.
want. You don't want anything. You don't want to speak. Exactly. Speak.
What? I've now got to explain this for the third time.
I don't want to really hear you explain. I want to hear you cite your sources or where you're getting this information from, so we can get to the bottom of it.
This is common knowledge. You know what dark matter is, right?
Common knowledge. Okay, still not citing your sources, but sure.
I
It's
know
like
I'm
me
not.
telling
And
you
I'm
that
not.
the
And
globe is
honestly,
common
mate, you
knowledge.
can wait for 15 minutes. I'm not going to. You can wait for
Exactly.
fucking
Don't
2
speak
days, and
until
I'm
you
not
cite your
going to.
sources. I'll wait for you to cite your sources, brother.
Okay, wait 2 days then.
All right then. I'll wait.
But Jedi,
Yes, mate.
like he said, it's the same as me saying Earth is round. That's common knowledge. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay, let me put it like this. I thought it was common knowledge within today's paradigm about dark matter, what it is and why it's there. I thought everybody knew this. This is the story. If you want me to go and get the story for you, I'll go and get the story for you. I already thought you knew the story. Dark matter, the thing that holds solar systems together because there's not enough gravity in the solar system.
Okay, so you're saying that they introduced dark matter as a theory, and
Yes.
like T-Dub said, as a band-aid, right? But what were they fixing? You said something about um, the
A
math not adding
galaxy,
up.
a galaxy that spins with mass in it should be
Yeah.
flying apart at the seams, as in shouldn't be holding together, because the mathematical equations say there's not enough gravity within the system. Therefore, being as the galaxies aren't flying apart, there must be something outside of the galaxy pushing the galaxy back in that dark matter.
Okay. And who did the study where this this thing wasn't adding up?
Okay,
Which
I'll go back. I think dark matter was looked into in the 1950s. I'll see if you can find out who it is for you. If you're generally interested in asking genuine questions, find out.
no, yeah.
Lawrence Krauss is the guy who really pushed it forward.
Thanks, mate.
I am genuinely asking. I'm not here
Yeah, no,
to.
that's fine, dude. That's fine.
And my point was, instead of questioning their understanding of the universe, just
Mhm.
and going back to the drawing board and saying maybe we're wrong here, maybe
Mhm.
maybe what we've based our math on is incorrect. They've just said no, it can't be. This all has to be true. What we think the universe is, right, has to be true. Therefore, we need this other thing other variable. We need to insert this other variable into the equations to account for not observing what we expected to observe.
Well, I'm not sure. Okay, I don't want to sound offensive or anything, but I'm just saying, is it like the God of the gaps arguments? Like,
What it is.
sorry,
That's pretty much what it is. From the outside, yeah.
gotcha. Because I don't have an
What
answer,
is it?
therefore,
Yes.
yeah.
I don't have an answer, therefore it's got to be something else that my mathematics seems to be predicting. Because there's a hole in my math, therefore a prediction. There must be something else there.
Gotcha.
What is it called? The God of the Gaps, or what did you say? I couldn't hear you.
I thought when he said that, I thought he was trying to say God of the Gaps, like Globe Earth can't explain this, therefore flat Earth. That would be the. Is that what you were trying to say?
No, I'm saying that that is the argument they're making. The assertion is that because we don't know why this math is not adding up, therefore dark matter has to be there. That's akin to the God of the Gaps.
You think the God of the Gaps is the dark matter thing?
Yeah, I can say that. Not necessarily. I'm just saying it's similar to it.
No,
The
because
God of the Gaps argument.
the God of the Gap says that we can't explain this, therefore God, right?
Right, right.
But God already exists before that, So it'd be like having a placeholder that that is already preconceived to explain everything, right? That would be the
Right.
fallacy.
Yeah.
Dark matter doesn't do that, though, does it?
I mean, it depends.
By the way,
on
I'm
if
skeptical of dark
believe-
matter. I don't know if I'd even buy into it, but I just think that it wouldn't be appropriate to call it God of the Gaps. If that's where you were going. That was the angle.
I see. Okay, maybe I just don't know much.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. No, I mean for real. I mean, this is the first time I'm truly diving into flat Earth. I've always heard about it.
Where we don't have to go into a whole wrangle dangle about about dark matter.
Right.
Just its existence. It was just an example of how they try to save face, within the so-called scientific community, and that's another problem. These fields of study that claim to be doing science actually doing science, because when you do actual natural science, you face that problem, because natural science involves the scientific method, which is set up, is designed that not to happen, allowing you to have a alternative hypothesis and a null hypothesis. You're conducting an actual experiment and doing actual natural science, you are going to have one of two outcomes. You're going to have outcome either that A caused B to happen, A did not cause B to happen. There is no other outcome.
All right, well.
Then you have these fields of study that claim to have scientific validity. They won't be following the scientific method, draw their conclusions.
So if
that's go on, sorry.
No, it's okay. Complete your thing. I'll go after you.
I was just going to say that that's by definition right science.
Well, I was going to bring it to if round Earth requires a proof, then I guess I would say even flat Earth requires a proof. And so I guess I would ask for that proof.
You guess you would, or would you?
Yeah. What is the proof that the Earth is flat?
What do you reckon, Jedi?
I don't even know what the question is, dude.
He said, "What's the proof for flat Earth?"
Observation, direct measurement, practical use with regards to aviation, engineering, navigation, and communication. Require the Earth to be a flat stationary plane.
That sounds like a lot of evidence. Not a lot.
So observations and direct measurements. Where are the direct measurements held, FE Jedi?
Pumping out some beats there, Jedi.
Where are the direct measurements? You've looked at laser tests before, surely.
Laser tests aren't direct measurements, dude.
Hello. From point A to point B, that we have a known distance, and over that distance we don't measure curvature.
That's not a direct measurement, and you know that a laser test isn't a direct measurement, just due to its refractability through a medium. Unless you're able to remove that medium.
Hold on.
Unless you are willing to remove that medium to thus prove that there aren't any other. Hey, what?
Do we measure the refraction using different wavelengths of light?
You could, yeah, sure.
Yeah, no, we do. So directly measuring the refraction of light over a directly measured distance, directly measuring that there's no surface obstructing the laser light, and the laser light bends a little bit through the atmosphere depending on the wavelength of light. Good. Different wavelengths
Which is why you
of
can't
light.
use it.
Excuse me. Different wavelengths of light bend differently, don't they?
Yep.
Good. Thank you.
Penelope, that's
so
a
again,
nice.
so because lasers bend through a medium, you have to remove that medium, the atmosphere, in order to use laser tests.
So thank you. Your question has been addressed by Jedi. We were talking with another gentleman.
So just not going to answer the question?
Continue. Can we please
Penelope,
continue with the other gentleman?
That's a nice profile picture.
Spoken with you, Cubonite, 1,000 times. With someone new. Thank you.
Guys, I was wondering if you could help me out with something. To be frank, I just would like some empathy or sympathy. I broke my leg on New Year's Eve. You see,
2 Australians in a situation.
I'm laying here in bed with a broken leg, and it's
The fuck did you do that?
I was lifting a heavy weight and I twisted at the same time, and my fucking leg went the wrong way.
Well, your technique must be awful.
Yeah, no, it wasn't technique. It's like more like, it was, but thanks. That's what I need to hear.
I don't think you're going to get much sympathy. You're dealing with 2 British guys and 2 Australians at the moment. You're not going to get much sympathy, dude.
Oh, right, yeah. I mean,
VB up your mate.
I don't know what he'd expect sympathy to look like. It'd be like "Aw, are you okay? Oh,
No,
do you need a
probably not like
hug?"
that. It's more of like it's probably more of a social experiment. Like I don't really need sympathy, but it's more like to see, what are the kindness of people compared to not on
Oh.
Discord and so forth. But yeah,
Doesn't exist. There you go.
some people. No, you'd be surprised. Some rooms have been kind, but
You twisted your leg, bro.
yeah,
You're
no,
not dying.
I broke my knee. Yeah, I broke
Oh,
my knee,
dear.
so it's pretty fucked.
Yeah. You'll
It's like
live.
12. It's gonna be 12 months before I'm can like walk
How
full
did
strength.
you break your knee? How did that happen?
It was New
Too
Year's
much.
Eve.
Too much sucking dick, I think.
There's too much
Yeah, but
zero G on the globe Earth, and it twisted your leg because we're
Oh yeah, the
going.
maybe
curved earth. Yeah, curved surface.
maybe it was that. Yeah, I mean, just it was New Year's Eve and I was drunk, or fairly drunk, and we were sort of partying, and I just picked up my buddy and picked him up and spun, and he's a pretty heavy person, and my leg just went the wrong way, broke my
So
knee.
it was entirely your fault. So you do not deserve sympathy.
I mean, yeah, I guess you'd say it's my fault. You wouldn't expect to break your knee from something like that, I'd say, but like generally, you just probably
Being drunk and swinging around a fat guy on your back. Yeah. Okay. You're on your own on
I
that
wouldn't
one.
say I wouldn't say he's fat. He's more like strong. Like he's just heavier. But no. Are you like?
Fascinating.
Yeah,
Like,
I wonder what.
can I buy the book or something and read it later?
Yeah. If you like, yeah. I mean, anything else? Yeah.
Are you like a vegan or something? Like, why are your bones so
No,
weak?
no.
Why are they
No, I'm
so
not a
brittle?
vegan. No. I don't know, man. Just maybe I'm getting older.
How old are you?
I guess shit happens sometimes.
How old are you?
I'm 31. 31. I just turned
If you're
31. It was actually
if you're
my
old, then
birthday
if
when
you're
it
old, then
happened.
some of these other guys in here, their bones will be brittle like candy floss or something. You know.
All right, yeah, I gotcha.
Everyone
Is
in
there
here is
anything else like I find it really interesting, like the way like you respond, for example, some other people. Is there more like anything else you want to like say that's sort of a jab or like trying to like make me feel not good about myself or like
there's
anything else
plenty I
like
could
that?
say, but I don't know if we have time all night. So
Yeah, will the smarmy Euro trash shut the fuck up kindly? Thanks.
Euro trash.
What the fuck?
What's the Euro trash?
Yeah, you hit Jedi with a stray bullet over there.
Euro trash.
Like, okay, so when it comes to
And I take
lifting,
offense by proxy.
let's go back to the flat Earth and buoyancy and density. So, as
Well, that was
far
fun
as
anyway. Thanks, guys. Bye. Sorry. Bye.
oh no, I was helping you out, man. I'm helping whatever you were saying. You don't have to go.
Oh no, I just
Are you begging
my
him to
experiment.
stay? What is this
The
weird?
experiment is done. The
Yeah, this
experiment
weird
is done.
social
I'm not begging
interaction
him.
that's been going on.
I'm not begging him to say, but I'm just saying, like, we can talk about it. We could
I
talk
feel like
about.
I'm in a parallel universe right now.
Yo,
we could talk
Yui, why are you being a narcissist? You're just trying to feed off this weird social interaction. It's cringing me out.
Okay, old man.
Yeah, you're a parasite, dude. You're a piece of shit.
I'm sure.
All right, so all I was gonna say, Mist, in your defense, I'm sorry you broke your knee. Like, shit happens. But
Thanks,
when
man.
it comes to lifting weight and mass, okay, there's a difference as far as being a human goes. There's a difference between the strength of your bones and the strength of your muscles.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So you shouldn't probably carry more than your bones can handle. In this case, it's your kneecap.
Yeah, I think maybe sometimes it could be hard to judge. Yeah, thank you for saying sorry, by the way. Yeah, but
What's that
maybe it can be
disease
hard
you
to
get
judge.
which makes your bones brittle? What's it called again?
Yeah, that's osteoporosis. I don't think I
That's
have
the
that,
one.
but I don't think I have that. But the guy that I picked up, I weigh probably 75, and he probably weighed 80. So it's he was a little bit heavier than me, but I didn't think it was capable of sort of bone breaking. But it's kilograms. I'm speaking, right?
Yeah, so maybe inertia had to do something, like come into play at some point.
Curved surface of the earth.
Keep in mind, muscle weighs more than fat. So my suggestion to you is don't pick up a muscular guy next time. Pick up a fat guy. It might be easier.
Yes, that's true.
Well,
I've
no,
noticed, yeah.
muscle does weigh more than fat, but weight is absolute. You know, so even if the person that's 80 kilograms and is fat, and a person that's muscly and is 80 kilograms, they still weigh the same.
Fascinating.
You know, when I was in the army, we had to do like training exercises, like fireman carry. So I weighed like 180, and a few of the guys in my platoon were like 220, 230, and they were fat. They weren't muscular. So I was able to carry them over my shoulders. Like if you have to do like a combat medical evacuation, whatever procedure.
Can we get back onto the flat Earth?
Yeah, absolutely. If you guys would like, sure.
Yeah.
Matt's
Well,
having a
definitely stick to
meltdown in text chat.
So
He's completely melting down right now.
I can see that.
Oh, nuclear.
Is he in the VC right now?
Am I melting down? I was just
There he is.
explaining the flat Earth mindset.
So, are most of you flat earthers, or are most of you non-flat earthers in here?
I'm assuming a lot of them here are flat earthers. I don't.
My
know.
name is Dr. Globe Earther.
What would you say? Wait, so a non-flat earther is a round earther, or what? Like
Yeah.
a traditionalist?
It's a cosmology thing, isn't it? It's either a globe Earth
So
or
I'm just getting posted videos
Oh.
by Jenna, or whatever, saying that the Earth is flat. Like these are not evidence. I'm sorry. Like you have one like unhinged dude saying something or this and this. It's not going to prove that the Earth is flat. It's
Which
just not how
commercial
it is.
pilots were you talking about then?
Well, what do you
Every
think?
single commercial pilot out there.
So for the flat Earth people in here, what do you think happens when you keep going in one direction? Do you fall off the other end, or
No, but
what?
if you go towards the end of reality, you'll probably end up at the end of reality. What happens when you go to the edge of the universe? What happens then?
No, I'm
You're talking
asking
about the
like
edge
when
of
you
the
go to the
universe.
edge.
Why not
I
talk
know,
about the edge
when
of
you,
the planet?
I know
I'm
what
saying,
you're
yeah.
asking. No, you're just going to talk through me. Okay, no problem. Carry on talking through me. I'm
Well,
trying to help you.
your comment didn't was not relative to the question.
Oh, it fucking was. You just haven't got the brain
was.
capacity to listen for longer
No,
than
it
10
wasn't. It
seconds.
just wasn't though.
Understand.
All right. Well, do you want to explain why your comment is relative to the question I asked?
Okay, so you
Go
talked
for it.
about going to the end of the earth, right? What would happen when you went to the end of the earth? That's like asking what happens when you go to the end of known reality. So that's why I asked you, at the end of the universe, where the universe is expanding into nothing, what's at the end of the universe? It's the same thing. Don't know.
Well, I
Except
can't.
we're on Earth. We're not at the end of the universe, so though, are we?
So your view is that the Earth
My
is
friend.
not
Dude.
measurable and there's no end to
Let
it.
him speak though.
Earth isn't a planet, and it's not a disk in space. Start with that.
Oh, so what is it then? What is it then? What is it then? Tell me.
It's reality.
We're in the 21st century. You must be conclusive what the Earth is.
Yeah, it's the floor that you're on.
Exactly.
So,
See,
but
they're inconclusive in the 21st century about how the planet looks like.
It's not a
But
planet.
you're
It's
saying-
it's measurably
Of course it's
horizontal.
not a planet. Yeah, it's something
Dude.
else. It's not a disk in space. You won't tell
Dude.
me what it is. The
I'm just
reason I
about to,
believe
but
you won't
keep
tell me what the
fucking
Earth is.
talking through me. My goodness me, I'm trying to talk.
I mean,
but you
because you're
keep
always talking.
No,
Dude, you're
always
triggered. Calm down.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
I'm going to keep talking. Well done. The Earth's the floor. Does that help you?
No, it doesn't. Because you're just saying the
No.
Earth is the floor.
Yes.
Why are you
it's
like the problem is
measurably,
you're so
measurably.
you are so
measurably.
sure.
Dude,
Sure.
you keep
Yeah.
talking.
It's the floor,
You
right?
keep talking.
Everything is the
Yes.
floor. Sure.
No,
So
not
why are you
everything's
so
the floor.
inconclusive
That'd be
though?
stupid.
Okay, you won't let me speak. It's like you're always
No,
speaking, dude.
because you keep saying stupid fucking things.
Yeah, according to
No.
you. I mean, you're the flat earther. Of course, you're gonna think everything I say is stupid. Automatically.
Well, at the moment, you're demonstrating that for everybody to see.
So when he was
Calm the
talking
fuck
to you
down.
about the edge of the
Calm
Earth
the
on a
fuck
flat
down.
Earth, whatever
Calm the
planet
fuck
or whatever
down.
the hell you think it is.
I can hear you.
So
Calm
why
the
were you
fuck
talking
down.
about the universe when it came to that? Okay, you won't let
Calm
me
the
speak.
fuck down. Breathe.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Doesn't
That's
wanna
what
let
I'm
me speak.
curious too.
I'll let the
What
other
is
person go back to talking. Go ahead, brother.
I was curious about that too. What does the end of the universe have to do with the end of the Earth? Are you saying that the universe
Exactly.
and the Earth are the same thing, or Then
Just using a comparison.
He's saying that we haven't been to the edge of either one of them, so we don't fucking know what's there, you dumbass. You don't know how a simple analogy is?
Okay,
Who
so
can,
so
who,
we haven't.
who can tell you what is at the edge of a flat Earth?
Stop trying to act like a tough
Who can tell you what has been at the edge of the flat Earth? No one's been past there.
Yeah, the ice
Right.
wall, they're real.
Why haven't they been past it? Why? Why?
Universe is a lot smaller than you guys think. Earth is our reality. It's the only thing we can
Why haven't
experience and
people?
validate.
Yeah, why haven't people been to the end of the
According
Earth?
to what?
I don't know. Maybe people have. We don't know what's there. I haven't been there.
Well, didn't you
Hey,
just say
so
nobody's been there?
The only problem, I mean, that's a
sticking to
better
the
answer
topic.
than responding to the universe, though.
It's the
If
same
you're a flat
fucking
earther,
question.
you probably don't even believe in the universe because you've never experienced the universe, right?
It-
So
dude,
our question is,
dude,
why was
do
he
you know what a
mentioning the
comparison
universe
is?
when we were talking
Excuse me, my
relative to Earth?
overexcited American guy who's taken too much fucking sugar today. Do you understand what a comparison is?
Yeah, and that was not a right comparison
Yes, it was.
whatsoever. He was talking about
Yes,
Earth,
it was.
and you were talking
Yes, it
about the
was. Do you want me
universe.
to explain to you why it was a comparison using
Why didn't
two
you just ask him,
ideas?
have you ever
Nope,
been to
just
the end
going
of
to
the
keep
Earth
fucking
yourself?
talking. Fair play to you,
I mean,
Sunshine. You continue being ignorant. That's not a problem. Ask questions, then keep talking through the answers.
calling me
That's
ignorant.
how you'll
He's a flat
learn.
earther.
Well done, Sunshine. That's how you'll learn. Talk through the answers. Yeah.
So
Well
I
done.
understand how you're trying to manipulate every conversation here. I understand it. It's psychology one-on-one. He was talking about Earth, and then you were
one-on-one.
Not one-on-one.
Okay, you can just sit and listen for a few minutes.
No, I'm listening.
All right, so yeah, I muted Matt Nuclear because he was going nuclear. So yeah, I mean, do you want to ask questions to understand how we think? Or are you just asking questions just to try to get us on something? Because it sounds like you're not really here to engage honestly. I'm going to unmute you, Matt, and you can talk to Jedi or whoever you want now in good faith.
I asked an honest question. I asked, you know, why is do you think there's no end to the Earth and it just continues forever?
Let me ask
and ever?
you the question to follow up. Do you think there's an end to the universe, or do you think it goes on forever?
So why can't you talk about the Earth? Why are you talking about the universe?
Let's answer the question. Let's let him answer the question that he was just asked. Let's let him answer the question.
Yeah, my question was, do you think that the Earth
No,
just goes on forever?
we're not telling you to ask another question. We're asking you to answer the question you were just asked. Do you believe that the universe goes on forever? Yes or no? Answer the question.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
Okay. Do you realize that's not even in your paradigm that you were taught? The heliocentric model. That's not even part of the paradigm. Do you even realize that?
It's not a part of the paradigm.
Which paradigm? There's a lot of paradigms in the world.
The story you were told about the heliocentric model and the universe expanding faster than the speed of light. Do you know that what you just described is not part of your belief system that you've adopted?
You're a scientism heretic.
You obviously don't.
He doesn't even realize it. He's too stupid and ignorant to even realize it. That's pathetic.
I know.
Wait,
Let's answer it like this. You've got two choices. The universe and everything that it contains is either infinite, everlasting and eternal, or finite, had a beginning and has an end. You've only got two choices, right?
Yeah, right.
According to whom? This is the problem I have, though. According to who, you only have two choices.
Well, can you give me a third?
Simulation.
So the universe is all we can observe is that the universe is constantly expanding. So what do you mean end? Where are we getting an end from?
Does the universe expand into anything?
Maybe it's all a computer simulation, you know? Like maybe it's maybe we're not even living in a reality, you know? Maybe it's just
So current scientific observation. So can I speak real quick? Current scientific observation suggests the universe will expand and continue to expand forever. I don't know where
No,
we'd have to
incorrect.
observe an end point to understand an end.
That's incorrect.
According to who? According to who? You tell me.
According to your scientific model, do you know what heat death is and entropy?
All right, show me the scientific model. Go ahead, show
The
it.
universe, my goodness me, the universe will eventually run out of energy and will stop expanding. Eventually,
According to who?
According to
Go ahead
some
and show
people.
me the model, though.
Oh my goodness me, I can't
I
talk
don't
to
have
you,
a
mate.
problem with you saying that. I just want to know where you're getting the sources from. That's it.
I think Carl Sagan. I think Carl Sagan came up with that. I remember watching it.
Can't sit here and
I've
educate you
muted him.
people on your own fucking model with you interrupting all the fucking time. It's
It's
impossible
funny, man.
sometimes. You need to learn how to have a conversation.
Jedi, you cracked me up,
Matt,
dude.
Matt is
You're
too
a funny
triggered.
guy.
It's amazing the lack of
Cracked me up.
self-awareness involved with this. Like, we're teaching him his own belief system. Like,
You
how are you
cracked me up
not more
too.
self-aware that you're being an idiot right now? Like, we're
When we're
teaching
out.
you your belief system. We don't even believe in your belief system. We're teaching you your own belief system that we don't even believe in. Are you even
What?
self-aware
Yeah.
about this right now?
Yeah, once again, we're here in the chat, and people, certain people want to resort to personal attacks, and their argument. It's like, okay, like, you don't have to interrupt people. You know, have some etiquette, have some decor, and be civil, and have a discussion. That doesn't mean you just interrupt somebody and start name calling them. That's not a discussion. That is a personal attack.
There's one dude, who's
let
it?
me
Captain
try with
something wrong. He seems to like calling people idiots or like calling them like fucking names and stuff. That's an interesting approach.
Listen.
to the-
Two Wongs don't make a white.
That's true.
That's funny.
I just find it funny, like people that resort to name calling rather than just like they can't keep calm enough to just discuss. It's yeah.
I just think it's ironic. His name's Matt Nuclear. Don't tell him the nukes don't exist, bro. He'll go crazy.
He'll fucking have a meltdown.
Hey, Dr. Globerth, I was gonna say, well, you know what two Wongs do make? They can make an egg wool. Is that? Yeah.
It was good before you went back to the well. You went to the well too many times.
Two Wongs make another Asian person that we don't need. This is
Do you
already
have
enough.
any more questions, Mist, about the topic?
Well, I mean, there's still my first question, really, which was, assuming the Earth is flat, what happens when you reach the end? But nobody's reached the end of the Earth.
I'll answer it. All right. Honestly, mate, nobody knows. Nobody's been to the edge of reality to be able to turn around to you and say in this Discord server what will happen there and what you'll pass on the way there and how far away there is, my friend. We don't know what's at the edge of the known universe. Right.
There is something more to be said, though, about this. So every practical, every real life example we have of gas pressure and the consistent X value form involves two things. One, a container, and two, a fixed volume, an unchanging volume. So since we have gas pressure in the consistent X value form, to the best of our knowledge, we are inside a container with a fixed volume, unless anyone has any demonstration to the contrary, which no one has presented one so far.
What you said is that the Earth is reality, and that the universe is like the edge. I'm not asking about the universe. I'm asking about the Earth. But you seem to think that the Earth is reality, and nobody's been to the end of the Earth because that is like fucking the universe as well. The Earth is combined with the universe.
I think you're putting words in people's mouths, dude. I don't believe that.
What would you describe as the edge of the Earth, then?
What would I describe? Where the Earth ends and let's say space begins?
Space. Okay, what is space? Three-dimensional space, height, width, length? What do you mean by that?
we can see space. There's stars out there and things like that,
Okay.
right?
So why, if I went out horizontally, do you think I'd end up in the sky?
If you went horizontally, would you end up in the sky? Yeah,
that's
probably.
what you're saying. You're saying that I'd fall off into space, and space is a thing that you say is in the sky. So why, if I walk to the edge of the Earth, would I fall off into the sky?
Yeah, because you see space is around, right? It's not circular. We are encompassed by space. Imagine you drop an egg into a bottle of water. It floats submerged, right? So the space is surrounding, not just above.
It's interesting you said that.
Okay, so there's three-dimensional space outside of the Earth. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I thought that's pretty. Like, do you agree with that?
Yeah, well, there's three-dimensional space. Yeah.
Do you agree that?
What's the egg? What's the
trying to
egg
figure
in the
out what
water
would
got to do with it? Though?
I wonder what happened when you put the egg in the water anyway. Did it go down? Did gravity pull it down?
I mean, no, that was to illustrate what I was trying to say is that.
Are we the egg?
Your positive
Is that what
point.
you're saying?
I
We're
wanted
the
to.
egg.
I wanted to
Do you
ask
really-
really quick. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to ask because I got sidetracked. I posted a video in the chat. Was it you, Captain, that were saying something about how like a vacuum or an enclosed space? So like, how do we explain like terrariums and all that? But yeah, sorry to
Not a
interrupt.
vacuum.
Yeah, that's not a
No.
vacuum. That's not a vacuum. Anyway, it's got a cap on it. Okay, so what were we saying?
About eggs. You guys were talking about eggs.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
So what
I
happened
got
when you put
confused.
that egg in the water?
Damn, bro, there's no end to the earth. That's pretty crazy shit.
No one said that. You've got two choices. I said this earlier. The Earth and the universe in reality is either infinite, goes on forever and never stops, or is finite, had a beginning and an end.
Why does the earth have to also like? Okay, is my phone that I'm holding in my hand, is this a finite or an infinite thing?
It's obviously finite.
Right.
Like,
Okay. So
I can clear this up really quickly. Listen, let me ask you this quick question. Has anyone ever shown you an infinite number of an object in physical reality? Like, has anyone ever shown you an infinite number of buckets of dirt or an infinite number of apples? Is that possible? Yes or no?
No.
Yeah, it's clearly not possible. So the point I'm trying to make with this is that infinity is really just a concept. In physical reality, nothing has ever been demonstrated to be infinite. And so there's no logic. So with that being said, there's no logical reason to assume that anything is physically infinite.
it sounds like because I asked about my phone. You said obviously that's finite, but the something that's bigger than you can comprehend automatically goes into the category of being infinite.
No. That doesn't mean it's infinite. That means you can't comprehend it. That doesn't mean it's infinite. That means you cannot comprehend it.
Yeah, but apparently the Earth is infinite because of some reason.
Not
but-
listening, are you?
No. Infinite.
Infinite like
Yeah, I mean,
my.
that's what you're saying. You're saying the Earth is infinite. There's, we can't find the end to it. It always
No,
been
he's
there.
saying he's implying that the Earth has a finite edge. We just haven't been to it. He's implying that nothing is infinite physically. Are you even paying attention to the conversation or what?
I don't think so. But I think Matt wants to be unmuted because he wants to give me the third choice to prove that it isn't a true dichotomy. Matthew,
I think-
Yeah,
Are you even listening, man? Jeez, I'm so
I think
angry.
we should turn to Minecraft. Minecraft has a very large world, and
get rid of him.
That's good. So, Matthew, with regards to everything, it is either here eternally or has an end. It is either infinite or finite. Do you have the third choice?
Hey Jedi,
Prove me
so
wrong.
when you say that, right? Because I don't want to by the way, I do talk like this. It's not because I'm being rude or anything. So when you do say that, right, it has to have an end or it has to be infinite. Either one of those two. Where are you getting that from?
That's called
Well, what's the
logic
third
and
option?
reason. It's called logic and
Where are you getting
reason,
that
my
from?
friend. Yeah, it's called logic and
Okay, but
reason.
logic is reason is
You've
not infinite.
either
Okay, it's like if
you've
Okay.
got two choices. It is either infinite or finite, unless you can give me a third choice.
So it's like, for example, so let me take your logic there. So you said that it's logic and reasoning. It's like me telling you that the globe is logic and reasoning, but that's not really an argument, is it?
When answering this
too.
sorry. When answering this question and this question alone, you've got two choices. It's either infinite or finite, unless you can give me a third choice and not talk about something else.
Yeah. So the universe has been proven so far what we can observe.
Okay,
right?
I observed
To
reality is
to
here.
never end, and
Okay.
it is constantly expanding. So
Okay.
That's not true.
Prove me wrong.
Okay, so within your model and within everything that we all observe, reality is here. Now, Is it infinite or finite, or do you have a third choice? Because you're
Yeah,
supposed to be
so I
proving
don't know what you
wrong.
mean by infinite
The
and finite. Can
only
you
way
describe
that
what
you
you mean
can
by
prove,
infinite and
dude,
finite?
Matthew.
How about this?
The
An
only way.
open thermodynamic system or not open thermodynamic system?
Excuse me.
Don't
I'd
interrupt
like
him. Just
to.
let him go ahead. Let him go ahead.
I'm getting pissy now. You have been given the microphone to prove me wrong by giving me a third choice. You've had your microphone open for nearly 5 minutes. And you
Yeah,
haven't given
I'm just
me.
confirming with you what you mean
You
by infinite
haven't
and finite.
given
Do
me
you
the
mean like
third
it's constantly
choice.
expanding, or
Give me the third choice.
yeah? So what do you mean by infinite and finite?
Oh, for
Oh my
fuck's sake! I've
god.
explained this
He's
5
asking,
times.
he's
Already.
asking, he's asking you to
I mean,
define.
I'm just making
He's
sure if infinite and finite is exactly what I agree with, then I would then I would just go infinite and finite.
This is a game. This is a game, dude.
It is a game, though. I'm being played a game on. I'm just asking you, what do you mean by infinite and finite? Just answer the question. It's not a big deal.
Excuse me.
Open or not open? It's an open system or it's not an open system. Which is?
No, not talking about open or
Yes. So
closed
I
system.
believe
We're
that
talking.
the
I'm
universe
just trying to
is
put
indeed
it
an
in
open
terms an
system. It is
engineer would
constantly
understand.
expanding.
I think it's
Yeah,
funny. Like,
listen. All I'm doing is I'm not trying to get trapped into a little game here. So I'm saying
Okay,
that
good.
the universe
What
is
does the
indeed
word?
expanding.
You're the one running the game.
Right, sure.
Stop.
What's the word?
Everyone, shut
What's
up.
the word? Excuse me. What's the word finite mean?
Yeah, to you. Yeah, tell me. Go ahead and what you mean by that.
Now, I'm asking you, being as you said that this was wrong, you should know what
But if
infinite
you
and
said
finite is.
infinite and
Why are you
finite, and I'm
talking?
trying to understand
Why
what
are
you
you
mean by infinite and finite, then you'd have to tell me what you mean.
Dickhead, you're the one that's challenging me this. Do I have to explain the words that I'm
You see
using?
what you see the? There's no logic here. Okay.
Yeah,
Jedi.
you're supposed to be challenging me saying that I'm wrong, so you should understand what the
You
words that
gave
I'm
me
using
two.
to say that
When
I'm
did I
wrong,
say you
right?
were wrong? When did I say you were wrong?
In the text room, you said that I was going to open so you could give me the third choice to show that this was
No,
an
you said
untrue dichotomy.
you gave two ultimatums. Okay.
Yes,
And
it's
so
not an
my first
ultimatum.
question to you about the two ultimatums were the fact that I just asked you a simple question, which makes complete sense. Where are you getting those two ultimatums from? Can you
I
cite a
told you,
source for it?
logic and reason. When you're
And I can say
answering
logic
this,
and
dude,
reasoning supports
listen,
the globe. That it's a globe.
listen.
That's not proof, though.
Why don't you listen? When aren't it's like I have to repeat everything that I say? Are you going to listen to what I'm saying and reply to what I'm saying, or are you just waiting to talk?
Yeah, I can, but the thing is,
Good.
I've already
Listen.
without me even replying to what you said, I've already disproved you.
No, you haven't. You haven't given me a third choice.
You want me to tell you
The
why I've
proof-
disproven you? I'll tell you
No.
why.
Go on then. Tell me why.
Okay.
Let's all have a good laugh.
The reason I've disproved you is because when I ask you where are you getting these two ultimatums from, you're saying logic and reasoning. I can say the same thing about the Earth. I can say that about anything. Doesn't make it right.
Okay, then you would have to show another choice, then, wouldn't you? You're
How
saying
would I
that
have
this
to
is
show another choice if I?
listen to the challenge.
Go ahead.
This is your challenge. All right, you said that this is not a true dichotomy. When answering the question about reality, excuse me, it is either infinite, it goes on forever and doesn't stop, or it's finite, it stops somewhere, unless you can give me a third
Right.
choice. Can you give me a third
Who agrees
choice?
with Jedi on that? Other than who agrees with Jedi on that? Other than a few people in the chat.
I agree.
I disagree.
Matt, give the third choice or shut the fuck up.
I think that some people. Actually, never mind.
Matt's going to give the
You know,
third
you know,
choice
I
now.
think-
Matt, you're supposed to be a fucking engineer. It's basically a true or false statement. You have a you have a 36-inch, you have a yardstick in your hand. Is it finite or is it infinite?
Listen. If you can prove to me that it can be either one of those two, then I'll prove to you. I'll tell you right now, right away. If you can prove to me that it has to be one of those two, I'll
Sorry,
right away.
dude, that's not the question. All right.
You know that, guys. Consider the funniest thing is that, like, no matter what either of you say, no matter what anybody says, you're not going to change anybody's mind because everybody's so set in their own belief that it doesn't matter.
Mist, you're right.
So
Mist,
it's
you
very
are right.
funny to watch it all. It's very funny to watch.
Hey, I'm going to say something. If you guys talk over the top of me, you can both leave the room. All right? Something is either finite or infinite.
Where are you getting that from, sir?
Well, okay, let's look at it. Are things finite? Do they end?
Two things end. It depends on what you're talking about. When it comes to the universe,
show
it's not
me
ending. It's
something that
constantly
doesn't-
expanding.
Show me something that's infinite.
The universe. Constantly expanding.
No.
Sorry. Incorrect, because
What?
the
Because
universe.
you can't see it on Earth? That's why.
Excuse me. Within your model, the Big Bang, the universe had a beginning, so not infinite.
What do you? Yeah. Okay. So what does it mean by infinite? If I were to live infinitely from now on, what would it mean? That I'm constantly going to live forever?
You had no.
Doesn't matter where it started.
You had no beginning or end. Finite, beginning or end. Infinite, no beginning or end. What don't you get?
Okay. So the thing is, I get what you're doing here. I get the 2 ultimatums you have for me. All I'm trying to ask is, where are you getting these 2 ultimatums from? Can you prove to me those are real? Because it's like, when I ask you for a source on that, if you can prove that those 2 ultimatums are real, then I'm obligated to answer that question.
Please don't say 2 ultimatums again. An ultimatum is a choice. Come on.
Hold tight. I got this.
Okay, what's the... Yeah, go Jedi. There needs to be a third option.
Finite can be proved. Obviously, things have a beginning and an end. Infinite, though, however, can't be proved. 1, it's a mathematical concept. And 2, how the fuck would something that's finite prove something that's infinite? So we do have a problem here.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if there are like other flat earth like scientists or anything that agree with your statement. So can you please tell me where you do where did you come up with this? Let's go for the example for that. Let's start with that.
This is probably this is probably one of the oldest questions that's ever been asked. How the fuck did we all get here? Did we get here at a certain time, or have we always been here? It's been one of the oldest questions. Would you want me to go and get Socrates for you?
But it's not even that. So there's 2 options. If there's not 2 options, there's a third option. What's the third option?
Okay, so because I haven't been explained what he means by infinite and finite, because he won't explain it to me.
Dude, you can fuck off, man. Seriously.
Yeah, it's a true or false statement. It's either true or false. What's in between?
I muted him. If you want to unmute him, you can unmute him.
Dude, no, I think. Can I say something? I think that Matt's head is like so far like in this mental outer space, out in the universe. Like he's not even. Yeah, he's not even down to Earth. He's not even like focusing on like the physical characteristics of Earth because his brain is like so far out there.
It's either finite.
I can tell you something. I can tell you something that's infinite.
There's a third option. What's the third option? It's as simple as that.
You want to know something that's infinite? Because I guess somebody said the universe is not infinite, but I have something else that's infinite. If you want to know.
All right. If it's your dick, I'll mute you and ban you. But other than that, go on.
You better not say imagination.
No, I was going to say time. Time seems very infinite.
According to the Big Bang theory and other theories that go alongside that beginning of the universe, time and space were created in that instance. Time and space did not exist before that instance. So time.
Yeah, but why are you referring to the Big Bang? You know, like I don't know, like that's a theory. That's one theory. There's so many theories. Why couldn't time exist before a Big Bang? You know.
Yeah, there are other stories where the Big Bang is just, say, the collapse of the multiverse, right? And time existed before that Big Bang, and that was because of a collapse of another universe. Because, like I mentioned, that reached heat death, no energy, and then started contracting. So yeah, there's lots of ideas out there. So again, it's either infinite, went on forever, or finite, right? You're only going to get into one of those 2 categories unless somebody, for the love of God, can give me a third choice.
Hey, Effie Jedi, can I ask you a question? Are those opposites?
What, something that stops and something that has always been?
Very funny.
It's like, what?
It's like saying there's up and there's down, and then we get pushback. Oh, how'd you come to that conclusion?
Yeah, exactly.
Can you cite me a university paper that there's only up and down?
I do wonder what some people have thought about over their entire lives, and if they've ever asked any of the deeper questions about life.
I'd agree that I think that for the most part, unless you have to sit down and really think about it for a while, but probably most things are either finite or infinite. Probably everything is.
And what's the third option?
I'm not saying there's a third option.
You said probably. You said probably. There could be two options.
Sorry?
So is there a third option?
No, I just said that. I think that. Yeah, pretty much everything
It's not
would
a
be.
third option.
No, I don't think so. That's what I just said.
You all agree that there's two options, yeah?
Why do you keep saying the same thing over and over again?
To make sure you say yes, there's only two options.
I just said that 3 times.
All right,
Cool.
see if
We're all in agreement. The only retard that doesn't agree is that other guy.
Matt, do you agree?
Yeah. Yeah, so I believe that I'll tell you what the third option is. So the third option, right, is that the universe is constantly expanding.
That's infinity then, right?
Yeah, that would be infinite,
How would
right?
that be infinitely? Define infinity. Let's go ahead and define infinity.
You said
Never
constantly.
ending. I would define infinity as
I asked
never
a
ending.
question. You guys have asked
You are-
plenty of questions. We've been answering them. Can you please
That's good.
define me infinity? It's not even a question. It's just
Never.
define.
I just answered it. It's never ending. Infinite is never ending.
Has it always been expanding?
No,
Has it always been expanding? Has it always been expanding?
What?
No, it's
always been expanding. Has it always been expanding?
You asked what infinite means, and I told you what infinite means. So now what else do you want to ask?
Yeah, so
Well,
the observable universe is finite in that it hasn't existed forever.
In that case, the universe would be finite because it has an edge if it's always expanding, yeah? It has an end. Well, if it's constantly expanding, it has an end, doesn't it?
Yeah, like a balloon expanding. Yeah, it has to.
Except we don't know what the space outside the universe would be other than another super universe. So where are you getting that from?
So it's not expanding then. Is that what you're saying?
Like you're reaching these personal conclusions without actual science. You're just
So is
reaching
it
like
infinite or is it finite?
Yeah, so the universe is finite in the sense that it hasn't existed forever. Right?
There you go.
It is constantly expanding.
What are you arguing about?
Right?
Is it?
What are you arguing about?
There's two options, isn't there?
Or is it two options? What are your two options that you're talking about?
Finite or
There's only
infinite?
one I believe in.
Do you think it's expanding into another universe that's also expanding?
Anyways, guys, look, the truth of the matter is, and you guys are gonna, all the people, there's two sides, it's the same to everything, but, probably
What's
the Earth's
the third side?
Probably the Earth's fucking around, let's be honest, okay? So, yeah, that's it.
Oh, dearie me. This is just the first fucking question. You wait till we start getting into the ontological primitive. The true dichotomy of creation. Fuck me. I can't even get past this fucking bit.
I just can't believe that people can't admit they.
I think the only reason people ever had issue with answering your question about the two possibilities of the universe is because, first of all, you guys claim you don't believe in the universe because it's not real, according to what
Same
we
question
heard.
applies.
And second of all, it's because you guys haven't provided a source that it would only conclude that there are two options. That's it.
But it's the ontological primitive, right? We're talking about creation, asking the question, right? Now, first of all, we must understand if we're asking the question how things were created, we're already within a finite system. Creation means that it wasn't infinite and hasn't been here, right?
Can you define finite for me? I know what you're talking about.
Has a beginning and has an end. Finite in time.
So we can't
finite
prove
in
the
limited.
Yeah.
Limited.
Well,
Finite
taking
in
your
length.
definition, sure.
Dude,
Yeah.
I haven't finished with the definition before. After the 5th time I've explained it to you, you turn around and say I haven't explained it to you. I've got to do it again. So you're going to listen, right?
So
finite.
Okay. I thought you already told me the definition.
Listen.
Yeah.
Finite has a beginning, has an end.
Yeah.
End in space,
So
end
then
in time.
Okay. So then the universe wouldn't be finite because we can't prove that it has an end. It's constantly expanding. There is no end to the universe.
Yeah,
It's only what we
within
know.
that, dude, within that mathematical model, you have a beginning.
Mm-hmm.
It's called the Big Bang. Because expansion means there was a point
But you
that
don't know what you don't see where the
expanded
problem
from
is.
and was created. So finite. So finite, yeah?
But we can't prove that there is an ending, so why are you keep saying finite? You just learned the definition. Why do you keep saying finite?
No, we've proven the beginning. Finite has a beginning and has an end.
So where's the end of the universe? There isn't any. We haven't observed that there is an end.
Now we're talking about the edge of the universe. Why are we doing that?
What do you mean? Okay, so let me just clarify everything for you.
Listen.
Okay, now it's no.
Are you going to concede now that your model of expansion begs the question of beginning, so is finite? You're going to get that yet?
Okay. So the definition of finite says that there's a beginning and an end. Why are you trying to trap me? Just let me speak. So the beginning of the definition of finite, is what you just told me, right? It says that there is a beginning and there is an end.
Yes.
I want to interrupt. I let you talk.
Okay? Yes.
So the definition of finite says that there is a beginning and an end, right? So the universe, yes, I agree with you. The universe says that there is a beginning, but we haven't observed an end, so we can't say that there's an end. So the universe is not finite. There you go.
No, it has a beginning. So started somewhere, so wasn't eternally always here. So finite.
Yes.
So finite then.
That's not finite though. That wouldn't agree with your definition.
Did it have a beginning?
Yes, but it doesn't have an end. So it can't be finite.
So
how is it finite if there's no end?
Oh, you're saying
it has an edge.
So
it has an edge that's expanding into nothing.
It's a creating eternity by having a start point. You idiot.
Okay, finite.
Can't have eternity with a start point. It wouldn't be eternity.
Okay. So, from what we've already observed, you told me the definition of finite, correct? You told me the definition of finite means it has a beginning and it has an end. The thing is, the universe has a beginning, but it doesn't have an end, from what we know. Again, everything that we know about the universe is everything that we can observe, okay? So, we know that there is a beginning, but again, we can't prove that there is an end, so it is not finite. Simple.
So what's expanding into the nothingness then?
Does the beginning not suggest an ending at some point?
No. Why do you think just has a beginning in mind?
That model also has a
I'd like to explore his epistemology. He says we know. How do you know? How did you acquire knowledge that the universe is infinite in one direction?
Did we ever say it's infinite in one direction? Where do you get that from?
That's what you said.
You said it started at a point, blew up, and it's going everywhere forever.
Hold on. Actually, I'm gonna call to that you said that. So there is a YouTube thing that's 24/7. You can replay where I said that. Show me where I said that.
Yeah, you are double speaking. In one breath you're saying it's finite, and in the other breath you're saying it's infinite.
Huh?
Which one is it?
It said it had a beginning, and as far as we can tell, we know that it has no end.
Imagine spending like 2 hours talking about infinite, finite. Which is it? What is this? Over and over and over again.
Wait, what do you mean by we know there's a beginning? Like, what beginning are you talking about, dude? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know of any clearly established beginning to the world that we know of or beginning of the universe. Like, what the hell are you talking about, dude?
Who are you talking to, me?
Whoever the fuck said, oh, we know there's a beginning to the universe, but it just goes on forever, like time-wise. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? No one in here is claiming that they know how the Earth was created. No one in here is claiming anything like that. What are you talking about?
I just want to thank you guys for making my...
Interesting.
What happened?
Everything just got quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got kicked
I thought
out.
I glitched out.
Yeah.
I thought someone muted him for butting in and saying absolutely nothing.
Discord are preventing your freedom of speech.
I'm never gonna say absolutely nothing. You're a flat earther.
Yeah. So let's try and put
Dude,
the
why are you
biggest
so bitter, man? Get off your high horse.
Slow the pace down a little bit because people are losing track where you guys are standing.
If I agreed with you, would I be saying nothing as well, or what?
I don't know what that means, man. I don't even know. I don't even know what your argument is there. So
Wait, so Jedi, back to you though, because you seem to at least be talking, sometimes, and at least responding to stuff other than just yapping stuff. So, although we've been talking about the universe for a while, can we talk about the Earth?
Yeah, sure.
So I don't know if the other person that was muted, can you unmute Mist? Because he had questions about the Earth that we tried to get to, but then we ended up talking about the
How many
universe.
people do you need to ask a question?
What do you
I
mean?
bet you just ask your question.
Who asked what a question?
You.
I was just saying that Mist had an original question that he never really got answered to him. He was just talking about the Earth.
Bet you just ask your question.
What question did I ask? Go ahead, tell me.
you asked the question.
You asked Jedi if you could
You
ask
asked
a
if the
question.
Earth is flat. The Earth is a round ball. It's not flat.
Exactly.
You guys need to catch up with modern science. Like, it's not that serious.
Okay,
Modern science. Awesome.
I'm gonna need a practical
Modern
demonstration,
science.
please.
Guys,
Who-
he's
who-
new. Go easy on him.
Who was the guy?
Oh,
Gentlemen,
he
please.
called me the N
Gentlemen.
word. Wait,
That's good.
he
That's
said
good.
nigger?
Did you?
I'm gonna need a
Alright,
practical
You guys are the
demonstration,
only.
please.
You guys are the only ones saying that word. So get out of here if you're going to say it.
It's quite simple. Somebody said we need to catch up in modern science. I was hoping they could catch us up.
That was low-key funny, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I
I was
got
hoping they
muted,
could
but
catch
that
us
was
up. Okay, what do you want?
Hmm?
I don't
One's
know anymore.
delusional.
just came in here and said you guys need to catch up with modern science.
Cool. So you said Jedi. You said Jedi. Can I ask you a question? And then you said unmute Mist because he has a question. Which one is it? Do you want to ask the question or you want Mist to ask a question?
Yeah. So I asked him a
Yeah.
question. I said,
I
"Can
asked
you
you a
unmute? Can you
question.
unmute? Can
You
you
said
let me?
yes.
Okay, are you gonna speak for me, or are you gonna? Do you have my mouth or what?"
So which one of you wants to speak? You get muted or he gets me
Yeah, so I
stays
said
muted.
unmute Mist because he had an original question that he.
Alright, cool. Let's go to Mist then. Don't need to talk to you. Why talk to the fucking
Mist,
monkey?
you're on the air. Your
Hey,
friend
what's
gave,
up?
your friend gave you
I'm
up
back.
your time. Yeah, he gave
I'm-
up time for you.
I'm back, guys.
What's up?
What's up? Why was I muted? First of all,
I don't know. It's one of the last questions.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I can't hear four people at the same time, so I muted you.
Oh, is that right? I was just the only thing I said before I got muted was I just said thank you guys, thank you for the great entertainment that I've been having.
That's not a
Listening to it.
question. That's not a question. So your friend lied.
Huh? Oh, question? I don't remember what my original question was. I just think the psychology of it's really interesting. Like
The psychology
because
of why you guys just lied is fucking crazy.
what? Why I didn't lie? What did I lie about? Are you okay, sir? You sound triggered.
I think we're all just going to breathe for a couple of seconds, take a step back.
Does using that
Take a
word that way
minute
make
to
you feel big? No,
Take
don't
a
answer the
minute to
question.
breathe.
I got a question for you. What reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Who are you asking?
You.
Are you a glober?
What reason do you have to doubt that the Earth is flat? I mean,
Good question.
do you want me to come up with?
Yes,
reason?
answer it.
Yeah, what's your best answer?
Look. For me personally, I'm not very invested in trying to convince people one way or the other because I know that you guys are so set in your own beliefs, such as many other people are.
You're putting, dude. You're putting words into our mouths. You're like putting ideas into our minds. You're like saying stuff about us that's not true. Just answer the question, dude. Stop giving the speech of yours and just answer the question. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any?
I'm not interested in answering that question because I'm not invested in whether or not you think the Earth's flat or not. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay,
Well,
what are you
I'm just,
invested in?
dude, listen. I'm trying to have an intellectual conversation here. Are you interested in having an intellectual conversation or not?
I would say I'm more of a spectator and a commentator, less so than actually.
Dude, listen, just either engage in the conversation or leave, dude. That's all I can say. Just do one of the two. But don't come here and
there's a
just
lot
give
of
your
people.
bullshit and don't engage with the conversation. Engage with the conversation or fucking leave, please.
There's a lot of people here that are just listening and witnessing and not,
The only reason why this is funny is because your man Matt, he stopped everyone to ask me a question about the Earth and asked us to unmute you because you had some original questions, and we get to you, we don't find anything.
No, I didn't have much of an original. No, I don't know why he said that. I just, again, I just like the psychology of it all, listening to the back and forth, and it's very.
This isn't psychology, dude. I'm not trying to have a conversation with you about psychology, a boring ass subject. It is totally irrelevant to what we're talking about right here. We're talking about geometry, in fact. All right.
Right. Yeah. Sure. Yep.
So
I mean,
again, let me ask a simple geometric question, and if you got no answer, just say no answer. We prefer that honesty.
I would suggest.
What reason do I have to doubt the Earth is flat?
I suggest you ask somebody else rather than me. Is what I'm trying to say.
Plead the fifth.
Because, yeah. But on the mantle, we got JJ. Like maybe there's somebody else that you can engage in that particular conversation that you'd have more, that would be better for you.
Yeah, we'll move on. Maybe we should go back to Matt, but Matt's deafened himself. That's unfortunate.
Have you run out of people to sort of engage in, flat Earth versus not flat Earth?
Flat smacking.
I mean, coming off that 5 out of the last 6 losses, Tennessee obviously.
I can't look. If you like, I can play the role of like really caring and trying, like pretending I'm invested in this sort of thing.
No, don't
whether
pretend. We
you
don't want you to pretend.
Okay.
There's plenty of people that come here regularly that we've spoken to, like I said earlier, 1,000 times or more, right, about this topic. And we like engaging in conversation with new folk that come in and are curious about this topic. But if that's you, that's great. If it's not you, we'll move on to someone else. Maybe if there is no new people, we will speak to the regulars.
Maybe let me ask a little different question. Do you believe that the Earth is a ball, spherical object?
Me? Do I?
Yeah.
Personally, yes, I do. Yeah, personally, yeah.
All right. Why do you believe that the Earth is a spherical object?
Well, because there's a lot of reasons I could say. I think that there's been sort of images of it in space where it looks pretty spherical. I've sailed around a large portion of the Earth. So, for example, pretty much more than half the Earth. I've almost circumnavigated the globe on a sailboat, and I didn't sort of, fall off any edges or something like that. I didn't see any end to the Earth. So as far as, my geographical knowledge and all the maps and stuff that I had and the satellites that were connected to my GPS and so on and so forth, that, it suggested
So let me just start. You said 2 great things there. I just want to start with one thing first. So you believe in the vacuum of space, right?
Yeah.
All right. So let me ask you this: if the vacuum of space didn't exist, would there be an edge to fall off of?
Well, the vacuum of space does exist.
But how do you know that? Have you ever been there?
Well, there would be reasons to suggest that it does, because, like, for example, when you fly in an airplane, it has to be pressurized, or else, because we're getting out of the atmosphere where oxygen is, which the lack of oxygen.
Yeah, dude. I'm not in denial that the air gets thinner as you gain altitude. I am not in denial about that. That is referred to as delta X. That is the pressure gradient. I'm not in denial about a pressure gradient, but keep in mind, a pressure gradient doesn't demonstrate the vacuum of space because there's a pressure gradient inside every container.
Well, I'm trying to. The
almost
argument
every
is
container,
that,
actually, with the exception of one type.
The argument is that a vacuum is the lack of anything, a lack of oxygen, the lack of air. So clearly, as you go, let's say in this case, higher, there becomes less oxygen, resulting in more vacuum. And if you continue to go in that direction, you'll enter space, which has no oxygen, which is a vacuum. So that's why I'm saying that there's a vacuum in space. Yes.
All right. So you know what a greenhouse is, right? You know what a greenhouse is? All right.
Yeah.
So let's pretend for a second, and this is a practical real life demonstration that someone can do. All right. So it's not like magical bullshit out of my ass I'm talking about here. So let's say you have on the surface of the earth a greenhouse, 3 stories tall. And let's say you have it airtight, sealed so that no air is going in or out. And so with this closed system, this is by definition called a closed system. Light, heat, energy can go in, matter cannot go in or out. Now let's say you take a barometer and you go to the floor, the very bottom of the floor of this greenhouse. Let's say you measure 16 psi, 16 pounds per square inch. And then you go and take the barometer and go to the ceiling, 3 stories up. You measure 15.9 psi. All right. Now we've established in this real life, practical, replicatable example that there is an X value form in the greenhouse. All right. That's 16 psi at the floor. And that there is a gradient, a pressure gradient above your head inside the greenhouse as you climb, as you go get closer to the ceiling. So this is a practical example of air pressure inside a closed system where the air gets thinner as you go up. So now my question is to you, as you step out of the greenhouse and you're breathing 14.7 psi and the air gets thinner above your head, what reason do you have to assume that you're not inside a container? What reason do you have to think that you're not inside a container when you step outside the greenhouse? Is there a demonstration of gas pressure without a container that you can show us?
Well, to answer that question, I would ask you, why does or do you think that if we keep going up, does the air continue to get thinner and thinner and thinner, or does it stop getting
Well,
thinner?
yes, it does, but only to a limit, because it will get thinner until you reach the limit of our reality, which would be a container wall of some kind. It would have to be a container wall of some kind, because that is what is required to have gas pressure in the first place.
So do you think that the Earth will continue to get thinner to a limit, and then there will never be a point when there is no air, there's no oxygen in the space, in this space?
No. As far as we know, there's no naturally occurring vacuum. And keep in mind, the definition of a vacuum is an area of space or whatever, or an area where the psi is below 1 psi. So 0.99 psi and below is what is technically defined as a vacuum. Now, I just want to point out, I doubt that none of us have really gone that high up with a barometer or whatever. But I'm just saying, in order to achieve gas pressure itself, and in the real world, every demonstration, this is key, listen carefully here, every demonstration we have in real life of gas pressure involves a container and a fixed volume in order to achieve a consistent X value form of gas pressure.
Do you think the astronauts are lying?
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that it's not a consensus.
Yeah,
I'd just like to point out it's not that thinner is not a consensus. I personally am not. I don't necessarily think that pressure equates to less gas per square inch. Just talking about less pressure. Because by other variables apart from there being less gas.
Well, I guess we can come back to the original thing. Is you asked why do I think the Earth is round? I sort of thought I explained a few things. So that's why. So there you go. But it's all right to everyone can agree to disagree on this. And again, I go back to my original point of I'm really not too invested in whether or not you think what shape the Earth is. It's it's all good.
Do you understand the problem? I know you're not invested and you couldn't give really 2 shits, but do you at least understand the problem that everyone's been trying to point out to you with regards to the vacuum of space? Do you at least understand that?
I don't see a problem particularly.
Okay. Have you done any physics? You know what an
Not a
equation is,
lot.
right?
Yeah, not a lot. Yeah, I've done like basic physics through education, but not
you,
extended
you,
learning.
you understand that with the laws of gas behavior and energy movement, we've got a lot of equations, right? Now, within this particular problem, we're dealing with the ideal gas laws. You know, gases and what they do, how they act. Within the equation for the ideal gas law, we have PV, pressure times volume, is equal to nRT, which is the amount of gas in a space, which is defined as moles, the gas constant, and the temperature of the system. What we're actually asking you to do is to solve that solve that equation, but you have to replace the V with something, the volume, because that's where you get gas pressure within a contained volume. That's the consequence of it. There's no other way to achieve it. That's why the V's in the ideal gas laws. What we're actually asking is, can you solve this equation but without the V? The volume. The answer is no. You can't have an open system with gas pressure adjacent to an ever-expanding volume of space, because according to laws of nature, gas expands into space. That's what it does. Gas doesn't magically start contracting on itself. That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy increases, it doesn't decrease.
I think that the argument against that would be that there are other pressures that prevent the gas from continuously expanding into forever, right? So
and that's why I'm asking. Replace
pressure of gravity, for example, probably is something that holds gas down. I haven't studied this thoroughly, but
I know you haven't studied it, but I have, and we have, and we understand that within all the ideal gas laws, Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Dalton's law, Brownian motion, to name but a few, within kinetic molecular theory, how gas moves, and within the second law of thermodynamics, we understand that this can't happen. Gravity is never mentioned in any of the gas laws. It does not affect the entropy of a system.
Does gas have weight?
Don't think you understand what I'm saying. Gravity does not
gravity
affect,
doesn't affect.
Yeah, gravity doesn't affect the entropy of a system.
Gravity doesn't affect the death of a system.
Entropy. Entropy. Do you know what entropy is?
I do know what entropy is.
Yeah, good. So gravity is not in any of the ideal gas laws. It's not in the second law of thermodynamics. Gases don't attract gases, right? Gravity does not affect the entropy of a system. Gases don't attract gases. Sorry.
Why are you apologizing?
Even if it was claimed to affect the entropy of a system, right? It's not going to reverse it.
Can you prove that gases don't attract to each other?
Yes. Wow. Please see all of the gas laws. Gases don't attract gases, my friend. Gases have elastic collisions. No energy is lost.
Yo, what up? Let me actually make sure I can present some of these things I want to present before I just give me a second.
Well, certainly an engaging and entertaining conversation, to say the least. I'll probably go now, but thank you.
So, Matt, you wanted to present pictures looking out airplane windows, and I put 4 windows side by side. One's looking out to one side of the plane, one's looking out the other, one's looking out the front, and one's looking out the back. Do you see that hump of Earth that you made?
See ya. Bye.
But how does that? Yeah. So to those images, by the way.
Cheers,
how do you
mate.
explain the curvature? Globe, how do you explain the curvature?
How do I explain 4 humps of curvature if I stitch those images together?
Yeah, like I said, that they were. I don't know. Like,
I
don't
guess
self
there's
confuse.
4 big bumps on the
said,
Earth, according to you.
I said that there are 2 different planes, probably 2 different locations. 2 different images.
Different locations show different curves.
If you're stitching 2 different images all together and stuff, and you want to like confuse yourself, because I know you're trying to act like it's confusing when it's not, you can go ahead and do that. Can you explain the curvature though?
So if I take a picture out the right window and it curves down like that,
Explain the curvature.
I'm going to, and I go take a picture out the left window and it curves down, and I take a picture out the cockpit and it curves down, and I open up the back door somehow and I take a picture and it curves down, and I line those pictures up one after the other, which I presented to you at 13 minutes after the hour. That's what you're supposed to see? Bumps like that when you look around in a 360-degree view?
Bumps of where? Where are the bumps? What are you talking about? How does that prove that the Earth
13
is
minutes
not?
after the hour, you posted curve, so I posted your windows for you.
I don't see what you posted. Just try to post it again.
13 minutes after the hour.
Post it again so I can see it again. Again, I don't. Yeah.
There you go. Curve window. There. That's Earth curve. Then Earth curve out the other side. We're going to call that. Then Earth curve out the front. Then Earth curve out the back. And we stitch them all together, and we get a big bumpy thing.
What do you mean, where's the big bumpy thing?
Stitch them all together.
Yeah, those are 2 different images. You know that, right?
So, if I take a picture out the right window and I see curve, and I take a picture out the left window and I take curve, and I take picture out the front window, and then I see curve, and I take picture out the back because I can open up the back somehow, and I get a picture and it's curved, and we go ahead and connect those arcs up together to form our globe, you're going to get a bunch of bumps.
How do you know where those images are being taken? Left, right, back, or whatever? How do you know?
Oh, I guess don't use them then.
Don't know. Okay.
Oh my God! Can't you follow a hypothetical?
Why would I follow a hypothetical when we can literally just see all these images? We can probably find a plane that they've taken every single picture from every fucking side. Probably. Sure. Can you explain the curvature now?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Go ahead and explain it.
It's 3959 floating in a vacuum of space that has water and air sticking to it.
Curvature.
I did.
It's seen in the image.
You didn't get me. I thought you needed to go get me the 4 images so I can explain it better, since you can't use hypotheticals, you said.
Okay. So, why would we use hypotheticals when we're looking at images? I just want you to explain.
You said you're going to go get 4. You're going to go get 4. Someone took from all 4 sides of the plane. He opened up the back when it was flying, and he took a picture.
How do you know where that was? You don't know where that's at. Why would we? Okay. So when you say
you got to slow down. You should slow down on your meds. Tell your mom to cut them in half or something. You are amped up.
You probably take meds. I'm gonna be honest. You probably actually do take meds.
But
that's irrelevant, right? Irrelevant to the argument. Irrelevant to the argument.
Do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to tell you why?
Go ahead, Jedi. Do you want to explain it?
Why you see curve?
What, Jedi?
Why you see curve?
So, hey, Jedi, so I'll ask you the question. So, can you explain the curvature? Can't answer it.
Well, out of the plane window.
Yeah. Can you explain the curvature that you see?
Yeah, sure. Do you see the image that I posted at 18 minutes past the hour? It's a cross section of a window. You understand that window, and it's not just one pane of glass, right? We have 3 separations. Is curved. You understand that Snell's law is going to apply now when you have a curved surface. When you have light entering from one medium, the atmosphere, and hitting that curved surface at an angle, that straight horizontal line through that curved window will appear to curve.
Wait, it looks like it's curving, but it's not real curve, right?
It's a horizontal line that's being distorted through the window that you're looking through. This also happens. This is also happening with the camera that's got a curved lens that the image is taken through. Do cameras have curved lenses?
Distorted?
Do cameras have curved lenses?
Okay. So the
Yes.
the camera's curved lenses is showing that is literally showing a bit of the Earth's atmosphere. So look, let me pop up this image.
So this image, the light is passing from the atmosphere, hitting the outside of the window that's curved, passing
You
through
see
the
that
two
big
other
bright of
layers
line right
of
there?
glass,
See that big bright of line?
and then entering the aperture of the camera, which is also curved. Interesting.
Okay, so the camera. So you're telling me that the camera is curved.
I'm telling you that the
light-
pane of glass that you're looking through and the camera that you're looking through, the lenses are curved.
Yeah.
Demonstrated
So
by
it
the
should be
horizontal line.
it should be a box like okay, so it should be a box like window, right, that we're looking at there. It shouldn't be a curved window. That affects the imagery.
Yeah, did you see the picture that I posted?
No, I don't see it. You have to post it now. I mean, I don't. Okay, I think I see. I gotta scroll up just a little bit. Yep, I see that.
Damn, you might have to move your finger.
And you see that the window's curved. It's like, why do I always have to repeat myself to you? I'm getting tired.
Oh, me?
Light is being refracted through the window. There you go.
So how does that change the image?
It would be that horizontal line is being distorted through that curved window.
So show me how it should look like then.
It's horizontal, not curved.
Oh, so it's horizontal, not curved. So it's like so you're basically saying that that's like horizontal, which would mean it's on you mean it's in a straight path. It's not curved.
Yeah. Now, let me try and help you a little bit further. I'm going to post you a short little video. It's a panoramic view taken from the top of a mountain. So 360 degrees around you. With altitude, all you do is increase your circular vision. So when you turn round, you see the horizontal plane of that circle, the horizon. You shouldn't see curvature.
And after that,
horizon.
yes.
Dude,
after that, I'll show you one of my videos as well. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Go ahead and show me that video.
Look at the video.
I'm going to try to find mine though.
Yeah, look at the video. Posted 22 minutes past the hour. Panoramic view from the top.
Why does the video already have bias in it?
It's just showing you a fucking straight line, dude, and so you can compare it to the fucking horizon. What do you mean bias?
How high is that? By the way, I can't really. It's the gift.
Okay, so this brings me to a point that can be demonstrated. Imagine you're at a boat at sea, and you turn around 360 degrees.
I'm just asking how high that video appears to be. Like how high is the?
I don't know, dude. It's the top of a fucking mountain.
Okay, so we don't know how
So,
high it is.
So, if you were to take a panoramic view from your aeroplane, this is why everyone's saying you can't join these curved lines. When you turn around, what's going to happen to those curved lines? No, you have a circle of vision around you. The reason why you see curvature here is because of the distortion of the lenses that you're looking through, the window and the camera. Look at the panoramic view at the top of a mountain and tell me that you don't see a circle of vision when you look horizontally across the earth. You seriously, dude.
Yeah. So first of all, when we came into looking at the image you were talking, I'm gonna get into my video first. But when it came to the image that you were talking about, you said that it's already curved by itself. I mean, the window is curved, and then the lights, and then it's distorted, something along those. I mean, sure, you can say that. I'm gonna play a video though for you, and we can watch it together, hopefully, and you can just kind of explain to me step by step as well. I'm gonna play it for you real quick. Not gonna hold on. Let me just find it for you. The video, so see it just. Bam. I should be sharing my screen. Can you see my screen? Can you guys confirm for me real quick?
Yeah, man.
All right, let's play it. I'm going to mute it because we don't even need to hear the audio. This is Jumping from Space, right?
Awesome. This is Felix Baumgartner, right? Stratospheric jump, 130,000 feet.
Video of Jumping from Space.
Yeah, Planet New Mexico.
Yeah, we've been through this before. Planet New Mexico, thank you.
You notice how the image that just went past about 5 seconds ago, the horizon distorted. It was much more curved, and then it got a little bit flatter. Oh, look, it's doing it again. All right. You know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, right?
Sure. Let's just watch the video, though.
Dude, you know, yeah, we've what, dude, Flat Earth for 10 years. Please don't think this is the first time I've seen
it.
All right, you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, right?
Sure, I do. Can we get onto that like right after, though? Can we just watch this video?
All right, I'll tell you what. Sure, if you think that this video is going to prove something.
All right, we'll get onto that right after.
This is a fucking insult.
So, if say this video is fake, right? If this video were to be real, right, it would show that the Earth is round, correct?
No.
If it were to be.
You realize that,
No,
like, just
and
about every
I'm
one of the
so on the
predators
verge of
in
just
here has
calling
seen
you a
video
complete fucking moron and just
multiple
kicking you the
times.
fuck out. Sorry.
Go ahead. Why are you getting so mad at this video? See how it's like you're spazzing out for no reason?
He's not getting mad at the video.
Can we address it now? Can we address it? Neil deGrasse Tyson, do you know who he is?
Yes.
Good. Do you know who Paul Larson is?
I don't know who that is, no.
Okay, so he's the owner and director of Astronomical Observatory. These two gentlemen...
Right here, guys, you guys can see the Earth curvature.
Okay, that's brilliant. These two gentlemen from astrophysics and astronomy, PhDs and doctors, mathematicians. Maths is really important with this. They will tell you that no, Felix Baumgartner isn't high enough above the surface of the Earth to perceive left to right curvature. He's not far enough away. From the International Space Station at 200 and how many miles, they are still not far enough away from the surface of the Earth to perceive left to right curvature. Now, this isn't me saying this. This isn't Flat Earth.
They're too small to see. They're too small to literally see. What are they? They're not giants. They're not like bigger than the Earth. They wouldn't be able to see left. This is right.
Try shutting up and listening.
He gets mad and they get mad so much. Why are you so mad?
And not just him. It's getting ridiculous. You talk right through him. You don't listen to the answers.
Yeah, it's getting pretty annoying. It's like you have two mouths and one fucking ear.
I think we should boot him because he's a waste of time.
I think we've all seen Planet New Mexico a number of times and don't need to see it again.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make. I'm like, we've all seen it. The whole thing. Multiple times. From every angle. It's Planet New Mexico. Fisheye lens. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and you see it go
ridiculous.
from concave to convex to back to concave. It's like, are you living on a ball or inside the ball? Like, it's just ridiculous.
Yep.
Yeah, I got unmuted. So the thing is, I just don't like when that guy randomly gets mad. Like, I mean, I could honestly get mad as well, but I'm not trying to get banned from this thing. So I don't know why he's thinking getting mad is going to prove anything. If you want,
let's not have a conversation about the Let's not have a conversation about the conversation. Let's have the conversation.
All right, go ahead. So when he was talking about like you can't see left from right, again, the Earth is pretty large. I would assume that you can't see left to right from it.
So then not out airplane windows, then, right? Not out airplane windows, then, right?
Outside of, I mean, in airplane windows, you'd be able to see the curvature of the Earth. They can definitely see the curvature, but you can't see
But
left and right because it's
not jumping from 4 times that.
So when you present us,
so are you arguing that the Earth is not?
Sorry, now you pissed me off. Now, when you present us with an observation of the horizon, you're saying that horizon we wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth left to right along the horizontal line. What are you talking about?
Jedi, what you're saying here basically is that the reason there's a problem here is because we can't see that the Earth's left to right horizon. How would we be able to? Let's assume the Earth is a ball, right? Let's assume that it is. How would someone looking at the International Space Station, which is at the distance it is, how would they be able to see the Earth's left to right when they still see it's curved and it's a ball, which would already disprove flat Earth in the first place?
Can anybody jumble that word mess for me? I don't understand what you're even fucking saying now. It's like you've got a comprehension problem.
He says he thinks they see the curve. He says he thinks they see a ball. He thinks they see a ball from the ISS, but he knows they don't because he just agreed that they don't. But he said he thinks they do. He's confused. That's all.
Yeah, because he brought up
I'm not
Neil. He
confused.
brought up. Hang on, dude. He brought up that you can see curvature, and now he's saying you can't see curvature.
What? There, you can see curvature. So what
Only
you guys
from
both see, what you guys
airplanes.
told me.
Only from
Can I
airplanes,
tell you
right?
what you no, you can see curvature outside of the Earth as well when you're
I'm gonna.
in the ISS. Now,
So the video that you presented with Felix Baumgartner, have you watched the whole video from when they take off of the ground?
have I watched the entire video from when they take off from the ground? No, I haven't. How would that disprove the
You
curvature
haven't,
that I'm
because
seeing?
the Earth, when you're at the ground, the Earth is curving from that camera view as well. When they're on the ground.
I mean, you can go ahead and screen share as well and show me what you're talking about.
And did you see where it changes from concave to convex and back to concave again? Like it does that a few times as well.
Is the Earth
Yeah, sure.
changing
I'm gonna
from
get at one point
concave
because
to
I'm getting multiple points and multiple things thrown at me. So I'm gonna get into what Globe said at first in Jedi when they were talking about like
Can
you
I
can't.
just
They said
clear?
Neil
Can I just
deGrasse
clear this?
Tyson, and
Can
they
I just
said
clear this up?
someone
Can I
else.
just clear this up?
Hold on. I'm trying to clear
no,
this
no.
up. That they said.
I'm going to clear this up. I'm going to clear this up. All right.
Okay.
You
So
said
I'm
you
getting
can
attacked
see.
by points, but I can't answer them.
You're not getting attacked. You were saying that you can
Getting
see.
attacked by 1 point, and I can't even answer the original point.
Okay, you were saying that you can see curvature from an airplane, and then you're saying from Felix Baumgartner, which is 120,000 feet, you can't see curvature. So which one is it?
Well, I said you can see curvature. So okay, I'm gonna get to what I said. I'm gonna explain now since I'm talking now. Okay. So
good.
Yes, you can see curvature from an airplane, and you can also see curvature from 120,000 feet up the fucking
So
sky. Right.
So you disagree with.
So the only
you
thing that you
disagree
got
with the
confused. I'm gonna tell you.
mathematicians.
Hold on. Let me continue. The only thing you might have got confused by is when they were talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson, and they were talking about how they said even from the ISS you can't see the left or right horizontal of the Earth.
So
And
what
I told them,
curvature do
how
you
would it be
see?
physically possible? Hold on. And I said, how would it be physically possible for them to see the left and the right horizon? How would that disprove the Earth is a globe? It's just one thing that you're getting on, but it doesn't disprove that Earth is a globe. So if these
Did
images,
you say you're
for
an
example, these
engineer?
videos.
Because you sound like you don't know what you're
Hold on.
talking about.
That's right.
Hold on.
He lied about that.
I never said I was an engineer. Who said that?
You said it earlier.
I never said that. I never said that. Never claimed to be an engineer. I'm 17 years old. I'm not no engineer.
So you're saying they can't see
Play,
left to right
everything
curvature. So
that we're doing is recorded. Replay when I said I was an engineer. When I said I was an engineer.
What curvature are they seeing then? If they're not seeing left to right curvature, what curvature are they seeing?
No. He said left to right on the entire planet spectrum right there.
Okay, if they're not seeing that, then
okay. So who made the original claim? I want them to bring up exactly what they said, so we can't be confused. Go ahead and bring up exactly what you said, Jedi.
Oh my God, you're going around in circles, are we?
Yeah, he's just gonna pick people.
No. I'm saying you didn't even make that original claim. You're jumping on something I was told by Jedi. Jedi told me that. He said something about Neil deGrasse Tyson and some other guy named Paul. It talked about you can't see the entire horizon or something of this and this. I mean, the Earth's pretty big compared to international space.
Yo.
It wasn't far enough.
When we look at the demarcation between the Earth and the sky, the horizon, with altitude, we say if the Earth was a ball, it would curve. Paul Larson, Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you, me and everybody else, with reference to Neil Baumgartner's jump, he would not be able to perceive the horizon curving because he's not far enough away from the Earth to perceive that. By extension, you're not far enough away from the surface of the Earth to perceive the horizon curving from the International Space Station. You know the image that you showed us earlier with the horizon curving from your aeroplane?
You don't.
No.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah,
But you can't play both sides. So sure, I agree with you there, right? You can say that all you want, and Neil deGrasse Tyson might have said that. I'm sure you can't perceive the entire thing or something like that. Sure. But these images wouldn't be real and they'd be fake regardless, right? Though Jedi, we have to agree. The ISS, whatever, they have to be fake regardless, right? These images are fake regardless.
They're showing us horizon, and then mathematically we shouldn't be able to see from those altitudes. Then there is something wrong.
But this entire this video, everything in this video is fake regardless. Though I'm just confirming that with you, right?
Everything in the video is fake. No, the lens is just distorting the horizontal horizon. That's all it's doing. You know what a GoPro camera is?
So it's not fake.
Dude, do you know what a GoPro camera is?
Sure. Yes, I do know what
Good.
a
You
GoPro camera is.
understand
I'm
how
just
it
trying to understand
distorts.
your point.
You
Though. Are you saying it's fake or is it distorted? Which one?
Slow. You understand how it distorts straight lines. So if the horizon was horizontal, the GoPro curved lens would distort that horizontal line and make it bend. So when you go up into the sky with a GoPro camera, look at a horizontal line, it will bend.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay, fine. I'm not even gonna ask you for a source. I'm not gonna ask you to show the GoPro and we're gonna dissect it. I'm not even gonna ask you to do that.
No, because I'll shoot you out of
You
here
see
if
where
you
I
do.
stopped my video at? Hold on. You see where I stopped my video at? Okay, so where I paused my video because I'm live right now, we'll see this black space, right? Apart from the Earth. You see this black space right here. So is this also, what's that? Distorted as well?
What are you talking about?
Oh, the black space you see right here, because it's jumping from space, right? This black space you see right here, is this distorted as well?
You see the demarcation line between the Earth and the black space?
Wait, is space now 120,000 feet up? Is that what we're saying?
So is that black space, or what is that then?
It's three-dimensional black space.
What do you mean? It's space, or?
Well, yeah, three-dimensional height, width, length, yes. There is
You
space.
agree that it's space?
Yes, the space there, yes. Three-dimensional space, height, width, length, yes.
So space is real?
Yes, three-dimensional space, height, width, length is real, yes.
Okay. I mean, sure.
Well, I don't think that's in for debate. All right?
There's also
Three-dimensional.
the jumping from space.
Crazy.
And I don't know why these guys are cheering the way they are. Like, look at these paid actors, man. What are they cheering for?
Cheering.
Get him landing as well.
Because Red Bull
And
sponsored
he
it.
lands.
Red Bull sponsored it, and then they needed views for advertisement. That's why.
Yeah, they're cheering
I don't
because
think
this
that's
guy
totally relevant, though.
a balloon went to 120
Jedi, I just
feet.
want to get on the few things. Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead.
They're cheering because this guy lived. He jumped out the fucking sky at 30,000 feet or however high it was. And he lived. Of course they'll be jumping up and down. It's quite a task, right? Getting that high in the first place and then surviving on the way back when you jump.
I mean, yeah, well, obviously I was being sarcastic there. So this was all obviously recorded, probably multiple angles that we probably didn't even see here. He did some for space. You did basically say that space is real from this jump, and we did also obviously see the curvature of the Earth from this jump. So we can establish that space is real, and there is a curvature of the Earth, and the Earth is round. Thank you.
Can you stop? Can you pause the video when the Earth is curved the other way, please? That would be great if you could show it where it curves the other way in the video.
Yeah.
Did he already
so
leave?
We live in the... I hope so. And he's walked away thinking that he's proven the vacuum of space.
No, he knows he lost. He just
And the
tried to
globe.
get out.
Proved space and the globe with the Red Bull jump footage. He's done. He claimed victory. That's it. We're done, guys. Pack it up.
Oh dear me. He was funny. Alright, where's our next seal?
Who will be the next contender?
I don't know, man, but better be better than the last two guys. One of them was a fucking idiot and the other one didn't care.
What about ping? With ping before?
What about it?
What's up, PNG?
Welcome, ping.
Yeah, mute him.
So, you have spoken in here before, ping?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, well, welcome. Welcome in.
Maybe I joined once or twice.
And what do you think about all this?
To be honest, I don't know. Sometimes there's a valid point from the global side. Sometimes there's a good point from the flat side. So I'm not sure what side should I believe.
Guys, the Earth is not flat.
Okay, mate. Have you got a measurement of that?
I measured the circumference myself.
Circumference, that's just going round in a circle. That's not measuring 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, you can measure it.
No, that's just going round in a circle. You said circumference. How did you do that, by the way?
So I went on Google Maps.
Okay, so you went on to Google Maps that shows the Earth is a ball. Okay, I've got a flat map. Does that mean the Earth's flat now because my map's flat?
You have a flat map?
Yeah. Have you got a circle? Have you got a spherical one?
Mine is flat too, though.
Was it? Okay, so according to you, then the Earth's flat. You
But
gave me.
how are you gonna have a round map? I mean, in school we had the globe too. It's been around. It's pretty old.
Yeah, there's loads of maps. Square ones, circle ones, globular ones. Loads of projection maps.
Okay.
So, just because you've arbitrarily decided to go to Google Maps doesn't mean that your Google Maps is the real one.
Even before the Google Maps, bro, in the classroom they had the little globe thing, and we'd spin it around.
Yeah, it's been around for a while. Yep, awesome. Have you got a measurement of the curvature of the Earth, though?
Yeah, I measured it.
Go on then. Apart from going on Google Maps, because that was your last reply, that would be stupid to say that you measured it but went to Google Maps. What did you do?
So what we could do, hypothetically, is we could
I thought you'd already done it. I don't need to go to a
Yeah, I did it. No, I did it.
Okay. What did you do?
Here, it's 40,000 and 75 kilometers.
That's the number. How did you measure it? So instead of telling us what we could do, tell us what you did do.
I went on Google Maps.
Oh, back to that again. Let's have the same conversation when we realise that that's not proof of anything. Can you do better?
Wait, you asked me how? I told you.
You went on Google Maps. How did you measure it? What did you do physically? What comparison?
I slid my mouse across the screen.
You're not going to last long in here, are you? Probably like every single girl you've been with. Not going to last long, are you?
I don't get that. I don't understand.
Of course you don't. So what brings you here if it isn't to be an idiot?
Listen, man, the flat Earth does not exist.
It does. It's measured that way. What are you talking about?
Okay, did you measure the circumference of the Earth?
Circumference, that would be going around in a circle.
Did you measure the distance?
No, I measured the surface and it doesn't deviate from horizontal.
And how did you do that?
It's quite simple. Do you know what water is?
Water?
Yeah, water, the surface of the Earth primarily. Sea level.
Okay. Yeah, I know what water is, yeah.
Good. You understand that? Good. You understand that sea level is used and measured as a horizontal plane of reference. So horizontal then.
Oh, no. Sea level is changes.
Yeah, that's why I said mean sea level. Average sea level. It's level horizontal.
How do you get the average?
Between high and low.
And how do you know what the highest is and how do you know what the lowest is?
You measure it. Do you know what tides are?
You've been everywhere on the ocean, is what you're saying?
No, do you know what tides are?
Tides, yeah, the waves and tides.
No, not the waves. You said the sea level rises and lowers. Yeah, that's tides. And the mean sea level is the average between high tide and low tide. That water, though, is used as a horizontal plane of reference. So the surface of the Earth is horizontal, not curving.
So you saw where the highest tide was and you saw where the lowest tide is and you put a mark in the middle? Do
you understand what I'm saying to you? Or are you just being stupid?
I'm asking you questions to clarify.
And they sound stupid. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? That the waters of the Earth are observed and measured as used as a horizontal plane of reference.
Cool. So who measured it?
Everybody who does any type of navigation or engineering. Anybody who does any aviation. Aviation, when flying across the surface of the Earth, they use the Earth as a horizontal, stationary plane of reference. So not curving or moving. So practically horizontal.
So what you're saying is the people on top of the ocean in the sky are measuring the ocean for what reason?
They're referencing the ocean as a horizontal plane of reference. Do you know what altitude is?
Of course.
Awesome. So that is an altitude above the horizontal plane of reference.
Well, we're saying that reference changes because the sea level changes.
It's that, like I said, mean sea level.
See, that doesn't really make sense because
there's no curvature. That doesn't make sense because it's a horizontal plane of reference. If the Earth was a ball, if the Earth was a ball, it would be a curved, rotating frame of reference.
Okay, look, the Earth is definitely not a land mass that's a ball. And it's
No, that's why we've been talking about water.
Not a ball.
Water, yeah, you know the water in your bathtub in your swimming pool is horizontal. Yeah, horizontal, isn't it? From one end to the other, it is horizontal. Correct?
You're talking about the surface?
Yes, obviously.
Sure. Yeah.
Awesome. So that's what I mean. The water on the Earth is horizontal. It does not curve.
The Earth is a bit bigger than a bathtub.
The water is 72% of the surface of the Earth, so we're told. So
yes, but the Earth is a bit bigger than his bathtub.
Yes, but the water in comparison to your coffee in the morning, your bath that you have before you go to work, the swim that you have in the pool when you finish work, the fishing you do at the weekend when you go to a lake, and then when you sail across the ocean, that water is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal plane of reference.
You seriously believe in that?
Yes, because it's observed,
you seriously
measured.
Believe the Earth is flat?
Yes, it's observed, measured, and practically used as such. Looks that way, it's measured that way. We practically use it that way.
So I came back. I actually measured the entire Earth. Just came back. I can confirm it's definitely not flat.
No one cares. Let's go back to the other guy.
You don't have to troll, but you really don't have to troll. We can have a serious conversation, or you can get the fuck out. It's super simple.
If the Earth was a spinning ball, we would use it as a curved, rotating frame of reference. But we don't. We use the Earth as a horizontal, stationary plane of reference. So the Earth's flat and stationary, then.
It's not a physical, but a simplified model, what you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about observation of the surface of the Earth, measurement of the surface of the Earth, and the practical use of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, because the curvature in, for example, sea maps, when you go on a distance of, let's say, 500 kilometers, the curvature is negligible. But when you're talking about physics, when you're talking about satellites and all of that, then it's not negligible anymore.
Excuse me, how big's the radius of the Earth?
Come again?
How big is the radius of the Earth? You said 500 kilometers and the curvature would be negligible. I'd like to challenge you on that. Let's use some math. Have we been told the size of the Earth?
6,300 something kilometers.
Awesome. So 3,905 miles in radius, 24,000 miles in circumference. That means that from point A, you, to point B, me, I will have descended from you over the curvature of the Earth by 8 inches per mile squared. That would mean after 1 mile, the curvature of the Earth would be 8 inches of descent from point A to point B. That means after
because we want straight maps. It's simplified because it's negligible. It doesn't matter.
Excuse me.
Just wait.
Well, of course, it's negligible. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're all right. You can crack on, heretic man. You're fine.
I wasn't going to say much. I was just going to say, of course it's negligible. It doesn't exist. But go ahead.
When you say 500 kilometers, it's not negligible. I'm trying to point out to you that if you stand on the ball with distance, the curvature starts immediately. After 1 mile, it would have descended by 8 inches. 10 miles, 66 foot. 100 miles, 1 mile of descent. So when you say 500 miles, it's negligible. No, it's not. When we're given the claim that the Earth is a ball, then it has a prediction for how far we should be able to see across this ball at a given altitude because of the curvature of the Earth obstructing our view of things at distance. That calculation is at 8 inches per mile squared. That would mean the geometric horizon for a 6-foot observer would be 3 miles away, not too big to perceive. Dumbass.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
Oh, was that his rebuttal? Don't be so hard on yourself. Fuck hell.
No, he was saying dumbass, and I don't want him to be so hard on himself.
Well, nice try. You almost insulted somebody. Better luck next time.
Yep.
Oh, don't perceive the Earth curvature for 500 kilometers then. I guess no boat did go over the curvature of the Earth. I can't see 500 kilometers. Fuck.
Well, that's a good point. So, who were we speaking to?
I can't remember, mate. I've got to be honest with you.
Was it Yami? Still there, mate? Oh, never mind.
Aww.
Yeah. It was Yami.
Is this what 2024 is going to be like?
I mean, if he wants to believe that the Earth is flat, I'm not stopping him. Meanwhile, the real world spins.
Meanwhile, the real world spins. Awesome stuff. I don't know where to begin with this one. It's been a long time since we've done spin. If you got any direct measurement of the rotation of the Earth upon its axis, when I'll let you beg the question that the Earth is a ball in the first instance.
Have you ever been to a library?
Yes.
Have you ever seen books about physics there, like astrophysics?
Yes. Do you know what? You don't even have to go to libraries anymore. There are lots of PhD physicians who do lots of lovely presentations on YouTube. So yeah, physics is a subject that I very much enjoy. Let's debate that. Natural science, right? Physics.
Just going to rest on the shoulders of these guys, or that you're appealing to, or are you going to show us your comprehension of what they've presented to you? Yeah, that's a question for you, Yami.
This is ridiculous.
Sure it is. Any direct measurement?
Your evidence for his evidence so far is some guy said.
Easiest thing. Why do we have satellites?
I mean, never mind the evidence. His argument itself is stupid. It's not flat because it's spinning.
I didn't say that's an argument.
Yeah,
It was
that's
a
pretty
figure
much
of
what you
speech.
said.
Meanwhile, the world keeps spinning, whatever he believes. It was not an argument. It was a figure of speech. The world keeps spinning.
Okay, so you don't even have an argument. Just taking lame pot shots. All right. Satellites. Do those prove a globe?
Hey, I believe you, the Earth is flat if you can shoot a laser beam from one side to the other.
Why would a laser beam travel through thousands and thousands of miles of air? We don't need to go from one side to the other, wherever that's supposed to be. We just have to go far enough to falsify curve.
It can because it's focused light.
It's going to attenuate over the distance through the air. You don't need thousands of miles, though, anyway. That's the point. You just need enough distance to falsify curve.
Wants to do a laser test over like 1,000 miles or something, huh?
Yes. There's no reason to. You know how much drop there should be at 30 miles even? How much vertical drop from curvature? Should be about 600 feet. So no, we don't need to test it over thousands of miles. Completely unnecessary.
In Star Wars, stormtroopers have got this reputation of not being able to hit the fucking side of a barn. I reckon George Lucas and everybody else at Disney and Star Wars just blame refraction. Pass some laser beams through the fucking atmosphere. Of course it's going to fucking refract, so just fucking blame refraction. That's why stormtroopers were shit.
And not to mention they had to look through that dark helmets.
Yeah, Tatooine is curved.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So it's
no flat planets in Star Wars.
Actually, there is. Did you not see the last Star Wars film? Did you not see the Rise of Skywalker?
Which one was flat?
They pretty much in the opening scene, they go to a ice disc place in the universe somewhere. That's a disc. It's not a planet.
I'll look at the side chart. I think Tatooine is a flat Earth actually. Looks horizontal.
Okay, fair enough.
Tuck something in there for the flat earthers, did they?
Yeah, a little shout out.
I don't know, man. Made me giggle. Definitely made me giggle when I saw it. I even watched like a couple of YouTube breakdowns of like Star Wars films, and especially that one. And I think there's a YouTube channel called New Rock Stars, and I think they even reference it as there's one for the flat earthers. Brilliant.
New Rock Stars make some good analyses of videos, movies.
Yeah, they do, man. It's quite cool.
Well, where's everyone gone? Am I the only Glober in here again? I'm sick of this.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
I bit my tongue, so I can't really speak.
Wondered what was wrong. Yeah, you do, yeah.
Do you mean, are you the only anti-flat earther in here?
I'm not an anti-flat earther. Far from it. You bring me such joy.
I bet you never thought that you'd spend most of your downtime in a flat Earth server talking to us lot in your wildest ambition.
When I was younger, I found like all the unorthodox theories to be quite. I mean, I remember when I was like 12, I was interested in like Planet Nirabu. I was like really into it and everything. But after that point, I just I've never really found much of an interest in it because I didn't really understand the whole shtick, right? I didn't understand like what people were talking about, what people were interested in. But it is very addictive. I'll say that.
It's a bit like the people who believe Elvis is still alive.
But that's not as exciting as flat Earth.
That's true.
Well,
but the good thing is people who believe the Earth is flat will never get hired into positions where they could actually cause damage because of their fallacies.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not the only Glober in here, it seems.
Oh.
Is this idiot?
I'm not the only anti-flat earther.
Can you repeat what you just said?
I said I'm not the only anti-flat earther.
No, the other guy.
Okay.
He basically said, Timbo, you won't achieve anything because you're a flat earther.
No, I did not say that. A flat earther will never get hired into a position where he will cause damage with his false physics.
False physics. Oh, do you think physics is settled?
Well, he's kind of right because we don't have any false physics to cause damage with.
Well, yeah. It's like there's this overarching power of at the very, very top. Everybody agrees with everything. No one's competing with anything.
Physical model of the planet. Better?
What would happen if in about 10 years' time the authorities turn around to you and say, do you know what? When we said the sun was made of gas, we were wrong. Actually, it's a plasma liquid. What would you say then? Would you agree with them?
Probably Elvis would hold a concert and Jailhouse Rock would become the new national anthem of the world government.
Ah, so you're a fucking idiot. Gotcha. No worries, man.
If someone said to me, what would you do if you found out that the cosmology of the entire Earth is wrong? Everyone was like, not wrong. People were lying to you about it. I think, and I mean this half-heartedly, YouTube. So if the government are watching, it's halfly a joke, right? But I would probably riot. I probably would throw a brick at the Houses of Parliament.
You'd be the new Guy Fawkes.
Yeah. I mean, that would be a huge thing, right? Like that.
Would be
I'm surprised how complacent you all are.
On top of a bonfire.
Yeah, you're all very calm about, which is what's shocking. It's like you think that there's this lie of this magnitude. That's like, I don't know. I think that's cause for toppling a government, really, at that point.
It is, but all you guys believe what they say, so.
What I'm saying.
It's mostly a misunderstanding and
yeah, if it's a misunderstanding, I feel more like
a relatively small group who are exploiting that misunderstanding.
If it was a misunderstanding, then I probably wouldn't be as zealous about it. But if it was a lie and a lot of people were involved, like people in power, that I elect or whatever, then that would be a cause for riot.
How many people do you think understand the heliocentric model, Yui?
I think 99.9999% of people just get taught the basic gist of it and then forget about it. Like, I want to say finish school.
Where's the lie? Where's everyone's lying? Where's that?
What? For the majority of people? Yeah. They don't have any. They can't be the ones that are lying because they don't care about it.
Yeah. So what do you mean by a great?
I mean, like the
greatest?
powers that be, right? People who say we did this and we did that, but didn't actually.
Well, how many of them need to know? Like,
I'd say enough. Enough for me to. I know it's kind of vague and unsatisfying as an answer, but it would be in the thousands because it's across multiple countries, and some people would just have to be able to see because there's lots of delegation in civil administration. Private companies will have some sort of role as well, and that's enough people for me to be a bit like, okay, there's a problem here. It's also partly why I don't think it's real because like the chances are just so small.
Think of compartmentalization. Think about that.
Think of just preferred ways of thinking, preferred models. People getting taught about the preferred model, even though they had nothing to do with establishing that model. They just get taught it and repeat it. That standard model always being challenged. We just have the standard model though, which is the one that we all hear about, forget about, and think is real. But it's always being challenged. It's always changing as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is important to challenge what's known. Yeah.
Of course.
But it's also important to prove what you're claiming, and there's no proof of flat Earth. On the other hand,
that'd be
there's
interesting.
There's a bunch of proof for heliocentric Earth.
Okay, what's the sun? Sorry, what's the sun? What is the sun in the heliocentric model?
Giant.
Nah, so this was one of the things that's being challenged because you can't have gas uncontained within a vacuum. You can't have gas decrease in entropy through some mechanism that doesn't apply to PV equals nRT. This is why the sun
is supposed to be in plasma, not a gas.
Yeah, so plasma, gas, it's not any of those two things.
Not the same thing.
Yeah, it's not any of those two things. It can't be any of those two things. The spectrum doesn't allow for that.
Why can't it be plasma?
Because of the spectrum that it gives off. This is why the sun is being challenged within the standard model. The sun is being challenged by saying it's actually not a plasma gas, it's a plasma liquid. This is because of the way that the sun behaves. This is because of the standard model with ideal gas laws. That can't be that, but they overlook it.
Plasma liquid is not a coherent statement because a liquid is a phase of state and a plasma is a phase of state, and they're two different. You can't be the same thing. You can't be a solid liquid. You can't be
interesting. This is interesting, and I only just discovered this. Dude, I only just discovered. I get you. I only just discovered this a few weeks ago. There are multiple phases of plasma. Plasma gas is the one that is studied most easily. Plasma liquid and plasma solids are very hard to come by. But yes, there are plasma liquids and plasma solids. It's interesting, right? Physics is always changing, but what? We just repeat the common narrative. When you have a little bit of a dig around, you find out that the standard model is up for debate. Seriously being challenged. Because of PV equals nRT.
Did anyone listen to what you just said? No. Guess it wasn't just me.
I was listening, but I would like to see some sources of where you say that it's a plasma liquid.
Yeah, sure, no problem. That was the question I was waiting for. Give me 5 minutes, I'll get home and I'll give you 7 to 10 different presentations by PhD physicists. People who use spectrometers, you know, the thing that we use to figure out what the sun is. So PhDs in spectroscopy say that the sun can't be what the standard model says. I'll get that information for you, sure. These will be PhDs, by the way.
What are you doing outside at 10 p.m, you dirty stop out?
just nice to get out and about, man, from time to time.
Isn't it cold there?
No comment.
If the Earth is flat, why is it cold in the UK?
Yeah.
What?
It should be the same temperature all over the world.
Yeah.
Something's up.
And there should never be night time. Hi, Heretic. Long time no speak.
Right,
Just been lurking lately.
Sorry, Heretic. Do apologise. I've just posted a video. I highly recommend that everybody watches this, to be fair. Flat earthers and globe earthers alike, with regards to the standard model, with regards to the sun, with regards to second law of thermodynamics, ideal gas laws, and kinetic molecular theory. All of those things will point to the sun cannot be a plasma gas in the vacuum of space. Can't be that then. This standard model has been challenged for over 150 years. Max Planck himself turned around and said, that cannot be a gas. It will violate the laws of physics. Same with nebula as well. Right? Lots of things up in the sky that have been challenged for, like I said, 150 years. It's been re-challenged again. This gentleman is a spectroscoper. He's also responsible for developing high intensity MRI scans. He's got like credentials coming out of his ass. Yeah, this guy, I tell you, the sun can't be gas. He's a PhD. What do you want? Is he just a crackpot, right? Mm-hmm. I'm just going to say this as well. If you go onto this gentleman's channel, he will go through all of the laws of thermodynamics. He will go through all of the ideal gas laws, Brownian motion, blah, blah, blah. When demonstrating these facts of our reality, listen to what he says. We've been saying this for 10 years, exactly the same thing. The entropy of a system will increase. To say that gravity is the cause of this decrease is a violation of that law. He's saying the exact same thing that we have, that quantum arrays have said. He just comes from the heliocentric standpoint, saying the gas can't be in a vacuum. Jupiter can't be that then.
How does that pertain to that the Earth's not round?
No, that just pertains to people thinking they know what they know about the standard model, whether that standard model can be challenged, and whether people coming here thinking they know what reality is as regards to what the sun is, when physicists will tell us that no, that they can't.
Okay, can you post proof that the Earth is round? Not round, that the Earth is flat? Can you post proof for that?
Yeah, do you know what an elevation angle is?
I asked, can you post proof?
Okay. Do that when I get home
ask
as well.
questions, post proof.
Okay.
While we're waiting, can you post proof that the Earth is a sphere?
Why should I?
Well, that's a claim, isn't it?
I think it'd make it more interesting if we went proof for proof. Come on, let's go. What you got?
I don't have to prove what's established.
So what's established contains no proof. What? How did they get to the establishment of it with no proof?
You learned that in school.
But didn't
Yeah,
you
you can
just
learn
say
anything.
that you didn't he just say that he's got no proof of something that's already been established? Like, really think
Yep.
about that.
That's what he said.
Really think about. I don't have proof of this thing that has allegedly already been
I didn't
established.
say I don't have
Well,
proof.
then you
I
don't
just
have
said it's
proof.
not
You
my
have.
job to prove something that is established.
How was it
Nice
established?
copy.
If it's established, you should be able to prove it.
Easily.
That's why I spoke about the sun. Established.
Ask all the space agencies in the world.
Okay,
How did
ask
they
them what?
establish it?
Ask them what?
If the Earth's flat or not.
What are people looking away from the Earth doing with what the Earth is? They're looking at other things, not the Earth.
Not only, they look at everything. The Earth, the Moon, the other planets, the stars.
Awesome. So you should be able to provide evidence that the Earth is a sphere.
That's the wrong logic.
Why?
I don't need to prove something that's established.
How is
Your
it
logic.
Sorry, go ahead.
By saying the Earth is flat, you're challenging what's established. So you
Okay,
have.
how
you
is
have
it established?
Yep. What was the method of establishment? How did they establish that Earth is a globe? How?
What evidence establishes this claim as a fact? Tell me.
Google proof Earth is round.
So you don't know.
Round.
Cool.
So we have to go find your proof for you. So you can't know that it's an established fact then. You're just talking out your ass.
You guys need to stop saying round as well.
This is very funny and
Round can be
ridiculous. I
flat.
love it.
Well, it's ridiculous that you've got no evidence of something that's established.
This is some sort of performance art or something, or sport. This is funny.
Yeah, from you.
Yeah, no, you, exactly.
No, you.
How would you like your proof? So just so I'm searching and finding the correct thing for you, how would you like it? Would you like it in direct observation and measurement? Would you like it through measurement with laser devices or radio propagating systems? Would you like it in the guise of celestial navigation?
From a reputable
aviation?
source.
From a reputable source. Which one would NASA do for you?
Sure. Give me some
Okay,
NASA
cool.
proof.
No worries. I will go and get you some NASA proof, and what I'll also do is I'll also get you some Roscosmos proof as well, which would be the Russian space agency.
I know
I'll
that's
get
the
you
Russian space agency.
Yeah, no worries.
Let's make a deal. So when Jedi provides one, then you provide one back, and then we'll provide another one, and then you provide one back. Can we do that?
Why do I need to prove it?
Goodness me.
Is Yui, is this guy...
He claims to be
with
the expert. I'm not claiming to be
Yui,
an
do you
expert.
agree with this guy or not?
Well, yeah, I'm totally on board with whatever he's saying. You know, he's a glober, I'm a glober. We all agree.
He sounds like a genius.
What does a genius sound like?
You.
Wow, that's a great explanation. That must be
about as
the
good as your
encyclopedia
evidence to the globe.
definition. A genius sounds like you.
Yeah, about as good as your evidence to the globe. So.
Do you have proof that it's a globe, or do you just believe that it's a globe?
He said
Well,
that's what I learned at school.
He doesn't need proof.
You know how many people have tried to prove that the Earth is flat and failed?
How many?
So you don't know.
How many? I'm asking you. I don't know. How many?
Okay, so you don't know. Okay, good.
Don't know. How many?
What's the number?
Okay,
3 or 4?
Not my job to educate you. I was just asking you.
Oh, so you don't know the answer to that either. You don't seem to have a lot of info on hand for any of these claims you make.
This is funny. I like it.
You
How
just
is
have
that
a
funny? You said something. You said, do you know how many have tried and failed to prove the
Just
flat
do a
Earth?
quick,
And I said, no,
just do a
no,
quick
I
web
don't
search.
know.
You will find many people who tried to prove that the Earth is flat and they failed.
Yeah, I know how many. It's the number that you gave me, 0.
Alrighty.
Yeah. You gave me 0 examples of people who tried to prove that the Earth is flat and failed, so that must be the number.
Whatever you want to believe.
How many have tried to prove the Earth is a sphere and failed?
Well, I can count 1 right now, Yami. Oh, wait, sorry. My bad. He didn't even try. That's how bad it is.
This is great. I like it.
If your life depended on it, could you prove it? That was for you, Yami. If your life depended on it, could you prove it? You just have a belief then.
I believe I can fly.
One hell of a belief.
I believe I can touch the sky.
I almost converted Quetzalcoatl to a globe earlier. I was on the cusp of it.
Converted? What the hell are you talking about?
I did some global conversion on you.
Huh?
Remember?
No, I have a short memory. Enlighten me.
Don't worry about it.
Converted? Jesus Christ. You think this is a religion?
Sound like you're converting him to your side of the fence, Huey.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Can I ask you a question? Can a religion be true? Like the tenets of a religion? Sorry, I bit my tongue. I can't really speak. If the tenets of a religion can be true, then I'll accept that it's a religion. By all means. It's just a true one.
But what's the definition of religion?
Well, it's usually organized off faith, which I don't think is different from. Well, faith is different from belief, right? So I don't think it can qualify for that, but it's like an organized institution of a set of beliefs, and it's based on faith.
Yeah. So in that case, would heliocentrism be a religion based on that?
I don't think it can fit the definition of faith. It could for some people. Some people might have a religious reverence for the globe, but I don't think people. I don't think that's required, right? If you have a belief in the globe, you're not necessarily falling into the religious sort of idea of the globe.
Have you ever seen the globe in its entirety in your life?
Yeah, some pictures of it.
You've seen a picture of it. You haven't seen it firsthand.
With my own eyes? Firsthand, oh, right.
Do apologise to interrupt, gentlemen. Where was the guy who was asking for sources? I've posted.
Yeti or something like that.
Yeah. So what I've done is I've compiled you a few videos and PDFs and whatnot. I've put them into the side chat. You want reputable authorities? Okay, that's fine. University of Kentucky, NASA, the US military, 2 other universities. There's also a PhD scientist in there, a PhD doctor by the name of Dr. John Dee. And there's some other comparison laser tests as well, based on the premise that measuring the surface of the Earth and refraction, you do not demonstrate that the surface of the Earth is curving. Again, universities, NASA, US military. A couple of random laser tests done by flat earthers and one done by a PhD.
There you go. Let us know when you've read them.
Does anyone remember the fallacy of when you get several sources at once? I forgot it.
Like something like a scattergun or something like that.
No, it's not that.
No.
Is it our over-information fallacy?
No. Can't remember what it's called.
Well,
I'm sure
I'm not trying to bamboozle anyone. I'm just trying to get some salient information together along the premise of laser tests, who's done them, what we measure, blah blah blah.
What's a fallacy, Yui?
Fallacy is when you...
The real fallacy, though?
Fallacy, I mean, it's an informal fallacy, so it's not necessarily a fallacy, like all the time. I'm trying to see what it was called. I don't think it's gish galloping, but it might be.
When you provide too many sources.
Yeah, like when you just overload with like information to the point where no one can actually verify what your claim is.
But you can go through those sources one at a time, so it's...
Yeah, but it's unreasonable. The reason why it's an informal fallacy is because it's unreasonable to expect someone in such a short amount of time to go through them all, right?
Yeah.
No one's asking for a response right away, though. Sorry, Jedi.
No, somebody asked for the evidence. I wouldn't say it was gish galloping because maybe just in my mind that means kind of incoherent waffle that doesn't go anywhere. I've tried, and I think I actually have given information all along the line of the same premise with several sources from varying sides of the fence. Okay. People seem to want these PhDs and qualifications, and the authorities. Okay, and the authorities will tell you whether you believe them or not, whether you want to accept that when we actually practically use the Earth, it's used as a horizontal stationary plane of reference.
Yeah.
Where's that name come from, Yui?
What name? Which name?
Oh my god. The name Yui.
Oh, I was cutting U logs on RuneScape and I just picked that.
You're doing what?
I was playing a game and I was cutting a U log, a U tree, and I just picked that.
What's a U log?
You know what a U tree is?
No.
It's a type of wood, type of tree.
It's a what?
It's a type of tree.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a tree, a yew tree.
How's it spelled?
YEW.
Yeah, a yew tree. And then you just came up, you just took the T and the R off and Yui or what?
No, not Ute. U. Like a YEW.
Yeah, but how did yew tree go to Yui?
No, I don't know, it's a British thing. You saw like I don't know.
I don't know. Sorry, I don't know if it's a British thing, which is why I'm struggling because it sounds like a really Australian thing. Like to put
you know what a Yui is here.
Yeah, it's a utility vehicle, right? Like a little van or something.
A Yui is a U-turn.
Yes, we do Uis as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's lots.
Okay. Well, I guess we use it in both our countries, but like usually if there's something, adding E at the end of something just sounds nice, you know.
We say chuck a Yui. Just chuck a Yui up here.
That's kind of how we say it here in the States. Or, I mean, most people, like, at the West Coast will be like, yeah, flip a bitch here, do a U-turn, a Yui.
There you go. I'm going to have to make that prophecy come true then, aren't we, Yuri? Going to have to make you do a U-turn.
Yeah.
Then you will be the ultimate Yui. I was once an anti-flat earther. Now I'm a flat earther. My name is Yui.
Yeah, 2-3 years time, Yuri's going to have his own YouTube channel.
Anti-flat earther.
Yeah. Would you describe yourself as that, as an anti-flat earther?
No. To be anti-flat earther, I think, I mean, as far as I'm aware, it means that you don't like flat earthers to a very significant degree. Like earthers, not like the flat earth. Earthers, right? So I'd have to hate you all. And I don't think you get that vibe.
Information. So it's you disagree with everything we say. That's an anti-flat earther. Not necessarily you don't like us. It's the information.
Just disagreeing with you?
Yeah. Everything a flat earther says is wrong.
Oh, that's not. Well, I don't believe that. But everything you say about the flat earth is wrong. If you want me to go that far, I'll say that. I guess if that makes me anti-flat earther, but I'm not sure it does. I'm scrolling through informal fallacies right now. It's like you could be the most obnoxious individual if you were gonna use some of these.
Rob Noxious, that'd be a good example.
Yeah, I don't know who you would all say is like the person who keeps on using calling out fallacies all the time. But I find it obnoxious. I would never, unless it was like a proper fallacy, like something you can't really get past. But
What's up, NPCs?
What's up?
What up,
What's
flat
up, my
earthers?
friend? How are you doing?
When I see flat earthers, not good, bro.
Do you believe you live on a spinning ball flying through ever expanding void of darkness?
No, I don't believe that. I know.
Then you are crazy.
I know.
You must be a stupid flat earther.
spinning, wobbling, tilted, space ball.
Spinning, wobbling, tilted, space
What
ball.
up, flat
flying.
earthers, bro? Come on, bro.
No.
Yeah.
Gang,
You're a
bro.
flat earther, you just don't know it.
Oh, how do you know that? Kimbo.
Because the Earth is not a ball. It's simple, man. Very simple. Earth not a ball, which means everybody who lives on Earth lives not on a ball.
So what, we live on Minecraft world?
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to live there,
Huh?
go for it, man. If you want to live in Minecraft, go for it.
I mean, yeah, that's what you're saying.
No, we didn't say that. You said that.
Nah, you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only other option. If it's not a ball, it's got to be Minecraft. That's it. It's a true dichotomy.
Yeah, exactly.
Must be a ball, because it is. It's the arguments we've got so far. Is that what you agree with that? Evidence is it must be a ball because it has to be.
Nah, bro, I don't think
I think it's flat as fuck. Why are you saying it's round, bro? It's not. It's flat.
Round can be flat.
It's a flat Earth, you dumb bro. You're being
Prove
lied to, bro. You're being lied. The Earth is flat,
Prove it.
bro. It's so obvious. Come on,
How's it obvious? What are you talking about?
gang, bro.
What are you talking about? How's it flat? How's it obvious?
Because it's not around.
No, explain it better.
Flat. Round can be flat.
Because
so
I
not
don't
flat,
trust them,
or it
bro.
is.
Gang, bro.
Yeah, what on earth do you think the Earth is flat? How do you prove that?
Because I don't trust them. I don't trust the government.
Why? What lie have they told you?
Every fucking lie.
Everything?
Yeah, bro. And
Really?
they touch me.
Alright. You might need to go and get more than I can offer you, mate.
Nah, bro. The Earth is
Do you
flat.
think that it seems like trolls are getting worse? They're like less invented as well.
What I told you, man.
I
2024
don't
is
know.
always.
New Year, bro.
First of all, they sound like they're asleep.
New Year, bro.
We should make a prediction for how many brains in a jar there'll be.
Pojawi
Been falling asleep.
Who?
You.
No.
No?
I'm just
Are you
I'm
stoned?
looking at my beautiful Earth.
Stoned?
It's so flat and nice.
Are you drunk?
I told you, man.
On a Sunday night? It's kind of weird.
I'm looking at the flat Earth.
Hello?
Sunday's best
So,
day to drink anyway.
so nice, man.
What's wrong with being drunk? You think
Nothing.
a
I'm
drunk
just asking
person
you a
doesn't
question. I
know?
didn't say there was anything wrong with it.
I mean, he was framing it like, is he drunk?
On a Sunday, not.
I didn't claim
Well,
anything. I just said, "Are you drunk?"
It's yeah, but that guy said,
You know,
claim.
that on a
Australians
Sunday,
have
like, what
alcohol
am
in
I
their veins.
Jewish? On a Sunday, I shouldn't do something, or at
Man,
a
I
certain.
got no idea what your religion is, man.
Yeah, but what does it matter?
Must be.
I just posted some stupid shit. Who cares? The state of my. Is it true
Well, I'm
what I posted?
judging whether you can have a coherent conversation. So, am I allowed to do that, or is that what are we saying here?
I'll try, but I cannot promise much.
Try. That was why
Yeah.
I asked that question. I was trying to assess what your
Let's
level
go
of
for it. Let's go for
conversation
it.
is going to be like. Go.
Okay.
Can you prove that you live on a sphere?
No, I have no
Okay.
proof for that.
Awesome. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, that
Oh,
was easy.
that's amazing.
Yeah. You really showed me something there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, like that. If I were like whatever, that would have blown my mind.
If you
What
were
you just
like
said.
whatever. If you were like whatever.
Well,
makes
you said I was a glober or welcome to flat Earth, so you were saying I was a flat earther. So
No idea
whatever.
what you just said. You did not make sense in that sentence.
I'm pretty certain my English came clearly to you. You
So
were
repeat what you just said in the
you
previous
were
sentence.
being prejudiced against globers or flat earthers. Like if a
How
person believes he's a
how am I
glober
being prejudiced?
or a flat earther,
What did I
you're
prejudge?
What answer did I give? Can you even remember what you asked me?
In what way was I prejudiced?
Yo, guys, the earth is flat. Calm down.
Oh, you
Was I
don't?
prejudiced?
Gang.
Like, who cares what my model is? Flat earth or glober? What
Yeah,
is
that's
that
fine.
for?
You can think whatever you want. I'm not saying you can't think whatever you want. Who said that?
You
But
said.
the fact
When
is,
did I
it's
say that
flat,
you
bro.
can't
It's
think
flat.
what you want?
Bro, I just got a warning in the chat, sorry. I don't know what a mulligan is, but if I did that, I'm sorry. I mulliganed.
Mulligan. It's a golf term,
Yeah.
isn't it? It means take your shot again.
Well, I'm all out. I'm taking a shot on this channel instead. Is that a mulligan?
Golly.
Are you guys frenetically working and typing behind the curtains? Trying
Yes.
to, I don't know.
Yes. Yes.
Hello? Yes?
Yes.
Bro, the earth is
Oh,
flat.
Leander, hello.
Oh no.
No. And yes.
The earth is flat.
Yes.
AI, I'm sorry, dude, but I don't know what convo did I commit.
I'm not sure, but let's ask you a question.
Okay.
All right. Finite
Who's that?
and infinite. Is there any other option?
Is the laughter the third option to my question, or what were my options?
No, you can answer it if you want. Finite or infinite. Is there a third option?
Okay. Next question.
Is that your third option?
Yo, Timbo Slice.
Yo.
Can I
Yo,
get
do you think the earth is round or
switch to
flat,
the
bro?
next question?
Round and flat can be the same thing.
It's the same.
No,
Oh shit.
the Earth is very, very fat.
It's
Fat.
flat. Is it
You should put it
measured
into
flat?
perspective.
It's measured
Is
obliques.
Is the
is
Earth
a
measured flat?
I mean, yeah. So how else do you get elevation angles, dude?
Oh my God, Jenna! I thought you had a girly voice, but disregard whatever I thought.
That might be because she's a girl.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't think.
Yes,
Maybe
I
she's
agree.
Australian.
Palestine is
I
flat.
don't care about Australian
Let's
chicks'
go,
accent.
flat earth
I mean,
gang.
dang, I'm sorry my voice is so offensive. Like, what?
Yeah. Nah, it's good. I was
It's
just
good,
trying
it's
to
good,
be
but do you think the earth is flat or round?
It's round
You
and
shouldn't say round. We've already been over this. You shouldn't say round, man. The coins in my pocket are round. A pie is round. Cakes are round. I think you're trying to say spherical.
I don't know
Wow.
why a woman is speaking when I'm being asked the question.
What's this about? Is
Are
this
you
the new?
scared of? Are you scared
I'm just
of
kidding,
women?
but I don't understand.
What are you
Timbo
saying?
Slides is asking me about infinity or not infinity. Can I get a straight question? Like I'm really enthusiastic about this. And the songs I'm playing, if anybody wants to join.
No.
But, okay,
Is
okay.
vodka flat
Is
when it
what?
rests? Is vodka flat when it rests?
Is lemonade flat?
No, it's not flat.
Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me that in a
It's
glass,
No, it's empty.
on the surface, it's not resting flat on the surface in the glass? Like, what's going on with your vodka, man?
It's
Are
empty.
you sure that's vodka you're drinking?
It's in
No,
my
I
stomach.
was drinking Jack Daniels.
That's a good choice. It's a good
Is that
choice.
flat?
So I mean, okay, so your Jack Daniels, pour your Jack Daniels into a glass, okay?
It's
Can I
What,
going.
get a question from
shh,
a
I'm not
real
done.
man?
I'm not done. Is it flat on the surface? Is your liquid
You
in your
have to
glass
check my
flat?
stomach for that.
My glass is empty. Like it's
Yeah,
all
bro.
gone. It's a tragedy.
We don't
Any
have
other
time.
question?
We
Get
don't
another
have time
bottle.
to check it.
Grab another bottle.
I'm out of bottles. I
Yeah,
can
we
fill it
drank
up
it.
Damn.
with water, but any other
All right.
questions?
Do that.
Somebody
Fill up
was
your
so
bath. Fill
glad
up your
about
bath with
that.
water.
Okay,
Go get some
we
more
have
bottles. We'll
bats.
wait for you.
Yeah, we have bats in this wretched corner of the world. So what about it?
I don't even know where you're from. Where are you from?
From your mom's house. What other stupid questions do you have?
From my mum's house. Where's
Yeah,
that?
I don't know. I'm just responding in kindness. I don't want to
Better gang,
stop
bro.
myself from being from Romania.
Bro, we out here.
No
Oh,
shit.
you're Romanian. Okay. Yeah, fair
Yeah.
We
enough.
out here,
Well,
bro. We out
what do you
here.
think? We're going to find you or something? That's silly.
Whatever. Do you have some question
For
or
what reason, though? What about a swimming pool? The water on a swimming pool, is that flat or is that curved?
We don't have swimming pools.
do you know who Faithful is? He's a guy from Jam Panda. He's a Romanian from my own cities, pretending he's an engineer in the army. And actually,
Okay, cool.
he's just a gravedigger. So whatever.
Bro,
Let's
Awesome.
disregard what
What
he
does that have
says.
to do with the question that I said?
I don't know. He keeps interfering, so I'm not. I don't know who's asking
interfering.
what. Yeah. So that
What?
guy.
Sending you
I don't know.
messages? What are you talking about? I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know who you're talking about, what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the guy who keeps talking over you. Do you not hear him?
I ain't talking over no one.
You both sound the
Okay.
same to me.
Yeah, I thought it was the same guy.
So are you saying the water in a swimming pool does what? What are my two
Yes.
options?
Flat or curved?
Curve.
That wasn't me. That was the Romanian guy responding for me.
You
So
like him
what's
responding
your
for
answer?
you? You like being
I would
dominated?
say the a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Did you ever hear that before? So
No.
Is this being recorded or am I drunk just for nothing
Yes.
on a Sunday? I hope so.
It's being recorded.
Excellent. So, next question.
No.
Do you believe you're on a ball? That's the question. Do you believe you're on a ball?
Hey, are you on a ball?
Come, Bob, I don't know who the fuck you are. Like your roles tell me I shouldn't even. I should mute you. So please shut up.
Hey,
Any other
how's
smart questions? Like
how's the yes? How's the weather in Romania?
I don't know. It's like weather. I don't know how can you relate to. It's shit right now. It was 8 degrees Celsius. Now it's under 3 degrees. So it's whatever.
Ah.
It's not whole Romania. It's where I live.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is your favorite food?
Răcitură. It's like jelly meat. Did you ever hear of that? Jelly meat?
No.
Yeah,
No.
it's pretty gross if you never heard of it, but it's pretty good. It's
Sounds
like
like it.
smoked meat cooked into, you know, that cooking jelly stuff.
Sounds
So
very disgusting.
oh yeah, it's very, very disgusting if you never had it.
Pork,
very
like a pork,
disgusting.
like pork,
Next
and then they have
question.
the jelly around it.
Yeah,
Is it like?
but
Is it
the
like?
jelly is not pork fat; it's cooking jelly. It's
Gelatin.
more of
Like
an aesthetic choice.
Is this like
Go ahead.
with cigarettes? You're like gonna eat it a couple of times, gonna always taste bad, and then you just at some point you just get addicted to
No,
it.
I think it will taste good for the first time. Unlike cigarettes, I think it's awesome because it has pork, all the nutrients the body needs,
Because
right?
we have a thing, we have something called a pork pie. So you cook the pork that way, and it's got jelly in it, and then you wrap it around the pastry. You wrap pastry around it. The pork
No,
pie.
there's no
No,
pastry. It's just
I'm saying this is what we do
well, you guys
with
should
the
have,
jelly meat.
I guess, but don't wrap pastry around the pork. What the fuck? It's
Why
pork.
not? Delicious.
I mean, you said you put pastry or something, so
Yeah,
don't
it's
do that.
delicious. Why not?
Okay, next question.
Right. Okay, next question. Why shouldn't I wrap pastry around the jelly meat?
Because it's pork. Pork, if it's smoked, you don't
Pork
put
doesn't go with
pastry
pastry.
at all.
They don't go together.
No. Next question.
Huh? Why
What?
don't pork and
I can't
pastry
have a
go
sausage
together?
roll. Why can't I have a sausage roll? What the fuck?
Well, I hope you Americans are not putting pastry. I hope that's a
Who's
joke.
American? Not
No Americans there, mate.
Australians, I hope you're not putting pastry
we put
around
pastry
the
around everything.
smoked pork meat. Pastry
Yeah.
is one thing and pork is another thing.
Yeah.
Next question.
Put sausage in a pie.
Yeah. So you're saying you can't combine foods? You have to always eat them separate? So onions, you can't mix onions with meat because the onions are different to meat.
Definitely don't put that in a pie.
Exactly. Next question.
What about salt? Put salt with the meat, but they're different.
I guess salt is a good adage to meat if you want to preserve it. It's like
What about
the
pepper?
only thing
Can you
you
add
can
pepper
do.
or no
So,
pepper?
Not chili sauce.
well, I'm talking from a pragmatical point of view. If you want to preserve meat, you put salt in it, right? I don't know about pepper. If you
Yeah, you
like
can put salt in
or
there for
you are
flavour as
into it,
well. That
sure,
doesn't
you can put
necessarily have
as
to.
little or as much as you like, but that's a matter of taste. And
They're different things. So you said you can't combine two foods.
no, I said pastry shouldn't be combined with pork, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion.
Never had a
So it's
sausage roll.
subjective.
Yes.
So in Romania, you don't have anything where you mix meat with pastry.
We have
But
nothing
hold
like
up.
that.
Have you never had a ham and cheese croissant? Oh, they're so good.
I guess, yeah. We have those.
Nope.
Well,
But
there you go. It's
Serious
basically
debunk.
croissant's basically like a pastry, and yeah.
okay, you got me. You got me. Next
Maybe we
question.
should.
Is the earth a ball or is it flat?
I have evidence of neither. Instead, I have evidence against both claims that are,
Awesome.
in my opinion, a false dichotomy. It's not
Let's hear
flat,
them.
nor is it a globe. It's
What is
more.
it?
I don't know. You tell me.
Huh?
You tell me what is it, since you
It's your claim.
offered me this. It's not my claim.
Yeah, you just said it's not a ball and it's not flat.
Yeah,
What is it?
I don't know. That's my claim.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next question.
What is your what have you drink tonight?
Flat
Jack
vodka.
Daniels. It's
I don't think
always
it.
a man's drink for
I don't
me.
think it
I
agrees
don't
with
know
you,
why.
man.
What?
I don't think it agrees with you. Or maybe you had the whole bottle or something. Maybe you had too
Why?
much.
Why do you say that? Because I didn't stick to a globe or flat Earth,
No, because
or
you're slurring.
is my accent, or is my
That's because it's
speech that tells
yeah, your
you it doesn't
speech
agree
is
with me?
impaired and you're slurring your words. So
Well,
that's
it's
why.
not my native tongue, so
Do you slur in only foreign languages?
any other smart questions? Earth of or globe, flat Earth of or globe? Do you have something that is above that stupid shit? That's a false dichotomy.
Why is
So
it a
what
false?
should we? Sorry. Go ahead.
It's not, I just want to know why
Go
it's a
ahead.
false dichotomy.
Because it's a false dichotomy.
Okay, cool. Timbo, we're false dichotomy Sunday today or Monday morning for you. I
Yeah,
don't know. Yeah.
I think so. But
Do you
no one
know
can
what a
explain
false
why though.
dichotomy is? Do you know
Yeah.
what a
Yeah.
false dichotomy is?
Yeah. So, can you give me
Okay,
the third
so then
choice?
we're good.
Give me a third choice.
You don't need to have a third choice. That's the point of a false dichotomy. You don't have another choice, so you just stick to the stupid choices.
No,
That's
you've got
when you stick to a false dichotomy, mate.
Okay, it's
Right?
interesting. No, false
Yeah.
dichotomy. The false dichotomy can be proven untrue if you can give us a third choice that everybody's ignoring to only come up with the two choices that we've got. So the two choices, the dichotomy is the two choices.
Who told you that I have to do that? I don't have that. I told you.
Well, then you can't. Then you can't just claim that the dichotomy is untrue. Otherwise, you're saying that's untrue.
I said it's a false dichotomy, not untrue or whatever adjective you are trying to peddle here.
Why is it a false dichotomy?
Because globe and flat is not part of reality. How thick is my brain that truth gets in and it doesn't get in through yours? And not only that, but you are asking me that. How thick is my brain or my skull compared to yours?
2 or 3.
Do you
maybe
know what
4.
a false? Sorry, go ahead, Clay. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
No, I was just drunk ranting about
I've got
false
an
dichotomies.
answer for how thick is my brain. I'm gonna say, how thick
Yeah.
is your brain? I'm gonna say 4.
Well, whatever mine is, Jedi is plus 9,000. If he's
Awesome.
asking me why that is a false dichotomy.
I'm asking you to prove your claim that the dichotomy is not a valid choice between two things. Okay, you can just say that, can you? All right.
Obviously, I can say what is truth because
How? Demonstrate.
globe and flat is
Demonstrate.
not in reality.
Okay, let's
Look
put it like this.
outside your window. You can disprove both.
Okay.
That's not
A surface. Okay. When describing a surface, we can either have a curved plane or a horizontal plane, a curved line or a straight line, right?
okay.
Good. So you've only got two choices, unless you can give me a third.
You only gave me two choices.
Well, can you give me a third?
No.
Okay, so it's a dichotomy then. It's either one of these two things.
Yeah,
the surface,
but
either
I don't
curving
accept it. I'm calling it a false dichotomy.
without demonstrating how.
Just because I don't have a model, it doesn't mean that I have to accept
I don't think you can follow a conversation. Why I'm talking to a drunk person, I don't know. It's just stupid.
I have another question for you. Does looking at a picture of the sun hurt your eyes?
Next question. So, do you guys have more than peddling false dichotomies around to people who call out false dichotomies as false? Do you have anything
What's
more
the
than
false
calling
dichotomy?
people drunk, no matter their state?
Maybe you're drunk.
What false dichotomy are you talking about?
Yeah.
I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
Okay.
Oh, I know what I'm talking about.
Well, then what's the false dichotomy? What are you talking about?
I don't repeat myself. I said it before.
Oh,
It's
you didn't say it to me. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I think he's new to the conversation, so you can explain it to him as well if you want.
Well, you guys can explain it to, I don't know,
It's your
history.
claim. You're saying false
What
dichotomy.
is
He
my
asked you
claim?
what's false dichotomy.
Mate, you gave me two shit options that are not relevant to me or anyone that knows anything in reality.
Good argument.
So you saying it's flat or globe, it's a false dichotomy. Who knows
What would be another
is
option?
real? Who knows what is real means like or shape? You cannot assign a shape unless you know the totality of it. So I don't know what you.
Well, flat's not a shape,
Your intellectuals are paddling here in this Truther
Is flat a
channel.
shape or a description? Oh, we must be bored if we're talking to this guy.
So are we jumping to his flat shape after you guys got bricked on a false dichotomy?
I
Are
don't know.
we gonna hang on to the
Let's see.
fact that I may be drunk?
Okay, it's flat shape.
I mean, I think a lot of shapes are gonna mostly be flat. I mean,
go.
unless you're talking about polyhedrons, you know, or polytopes more generally.
Okay,
So
we're talking
whatever,
about
if it's
the surface, dude. We're talking about the surface, right?
yeah.
So the
So
surface
surface can
description.
only be.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Surface description is where we are at the moment. Flat
yes.
may not be the exact word, but for all intents and purposes, is good when opposed to a surface that's curving. Curving, the idea that the Earth is a ball.
So you're only
Flat,
talking about the surface. Okay.
yeah.
So it's not exact, but we're gonna call it that. Is that like scientific?
A measurement of a surface.
That is not flat. We're gonna call it flat.
Yeah. The Earth is used and measured.
I'm done with that.
Okay. The Earth is used and measured as a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, I just fashion my penis into a vagina, and you have to call me Mary Jane. How about that? Is that? I know it's a shit analogy, but
It's
so
a
is your
very
argument.
shit analogy.
What?
It's a very shit analogy.
I know, but isn't that the option equally shit that he said that it's not flat, but we're gonna call it flat because it's flat enough?
Well, here's this, right? Here's this. If you have some things on your table, is your table no longer flat?
We're talking about flat being not flat. I don't know. My table is a mess. Like
Okay,
you're the one, the definition about my table. So
Man.
let's talk about what your man said. F.I. Jedi. It's not flat, but we're gonna call it flat. How does that work? How is that possible? How can you make sense of that?
It has to be flat, so it's for measuring elevation angles. That's how it's measured horizontally.
Can you repeat that?
Like I don't know. Didn't Jedi just tell you this?
Yeah. Can you say that again? Just one
What?
more time.
Which
Like,
part?
I'm gonna repeat anything like I said. I can stand behind what I said. Can
You still
you?
never answered me earlier about the
Yes.
table, though.
Yeah. The table. Yes.
So if you have things on your table,
No,
is your
forget
table?
about the table.
No. Your table's still flat. Okay, all right, okay.
Something that is not. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
You realize that water overall rests flat on its surface. It doesn't rest with convexity on the surface, and that the majority of Earth's surface is water, right? Yeah, that's what Jedi means by mostly flat. Also, you can't forget about the salt flats and Kansas and Australia Earth is flat like your popcorn ceiling, dude. Yeah, I don't know how else to describe it to you.
Yeah, you don't know. Next question. Can I
Yeah,
get a Glober in here? Maybe they will make like more sense than a zealot flat earther.
No, trust me. No, trust me. The Glover argument makes no sense. Like, yeah, I saw boats go over a curve, and then in the next breath they'll be like, "Earth too big to see the curve." So no.
Yeah, you're not the one. So next false dichotomy or next question or next good question. I don't know, you can make it personal. Like I always wondered, why are all my drinks named after men? It's always a man's name. What's up with that? Hey, I have a question. How come you guys, and I'm gonna get banned for this, but how come you guys allow obvious voice actors? Like everybody in this arena was up in arms about being an expert in photography analyzing, and yet nobody seems to know shit about recognizing a voice with their own ears. Not to mention putting that stuff in a voice analyzer or whatever software. And how come everybody is playing this game? What's up with that? Nobody?
Next question.
Yes. I agree. Next question. That's like the proper response. Like, that's excellent. Thank you. Everybody was an expert on what, what cameras could do on the non-existent moon, right? Everybody knew the whatever spectrums of light and the state of the camera in a vacuum, and nobody can figure out voice actors. How is that a thing? Like, I might be a voice actor right now. Which I'm not. Do you know how this channel, how I see it? Well, I'm glad you asked.
Yes, maybe I am a voice actor, my friend.
Well, not you. Not you. I think you're a good guy. I think you're just young.
Oh, why do you think that?
Because you're young.
Oh, but maybe,
Yeah, well, what a
just
mind fuck,
maybe
right?
I am from Russia and maybe I just imitate speaking like I am from Germany.
I don't know, like, I always thought you for real. Let's not get personal. I didn't mean you.
No,
I don't know why
no,
you're like shutting your ears to the voice actors and taking this personally, mate.
easy. Man, I am Soviet spy.
Wow. Well, I guess it's not the worst nation to spy for. I don't know.
Yes.
I'm trying to find the positive in your obvious troll. Like I'm speaking for real. Why can't you guys speak truth? I'm telling you, what you call flat, even a child, and I'm sorry to bring children into this, but even a child can see the contradiction. So how am I the bad guy? Why are you
I'll go again. I'll go again.
mocking me?
Maybe we'll get an answer this time. Can you point out can you, which is easy for a child to do, can you
Yes.
point out the contradiction for us?
Yes.
Good.
Sure. About what? In
Yes,
what
please.
statement? Can you be specific? Because if I say something that I maybe thought you
Man,
said, I don't know. So can you
man,
be
just
specific?
yeah, just point out, man.
Point what?
The,
Shields and trolls? What?
the very thing that you've been rambling on about for the last half an hour. You say there's a contradiction that even a child could get. The argument
Yeah.
is between a curved surface and a flat surface. Can
Yeah.
you point out the contradiction that's easy for a child to do?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't say it's a contradiction. I said it's a false dichotomy.
Okay.
Do you remember when you brought children into it? You said you didn't want to, but you did. So you remember when you did that? And you brought them up for the example that even a child could point out this contradiction. Even a child could get it. So false dichotomy or contradiction.
Oh yeah, I said that. Yeah.
Can you give us that?
Yeah, it's a false dichotomy. Even a child could see that it's a false dichotomy.
Okay, how?
Because there is an infinite amount of options beyond flat or globe.
Can you give me one?
Choose one. Whatever.
Well,
Convex globe, convex disk in space,
so
convex and
the
concave
surface,
falling.
so the surface would be curving, wouldn't it? No one's brought up concave or convex. We've brought up
No,
curving.
you made me choose before between globe and flat.
No, I didn't
So
make you choose
you
between globe.
didn't mention curve
No,
or not. Don't wizard your
no,
way into
no,
this.
no, because I
Okay.
didn't bring because I didn't do that. I brought this
Well,
down to
maybe
the surface as described can be described as horizontal and flat, or flat and vertical, but flat, or
you
curving.
didn't say that. Like you can scroll back your stream and check that. You didn't make me choose between those.
No, you're
Yeah,
just
I
using
don't
phrases and
understand.
terms
Sure.
you don't understand that are incorrectly applied. I knew I shouldn't have engaged in this conversation because I tried earlier and it didn't go anywhere, but I thought I'd try again.
Did you
So,
ask me to choose between globe and flat or not?
I'm
Or are
talking about
you
globe,
flip-flopping? No.
talking about a surface. If it
Did
curves.
you ask me to choose between a globe or flat Earth?
No.
Whatever the heck
No,
that means?
I haven't asked you to
No?
choose between anything.
You asked me to make a choice. Which one am I?
The only choice, the only
Which
question
one
I've
is
asked,
it?
the only question I've asked is for you to point out how it's a dichotomy when given the two positions of a surface that curves or if the surface is flat. I've asked you to
Okay,
give me
but
another choice. You've given
you're,
convex. That's
yes,
fine. That's
yes.
fine.
You're now
But that's not
switching.
what I'm asking you.
Can you scroll back in the stream and see what you asked me initially? Because that's what I was responding to. No? Okay. Anybody else can.
Yeah, anybody else can do whatever they want. If you want to
Yeah.
point out that maybe the Earth could be convex, that's fine.
I just gave you one
but
of
what,
an infinite options.
if you are on a
I
convex,
made that clear.
if you're on a convex surface,
I don't
would that
care
be
about convex surfaces.
would that be on the inside of a ball, a
I
globe?
don't
If you will?
care about convex surfaces or whatever model you are trying to pin me on.
I'm not
I'm
trying to
just
pin
saying.
you on anything.
Yes, you are. I'm just
No,
saying there
I'm
are
trying to address your
more.
claim. I'm trying to address your claim about a convex surface. With
Well,
regards to that convex surface that you've given,
Okay.
with regards to that convex surface as you've given as a juxtaposition to the globe, right, an alternative choice, then I'm just going to ask you, is that curved surface on the inside of a ball? Or a globe, if you will.
You should first address, before you ask me that, address your claim by
kind of-
saying the Earth can only be globe or flat. What do you mean by flat?
Horizontal.
You and your cohorts.
Exactly, that's the best question to ask.
Horizontal?
My goodness me. Probably the
Yes.
best question to ask. What do you mean by flat? 3-dimensional, horizontal. The Earth is used as a horizontal plane of reference.
That doesn't mean flat. That is
Horizontal
not
plane.
reality.
Horizontal plane does elevation above that horizontal plane, or reference from a horizontal plane. That horizontal plane being the Earth, mean sea level. So horizontal
Yeah,
plane.
That's not flat.
It's
And
horizontal
it's not a
plane.
globe.
It's horizontal plane. Do you know
Okay.
what a horizontal plane is?
Go on.
A horizontal plane is the surface of
I
what
know.
you would take
Go on.
reference from, say, the Earth. The horizontal plane of the Earth. The Earth is referenced as a horizontal plane. That's what it is. That's why it's referenced as such.
But can you bring flat into your claim between globe and flat?
Can you bring flat into it?
I
Yeah,
know
because
that
it's a
horizontal.
hold on.
Okay.
Yes, because it's a surface description,
Oh yeah.
and that's what we're talking about, the surface.
And you're comparing a shape, a model, to
No,
what?
no, not comparing a shape or a model. I'm talking about geometry, 3-dimensional space.
You are making people choose between globe,
Making
a
people
shape,
choose
and a
anything.
model.
At the moment, it seems to be like I'm telling people what their arguments already are. Like you.
No.
Yes.
You're telling me what your claims are, but
Yes. Trying to
there is no.
educate you.
Well, good luck with that, mate.
Oh, that seems to struggle
If you
so
know
far.
what education means.
Yes. Do you know what a
So good
horizontal
luck
plane
with
is?
that. Don't fucking try that with a
Do
man.
you know what a
Good.
horizontal plane is?
Don't try that with
Do
me.
you know? Do you not know?
I know exactly what it means. That shit is
Okay, cool. What is
trivial
it?
to me. It's
Well, no, we're talking
trivial.
about the Earth. Talking about
You
the
tell
Earth.
me. You bring it up.
Yeah, with
Let me
with
hear
regards.
your.
Yeah, shut up
Okay.
then. With
I'm
regards to
shutting
the
up.
Earth. Yeah, good. The Earth, my friend, is a horizontal plane of reference.
Yo, what
That's
does
all it
that
is.
even mean? What do you mean
And that
horizontal
is
plane
flat
of
to
reference?
you?
Good question. So, with
Do you know
reference
what
to
flat
elevation,
is, dude?
with reference to altitude above the surface or altitude below the surface, digging into the ground and being in the sky, mountains and aviation, the Earth is used as a horizontal stationary plane of reference.
So what is the Earth? Is the Earth a sheet of paper, basically?
No, but we're talking about surface description.
Okay.
Bro,
So
are you not listening? It's flat.
is the Earth in the shape of a sheet of paper?
No,
It's
we're talking
flat,
about
dude.
we're
Are you
talking
not
about.
hearing to
Can you shut
Jedi's
up?
argument?
Shut up.
Sorry.
Thank
Sorry.
you. We're talking about a surface description.
Okay, so what is the Earth formed like? Is it formed like a sheet of paper? Is it formed like
It's
what?
3-dimensional. It's 3-dimensional, isn't it? You could dig down
Sure.
underneath that
A
sheet of
sheet of paper
paper.
is 3-dimensional.
Yeah, it's
But it's
3-dimensional.
not flat.
It's a surface. Yeah, it's topographical elevation above it with mountains,
No, I
valleys.
understand that. I understand
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
what's the model of the entire Earth? Is it a
It's a
sheet of paper? Is it a book? What is it?
Is it a book?
It's 78%
What does it
water.
look
Ask
like? What does
Jedi.
it look like?
He
Is my
knows
question.
how much water there is. He'll tell you all about.
Shut up. Carry on, mate.
So I'm asking what the Earth looks like, not just the surface. What does the Earth look like? What shape does
Well,
it look like?
yeah, see, I don't know. No idea what the entirety of the shape of the Earth is. No. No one here, flat
Does the Earth
earthers,
have an
make that
edge?
claim. Don't know. Never been there.
You never.
Don't know.
Okay, so you believe the Earth is flat, but you don't believe that the Earth has an edge. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, you've only got two choices, right? It's either infinite and goes on forever, there's no end to the Earth, or it's finite and the Earth and reality has a limitation. You've only got two choices. Have I been to the limit of the Earth? No.
Okay,
Does that mean that the Earth is not measured and practically used as a horizontal plane? No.
Okay, so the Earth either has an edge or it doesn't have an edge.
Yeah.
If it
Then
doesn't have an edge, then it's infinite. So there's infinite amount of space, infinite amount of resources on the Earth. Is that what you believe?
well, it depends what you mean by Earth.
The planet that we live on.
Okay, so could there be anything beyond what we know to be true about the land masses on the Earth? Possibly, I don't know. I don't know what you'd find on the way to the edge of reality. There might be more, I don't know.
Well, the Arctic is just traveling in one direction on
What,
the
south?
globe Earth model.
What, south?
South. Sure.
Yeah.
What about
Same
if you
on.
travel west?
Well, that's just a circle around north, isn't it?
Not necessarily, no.
What do you mean, not necessarily?
If a circle around the north would be around the northern pole, right?
Right,
On the
yeah.
globe model?
Yep.
So how would that translate to a flat Earth model?
It's a circle around north.
But you can't just draw a circle around the north. If you draw
Yes,
a
you can.
circle around the north and then you go to the southern
Yes, yeah.
hemisphere, say for example, if you travel around let's say you start at Iceland and then you travel west and west and west and west and then you end up around Iceland. Right?
What?
Let's say you start at Iceland and you travel west.
Okay.
You are going a smaller distance than if you travel around Ecuador. And you can
Ecuador's on the equator. Yeah, okay.
Yes, yes. Well,
Yes.
you don't believe in an equator on your model.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
An equator necessitates a globe Earth. You can't have an
No, it
equator
doesn't.
without
No,
a
it doesn't.
globe Earth.
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
In
so
fact,
how can an equator
well,
exist on your model?
because that's two things. One, the midpoint of the sun's movement between the two tropics are 23.4 degrees north and south of the equator.
Wait, the midpoint of the sun?
Yes. You understand
you
what the
say-
tropics are? Excuse me.
Hold on,
You understand you understand in your model you got a tilt, and the Earth the Earth wobbles on that tilt. That's why we have
But you're
seasons.
talking about the midpoint of the sun. How can you have a midpoint of the sun if you don't know if
The
there's
ground,
an edge or anything?
the ground position of the sun as it circles above the Earth, the midpoint at 0 degrees latitude, where you derive a 90 degrees elevation angle to the sun at the known times of year. The solstices and equinoxes depend upon the sun's path across the Earth. 23.4 degrees north, the Tropic of Cancer, 23.4 degrees south, the Tropic of Capricorn.
I just joined. Can you prove to me how Earth is flat?
But someone's having a conversation.
Wait, so I'm trying to understand what you're saying, because earlier you said you don't know what the shape of the Earth is, but you're talking about tropics and equators. How can that be reconciled?
Because that's derived from the sun. It's also derived from elevation angles, the Polaris. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
An elevation angle, sure.
Yeah, awesome
What
stuff.
is
So
that in
you
relation to what?
understand.
Like, it seems like you have a model of the Earth. It seems like you have a model of the Earth in your mind, but you're saying that you don't have a shape. How does that make sense?
In relation, elevation angles in relation to the horizontal plane of reference, the surface of the Earth, and an elevation angle above that horizontal plane of reference, the surface of the Earth. So at 90 degrees, when Polaris is directly above your head, that's the north. And then you go south and read and measure an elevation decrease of Polaris in the sky. This is how you have latitude. When you get to 0 degrees, you can't see Polaris in the sky because it's beyond the horizon and decreased so much in its elevation. Then you get to the equator. All depends what type of equator you're talking about. Solar equator, celestial equator, which one?
Okay, so it seems like you're describing some sort of dome. Is that right?
In that respect, yes, that will be the celestial hemisphere. Yeah.
Okay, so essentially you believe that we're like some sort of floating dome?
What?
No, I've just pointed out that we measure elevation angles to stars to get things like latitude lines, equators, tropics of Capricorn and Cancer,
Yes,
and
yes,
to
I
navigate
understand.
across
I
the Earth.
understand how you get these latitude lines, but I'm
Good.
asking what the shape of the Earth like. Is the Earth floating? Like,
No,
can you give me
floating?
some additional information?
No idea. The Earth is the floor
You
of the
don't know.
universe, as far as we can tell.
The Earth is what?
The floor of the universe, as far as we can tell.
What the fuck?
Okay, so
We're on the floor, and you look up and you see the
Moving.
things above the
so
floor.
there's an infinite plane on the
Who said
bottom
that?
of the Earth. Like you can't get much deeper than where we are right now. Is that what you're saying?
Wait a second, wait a second. If we're the floor of the universe, then where the hell does the sun goes at sunsets?
Somewhere else. So when
Somewhere
I
else,
have
like below the fucking.
listen, it's interesting, right? So in Europe, when we have sunrise, it's probably dark where you are in America. Then it gets to noon here in Europe, where I am in the UK, and probably the sun looks like it's rising from your point of view. As the
Yeah,
sun
but
starts off, excuse me,
but
the sun
where
goes
does the
away.
sun go? Where does the sun go though? Like you're saying, where
I'm trying to point
the
it out.
Goes
floor
to
of
where
the
you
universe.
are.
Trying to point it out. It's
Literally
coming
explaining it.
I'm telling you, it doesn't go anywhere. It's always above the surface of the Earth, but dependent on your position on the surface of the Earth, you're going to see it or not. This is called the day and night cycle, right? The sun rises from the east and goes to the west. So when I am in the east relative to you in the west, and I see sunrise, the sun hasn't probably reached you yet. Trying to point it out, the sun doesn't go anywhere. It's always above the surface of the Earth. The fuck?
All right, so I got a question on the circumnavigation of the Earth. So you said that you're basically drawing a circle around the north when you're traveling
Same
from
on a globe.
Iceland to Iceland.
Same on a globe.
Yeah, I understand that. But just to get Jedi's model correctly, is that correct?
Not a model.
If you've got a reference point, an absolute direction, we'll call this magnetic north. That's a pole, a point, a location. If you are
I
to
understand how you
travel,
have a center of the flat Earth. I understand how you have
no,
a center. I'm
I haven't
asking if
given you
you.
I haven't given you a center of the flat Earth. I've given you a magnetic point that you're going to reference east
Sure,
and west from.
sure.
Yeah, so with reference to east and west, it's a circle around a point. North.
Okay, so when you're going west and you continue to go west and continue to go west, eventually, and you're starting at Iceland, for example, eventually you're going to be able to measure that distance, right? And that distance, say for example, I don't really know what it would be, but let's say it's 10,000
Yeah, you can.
miles.
Yeah,
Let's
to
just say
cut
it's
it short.
10,000 miles. So if
Yeah, to cut.
you measure that, that's something that you can actually
Can you measure it?
So if you go to, let's say if you travel west from Ecuador, you're going to get a much bigger distance than
Can
if
you
you
measure
travel
that?
west from
Okay.
Reykjavik.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, of course,
Of course you
because
are.
you
So if you that's
increase
if
your
you travel
radius.
south. Now if you continue traveling south and then you do another circle, you're going to get a smaller distance.
Oh, you know.
Now how can that be? How can that be on a flat Earth?
Well, this would be the contention of you would get a smaller distance, would you? How'd you know?
Well, if you travel from New Zealand to New Zealand to New Zealand, are you saying
New
that you're
Zealand
not
to
going to
New
get a
Zealand.
yes, if
I
you
can.
do a
Who's
westward
done that?
circumnavigation,
In a perfect circle.
What'd you say?
In a perfect circle, and who's done that? And this is hypothetical. You're saying you could you?
Well, ships do that.
Oh, no. Do
Ships
they?
not do that?
Ships.
Travel around the southern hemisphere.
Do you know there's only 30% of the landmass of the Earth that is below the equator? Did you know that? Only 30%. Do you really think that ships are just sailing off into the fucking distance?
How can there
just
be
do it for
below
fun.
the equator on your model?
Wouldn't
the equator be the edge? How can you have a smaller circle of a circumnavigation on a flat Earth model?
Don't understand what you're talking about, dude.
I'm talking
How do you know
about
it's smaller?
how you have a circumnavigation of the Earth
Mm.
when you're traveling around the Earth. How can you have a smaller distance below the equator?
How do you know it's
quote, unquote,
smaller?
equator?
Yeah, how do you know it's smaller?
Because we can measure the distance. We can measure the distance between South America or
Show
Chile
us.
and New Zealand.
Show us.
Sure. So if you go to this website, you can see a distance calculator.
As applied to the globe Earth model.
As applied to our maps
Okay, cool.
and the charts of the Earth. So how is the distance smaller if you're traveling south? Wouldn't it be bigger? The farther away from the north, quote unquote, North Pole, the larger the distance are going to be if you're traveling in a westward circle.
Yeah, we get
But
that.
if you look at this model here, it's showing that
Mm.
it's not the case.
Yeah, but that's
So how
when
can that
applied
be?
like that's like I said, when applied to that model. Okay, then you
Well,
would have to.
it's not a model. It's a distance.
You said it was.
These are facts.
Well, this is what I mean. You said it is a model. Then when I pointed out that it was, you said it's not.
When I say model, I was talking about two different models. So you have a model basically being an explanation of a concept or a theory, and then you have a model of just a diagram that I'm showing you. Like this,
And
the
on this
secondary,
diagram,
the latter one would be a factual model. So this isn't disputed.
this isn't in dispute. It's the very thing that's in dispute.
Okay, so are you disputing that the distance is smaller?
Yeah, we need to measure it.
I'm
We just
disputing
did.
that the distance is
I
even
just showed you the
known.
measurement.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You showed a figure. You showed a value.
No, I showed you the measurement. Did you not look at it?
No. How was it measured?
You take the distance of one.
How was the black swan
of its
measured,
north-
guys?
Hold on. You take the distance of one longitude and latitude, and then you take the distance of another longitude and latitude, and then you calculate it. Or the
How was
location
those
rather, not the
distances
distance.
measured? Were the distances
I just
measured?
told you.
You said take the distances. Right?
Yeah.
Those
I
distances.
misspoke.
How were
I
they measured?
misspoke. The
How were they measured?
location. The location, not the distance.
And then you said calculate it. So is it a calculation or a measurement?
Well, it would be both. They're the same thing, right?
So usually when
That's
you
what you
measure
do when you
something,
measure.
there's a process by which you act out the measurement? You know, like holding a rule to the side of a piece of wood. How was it measured?
I just told you. You calculate the distance. You look at the
Calculate,
two
not measure.
locations. You look at that's what measurement is. That's how you measure things.
So what process was involved? What did they do in reality to
I
say
just told you
it's
the process.
definitely this far between these 2 points?
Are
What
you
did they
being willfully
do?
ignorant? I told you the process.
They walk? Did they swim? Did they what did they
You
hold out a
identify the
very long
longitude and
measuring tape?
latitude.
What the fuck did they do?
Are you not listening? You take the longitude and latitude of one location and you add it up with the other location.
What?
He's a veteran, right? He knows his stuff.
That's just how you calculate distances. That's just how it works. We've been
Not
doing
a
this for
measurement
thousands
then.
of years.
So not a measurement. A calculation.
Can you identify a distinction?
The measurement is a type of calculation, actually. It's a calculation of distance by definition. I know, I'm a fucking
So there must
Exactly.
So there must be some type of method you can do in physical reality to verify
just
that the
repeating yourself.
distance
You're
between
repeating
this
yourself.
point
I already
and that
responded to
point is X. Right? Not just say, well, that point is at this spot and that point is at that spot. So I'm going to just calculate that it's such and such.
That's literally
You're already assuming that there is a
calculations
specific
measured.
distance between latitudes and longitudes. Are you already begging the question that you're on a sphere to begin with? Those longitude
that's
those longitude lines and latitude lines are converging, diverging.
Are you gonna argue that they don't?
I'm asking for how that was measured.
How what was measured?
Gotcha, bitch.
The distances you're claiming. You're already
In
saying that
longitude and
between
latitude.
right, yeah, you're already saying that this already specifies a certain distance.
Yes.
How was it measured? How was that
The
measured?
longitude and latitude, these are fixed distance or these are fixed lines that have been charted. Right? And when you
Longitude
travel
and sorry,
between these
long,
lines,
dude,
you're able to travel a fixed distance. You're able
told
to
this to you
travel a
earlier.
certain distance.
That's great, but the longitude and latitude lines that you're using were derived from a horizontal plane of reference, that being the Earth. So you needed the Earth to be flat to even wrap your conceptual model around, to then use a calculator
The
to
surface
give
of
us.
the Earth?
Yes, is a horizontal plane of reference. That's how you got longitude and
Hold on.
latitude
This has nothing
in
to
a
do. This
coordinate
has nothing
system.
to do with the increase of distance when you travel south.
You've got a coordinate system, which was derived from the Earth being flat. I don't know how simple I can make this for you.
You see how you're still not responding to the increase of distance problem
I
that you have?
tried to. You seem to have not listened, so I gave up. You've given us a model, the Earth being a ball, and when on this model
No,
you can use a calculator.
I haven't presupposed that model.
I didn't say you did. I
Stop
said
the
you gave
cap.
us one. It's in the chat.
I
I've been
didn't.
looking at it.
I didn't.
You've been looking at it. Your calculator. Distances between
The
places.
calculator, this is a flat map. This distance calculator is a flat map. You
Okay.
realize that, right?
Yes.
Well, there you
Okay,
go.
so how did I give a globe Earth model?
Because
This isn't a
you've got
globe.
measurements on a globe Earth that you say don't measure up. Or do measure up. These are the true ones.
Don't
You're
you
saying
see
these
it
flat
that
you're
this
saying
isn't
these
a
flat
globe?
ones are
Why do
not.
you keep saying it's a globe and you just agree
It's
that
not.
it's not a globe?
It's not a globe.
Okay, so why did you just say that I just gave a globe Earth?
Because you did. You've
Okay,
got
so
a
now you're
comparison. You're
contradicting
saying
yourself.
that these measurements are wrong, right?
Now you're
How
contradicting
does this
yourself.
work? I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, perfect. So you can see that these distances are shrinking when you travel south, correct?
Yes. On what model?
They increase.
On what model?
They increase
Sorry.
when you're starting in
On what
Iceland, for
model?
example.
On what model do
What do you
they
mean on what
decrease?
model? On any model. On any
On
model.
any model they decrease?
Can I make a very fundamental and basic argument real quick? I know I'm just interrupting your argument, but let me just make it. Like basically, if the Earth is flat and you say it's the floor of the universe, which means it should be quite big and large and vast. But let me just tell you this: if the Earth is flat, then how come in the past thousands of years they haven't discovered new land? Especially when you say it's the floor of the universe. Because we know the distance between the stars, and we know that the universe is infinite, it's ever expanding. We know that because we have pretty much traveled like light years with
we've traveled light years? What are you talking about?
They've
Hold on,
literally
this is a
traveled.
derail.
The universe is infinite?
Standpoint.
Universe is infinite.
It is. It's literally proven. We have used rockets to travel to.
The universe is infinite. Is it?
Ever expanding. It is. Yes.
Ever expanding. So not infinite.
It is.
Because it's expanding. Where it wasn't, it's increasing in size to fill that space.
It's the same thing. Infinite
No, it's
means
not.
something that's always increasing.
No, it's not.
We're going back to this again, are we?
It's told you, Timbo, mate. It seems to be the day for it.
Oh shit!
I'm just surprised you interrupted for that. You said you were going to make it more simple. You just made it seem more like confusing for everybody.
Sorry, I didn't know this much is already known here. Sorry, and I'm just going to shut the fuck up now.
You're alright.
Let me put it like this. If it was infinite, that means it has always been here, hasn't had a beginning, doesn't have an end, so has no need to increase in size or expand.
Yeah, but if it never ends, theoretically, you can calculate a number that's.
So, what we expanded into?
Theoretically.
I don't know.
I thought it was a knowledge claim. It's supposed to be a knowledge claim. He was like, we know this, we know that. Now it's, oh, well, theoretically.
Yeah, but I want to say theoretically we can prove that, we can measure that infinite you're talking about, because you say it ends somewhere. Well, actually, you say...
Theoretically, we can prove... What?
Well, I mean, you guys are talking theoretically too. You're theoretically claiming that the Earth is flat. So.
Whoa. We haven't even got... I've been sitting here listening for a minute. We haven't even got there. Okay. You guys got to relax. This is what...
Terrible voice, sorry. Your voice is just terrible.
Hey, CB, your mic is like really crackly.
Proceed, back to you guys. I'll send it back to you guys. Apologies.
Yeah, I still didn't get my response. Like, if you guys say or claim that that our Earth is the floor of the universe, right? That's what they said, and we know that there's like an incredible distance between the stars. Like we have calculations for them. The literal not theories. We have solid calculations for the distance between many stars, right? Like for example, the sun and
what?
Right, yeah.
Like, we could calculate the distance between any stars. I can give you a specific
how'd you do that
example.
Then? How'd you calculate distance?
I'm not a, what do you call it, astrologist, so I don't know, but...
No, it's not going to be an astrologist to answer this question. How do you calculate distance?
You can search it up. How can you calculate the distance between stars? And then you can see that it's actually much greater than the face of the Earth. Even if
Wait, but you said, hold on, brother. You said we know the distances, and then you said, well, we can calculate it. I'm asking more details. Like, I don't know.
We know that they're vaster than the face of the Earth.
It sounds like you don't know much at all.
I don't have an example, but I know that we have calculated the distance between many of our stars from each other. I can search it up right now. How
Should
do
have done
you?
that before coming here. You were supposed to do that
No, but
prior.
I've done this a long time before. Like, I don't remember it's precisely how. I didn't think I was. The distance between the.
Bro, you don't have to. You can mute up while you do that.
I can calculate how much of certain ingredients I'm going to require to make a cake, right? But I haven't made the cake yet. Right?
But if you calculate it, Tito, that means you're an excellent bake. Okay? You're a top baker.
Yeah, but
I'm going to win Cupcake Wars, man.
If you calculate it, means that the cake can exist and you can make it. So,
Not really. You can calculate all kinds of things, like Superman's speed that he needs to achieve a certain thing. Okay, that he doesn't have to exist to be able to calculate things like that. And it doesn't mean it can exist either.
Well, on the cake example, if you calculate what you need, then you can probably make it because there's nothing to make a cake and you can't have.
So the proof will be in the pudding, right?
Ooh, okay.
Honestly, I'm just glad we're away from the flat Earth thing for a second. But it's called the parallax angle. How astronomers use angular measurement to compute.
You don't need to go expert mode on us in like school. You're the one who just needs to research it. Right? I think we're pretty familiar with what
That's for sure, but I'm just sharing the research. That's for sure.
All right, I appreciate that. Who was the other homeboy we were talking to? You interrupted to clarify, but you're just kind of shifting. Jedi, do you remember where we were to get us back on phone?
Some map and calculations and distances between places and how they work with calculations on a model. But we're trying to figure out if these distances are true or not with a direct measurement, and we're not going to get past that point.
Okay. Well, didn't you know, Jedi, measurements and calculations are basically the same thing. You're not just stupid if you don't think so.
You need measurements to base calculations on, or you can pull things out of mid-air and base calculations on. But you're going to need a direct measurement to prove that your calculations are based on something tangible.
Well, don't you realize we just already know a lot of these things? Like, we've been doing this for thousands of years, experiencing that together. So we just already know things like the radius. So you're asking, like, how do we know it or how do we measure it? Like, it doesn't really matter. We already know it's true. That's all that matters.
Yeah, if latitude and longitude lines are doing thus, right, are thus on this, conceptual model, then it's only natural that the distance between these two things, which we've been told are at specific latitudinal and longitudinal points, must be, this far away from each other. Any objections? No? Okay, we're going with that then.
That's cynical, T-Dub.
Honestly, I'm still recovering from the claim that the Earth is the floor of the universe. I mean, if it's the floor, why can't we reach the end? And why can't we see the walls? Right? Like, if it's the floor, it eventually runs out, doesn't it?
Yeah, back to this one again. Yes, it's either infinite or finite. Yeah.
You're saying it's not?
I'm just pointing out the two choices. It is either infinite or it is finite. It either goes on forever.
Yeah, and where is the rest of it? That was my original claim. That's what I was trying to say in the first place, right? Like, in the last thousands of years, why couldn't we discover more land? And add it to
Where's the rest of it? Where's the rest of it?
Exactly, yeah.
Well, how far have you traveled?
Nothing is stopping us. There's no barrier. There's no wall barrier. There's
Well, tell us what you find.
what?
Off you go then. Off you go. Let us know what you find.
How
Yep.
about God just lived, the Prince of Wildstorm or whatever.
You might have to say that again. What?
It's funny that the other guy who's arguing just left. Prince of Wildstorm or whatever. Who just left.
Do you have any proof that Earth's a spinning ball?
According to my calculations.
Yeah, theoretical calculations aren't going to do it. Need something real.
Where's the rest of my Earth, boy?
All around you. Get out the basement. You'll see it.
W Cyclone. Shout out to Cyclone. Sure.
I didn't hear an answer to Cyclone's question.
I'm starting to think we never will.
We're gonna get the cards. Oh no.
Yo, where'd everybody go?
Just a moment of silence for the globe. So
We were waiting for you.
Why?
Thought you might have some proof of a globe.
I just gave it.
What was it?
Yeah, you know how if you go north, the Earth gets, or the western circle is increasing and then decreasing?
What?
Explain that. I've yet to hear an answer to that.
via what method of travel? Just hypothetically,
Just going
paper.
north.
If I use a compass to go north, right, and let's say the Earth is a ball, right, and I put that compass and I put it flat, right, because otherwise the compass doesn't work, and that compass points north, doesn't it point into space?
Your mic is really quiet for me.
Oh, sorry. Okay, again, if I use a compass to get to north, right, or go north, and compass only works if you put it on your hand perfectly laid flat or on a table that is flat or whatnot, right? And if I use that flat compass and it points north, doesn't it point into space on a ball?
It points to the northern hemisphere. Or not the northern hemisphere, to the North Pole.
Well, again, if I'm on a ball and I use a compass and I put it perfectly flat on my hand or a table, and that arrow points north, isn't it eventually pointing into space or through the Earth?
I'm not sure.
But if I use a compass and I think it represents the Earth just in a very small and metaphoric way, and I use that compass and I navigate the Earth as if it's like the compass, then I don't
on,
point
this
into
is-
space, right? I actually
This
point
is a
to
derail
north.
though.
No.
You haven't responded to my question yet. If you respond to my
Well,
question, we can
well-
move on. But this is a derail.
Well, it's not a derail first because you say you can go somewhere north, and I'm saying how is that possible in a ball if everything that points north will point into space eventually, or maybe you can explain to me how compass at all makes sense on a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball. Because for me, it only makes sense on a topographical plane.
I don't think so.
Have you ever thought about it?
Thought about how north and south works?
No, how compass is logical on a spinning ball.
What does the Earth spinning have to do with magnetization?
Okay, okay, on a ball. Let's put it spinning away.
Sure. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? It points to the North Pole or the North
Yeah,
Pole.
I posted a little picture. Maybe then you understand what I'm talking about. How for me a ball and a compass make absolutely no sense.
Well, it's not gonna point to space because it's on a flat disk. It's on a two-dimensional disk, right? So how can it point up away from the disk?
What?
And wait a second, is that your model? The one that you just posted?
No, I don't have a model. This is just a very rudimentary demonstration of what I'm trying to point out.
Why do
Are you claiming
flat
you're on a
earthers
flat?
always dodge the
Are you
model?
claiming you're on a flat? Are you claiming
I
you're
don't
on a flat
understand.
surface? What are we talking about?
I'm not
No,
dodging a
because
model,
on
man.
every single flat Earth picture I get shown, they always show like some little circle, but there's no edge to this circle. Like nobody found this edge. Nobody found this wall that's supposedly out there. How does that make sense?
What wall? What wall?
I was told that there's a wall, but if you don't believe in a wall, then sure.
Who said that?
One of your mods
Said what?
said that there's a wall.
That's what he said. He said there is a wall.
Yep, he said there's a wall all around the little border. That's why there's no edge. He basically said we live in a cup.
Who said that?
I don't remember his name. He's a mob though.
When? Today?
Nope. I think it was a few days ago. Anyways, point being,
He said we live in a cup.
he's not here.
I'm
He's
not sure
here,
about
so
that
it doesn't really
because
matter.
I've never heard any of the mods in here stating that there's an ice wall or a wall.
Well,
We know that we require a shoreline. The ice wall actually comes out of the globe's story. Yeah, it's the
Why would there be
globe
an
that
ice
goes
wall
and
on a
shows
globe,
these
right?
ice walls, these big ice walls and cliffs around Antarctica. Yeah. What we know is we need a shoreline, just like a lake has a shoreline, just like the ocean has a shoreline. Well, there must be a shoreline somewhere for that ocean.
I think we should get back to the circumnavigation point.
Why? Because you can't back up what you said.
Well, I don't know what his name was, and he's not in here. So how am I going to back it up?
That's all right. No worries.
Unless you have
Let's
a
move
list of
on.
mods, maybe I can use that.
Let's move on then.
Sure. So I've yet to hear an explanation of the West Third circumnavigation problem that you have.
What problem?
Okay, so I'll explain it again. So if you travel north from, say, for example, New Zealand, you're going to
Travel
get an
north
increase
from
in
New
the
Zealand.
circumference. You will get an increase in the circumference as you
How
travel
are you going to
north,
measure
and then
that
eventually
traveling
you'll
north?
get a decrease in circumference.
How are you going to measure that traveling north?
You'll see the circumference increase and decrease.
By
You'll see
traveling
that.
north? How do you
Yes.
do that?
If you travel north, their circumference is increasing,
But you're
and then it's
traveling
going to
north.
decreasing.
So you don't know anything about the circumference if you're traveling north.
You can measure the circumference.
By traveling north?
So who in history's done north-south circumnavigation to measure this circumference?
That's not that's not what you're doing when you travel north and south.
What are you
When I'm
saying?
talking
Didn't you
about
just
the
say they measure?
circumference, I'm
Didn't you
talking
just
about
say
the
they
distance.
travel north to measure the circumference?
Okay, so when I'm talking about circumference increasing and decreasing, I'm talking about if you start in New Zealand and you measure the distance to travel or to reach New Zealand by going west, you get a number. Let's say that number is 7.
Oh, okay, cool. So who's done
Right?
that?
And then you go north to Ecuador, you'll get, or let's say Papua New Guinea, you
Wait, who's done
eventually
that?
get. Who's done what?
Who's done from New Zealand to New Zealand?
Does it matter?
Yeah.
Are you before I
Well,
give any,
otherwise you're just
because it seems
calculating
like
it off.
asking a it
Otherwise you're
seems
just
like you're asking a
calculating off
redundant question.
Otherwise you're just calculating it off a globe of a radius of 3959. That's all you're doing, yeah.
That's not what you do when you calculate distances.
Okay, how do you do it?
You don't just pull out a globe out of your pocket and then calculate the distance. You calculate the
Okay, so how do you
longitude and latitude.
calculate the distance going from New Zealand to New Zealand?
From New Zealand to New Zealand?
That's what you're claiming, isn't it?
You calculate the longitude and latitude.
Yeah, that's
from
what
a
I
certain
said.
point.
Of a ball with a radius of 3959.
With the 390 what?
So you're calculating the distance based off a ball of a radius of 3959. Is that what you're doing?
I don't know what you mean by 3959.
Well, how are you calculating it then?
The longitude and latitude.
Based on?
What do you mean based on?
Well, you need a you're saying you're calculating the distance. How are you doing that? Can you tell me the method?
Well, you can use miles, kilometers.
Yeah, no, that's a God. How are you calculating the distance from when you do a circle going west from New Zealand to New Zealand? How are you doing that?
You just asked the same question again. I thought I answered it. You can use miles.
In
You can
miles.
use kilometers.
So, okay, so
Yeah.
how do you calculate that? Because when you calculate something, you're actually
How do you calculate a mile?
showing. You are retarded, aren't you?
I mean, what other answer?
So
What
how
other
do you
answer are you
calculate the
looking for?
distance? How do you calculate the distance?
I just told you.
Your answer is in miles.
Yes, that's how you calculate
How,
distance.
okay, so how do you get that distance?
Well, you can use the stars. You can use.
How do you use the stars to get distance?
You can use a GPS. You can use lasers.
All right, I'm gonna turn you off, man. You're a fucking idiot. If anyone else wants to speak to this moron, they can. You calculate the distance. Oh, you do it in miles. The fuck?
Basically, his argument was reduced to: we know X because of Y, and we know Y because of X, without justification for it presented either premises.
Everybody fucking muted here? What the fuck?
Oh, waiting.
I came to a conclusion that Earth is flat.
What are you talking about? I was always told it was a spinning ball.
I said Earth is flat.
Yeah, but weren't you told it was a spinning ball?
Isn't it kind of crazy how there's all these factors for why the Earth looks so flat and even flatter at higher altitudes?
I agree on that.
We've got Canadian atheist in the chat saying something about from ChatGPT. The curvature of the Earth becomes more noticeable at higher altitudes, typically above 35,000 feet, above 10,700 meters. This is often experienced by passengers on commercial airplane, where the Earth's curvature becomes more apparent against the horizon. However, factors like weather conditions and personal perception can influence the visibility of curvature. So we've got these little factors that can influence the visibility of curvature. If we really focus in on that, it just means there's some excuses here for why we can't see curvature. Anything other than the truth, though. I mean, how high up you gotta go to see curvature if the Earth is looking mighty flat at 100,000 feet up? 100,000 feet. Over 20 miles, something like that. No curve. So, how high up do we have to be to see a curve? If popcorn ceilings are textured, bumpy, but are they not also flat? It's just a question. Anybody got a popcorn ceiling? Know what I'm talking about?
So every time I fly, I take flights, I travel a lot. I never see the airplane curve. It's always all straight.
Right, the plane flies level for the duration of the flight until it comes in for a landing. The only two times that a plane ultimately isn't flying level is when it's ascending, when it's taking off, and when it's descending, when it's landing. Other than that, airplanes fly perfectly level. I agree. Yeah.
Because if the Earth was round, or I mean, they'll go a different way. I don't know, like weird.
Ultimately, if the Earth were spherical, we shouldn't be able to see things, like zoom in with our camera and see things that should be hidden behind the physical obstruction of a curvature.
Right.
But yeah, people started noticing, oh boy, I can see this thing. How can I see this? How can I see Chicago from 60 freaking miles across the bay? How am I seeing a solid object?
Somebody was
Go
saying
ahead.
from California they can see New York. Tell me that. Explain me that.
Dun, dun, dun. You can see Africa from Spain. You can see Baja from Texas, like 30,000 feet. You can see Baja from Texas. Like, I don't know how triangles don't make sense.
Why everybody muted here?
Africa and Spain, you know, it's only like 5 miles apart, right?
You said what?
It's more than 5 miles,
And
but
you cannot see New York from California. That's bullshit.
you can see Baja from Texas.
What?
Yeah, you heard me. You can see Baja from Texas, dude.
Go on YouTube. Is there?
What, Bahamas? You mean Bahamas?
No, I mean Baja, California, Baja.
Oh,
You can see
Baja.
Baja from Texas. That's like over 700 freaking miles from
Oh,
only about
Baja.
30,000 feet up.
Well,
That is
that's also just like, I don't know, 100 miles or something.
no. What? Baja from Texas, 100 miles? That's like 730
200 miles.
miles. There's a distance of 730
Yeah, show me a picture of that.
miles that can be observed from about 30,000 feet up. That shouldn't be a thing if the Earth
Okay,
is a globe. 959
yeah,
radius.
from 30,000 feet up from a mountain.
No, I'm not talking about 30,000 feet up from the top of a mountain.
Yeah, show it. That's bullshit.
I'm talking 30,000 feet up from the ground, period. Over Texas. Baja can be seen. Over 700 miles away. You think it's bullshit, but it's not bullshit. These infrared cameras are the shit. They are awesome.
She's right. I'm looking at her right now.
Well, this is random fucking footage from a plane.
I'm not sure why it's so funny. It's like 760-mile distance. You shouldn't. All of that stuff that you're seeing way in the distance on the horizon, that should be bending down and away from you to Earth curve, but that's not happening. You can see that stuff when you should not be able to see that stuff for a globe that has a 3959 radius. We've done the math thousands of times in here now. Like,
Yeah, you've been on the plane, right?
yeah, I've been on a plane several times.
Oh yeah.
I also took 3 years of junior Air Force ROTC in high school, which was a lot of fun. I learned a lot of stuff in there. Yeah.
Yeah, because the airplane, it never curves. It goes straight. Never really. It's crazy. And I feel like
Airplane flies in the air over the level stationary plane. Even trigonometry for flight requires a flat Earth. Just saying.
facts. And I feel like
You
time
ever
is going
thought to think maybe it's because of the fact that the center of gravity changes as you curve with it?
Center of
No,
gravity? Oh,
no,
no.
Is no your only response, or is you going to rebuttal? Exactly. I'm leaving.
he got butt hurt. He came back.
Cut out of the call.
Oh
What was said?
no, the guy that was speaking, he said something. He left.
No, I think it's funny. It's like there's a lot of, call them Globers that come here and think that we are absolute morons. We're idiots. Like we're all high school dropouts and imbeciles when that is completely opposite case. A lot of smart people up in this server, and I've even learned things like I've been humbled. Even as a flat earther, I've been humbled in this server. So
Right.
They want to act like we don't know what we're talking about, but then when we start, grilling them and putting their feet to the fire, they don't know what they are talking about. They're not even understanding their own arguments. We've got to play it back, hold a mirror to their faces, and yeah, that's typically the point where a lot of Globers start getting really upset. They spiral, they hyperventilate, they waffle on, obfuscate. Look at the sky. Yeah. It's a bird. It's a plane. Earth must be a globe.
What do you think about supposedly the aliens in Miami?
I ultimately think that it is one big festering neon distraction from the Ghislaine Maxwell Epstein stuff that is coming up right now.
Right. Think so too.
And at such a convenient time.
Right.
Isn't
on
it
an election
always?
year.
Yep, always at a convenient time. Yeah.